it's kind of like that repeated saying that they make more flat earthers than we do.
Yeah, I guess he was referring to the old claims like from Eric Dubay back in the days and all those videos where it said there's God stationed there and protecting Antarctica and stuff. And it's an old argument, but it still persists, I guess. Me that somehow the role of religion seems to have switched now. Back in the day, like religion was associated with the flat earth side, I'd say, and today you have this preacher going against flat earth, and like Nathan Oakley is already always saying like globe is was perpetuated by the church and the thing of the Catholic Church, which is kind of stupid because church went against Galileo Galilei and Earth moving. And
No,
yeah,
the
I
church
don't
didn't
know.
go against what he said. The church said, "Don't." The Pope, which at the time, still to this day, even, is when the Pope talks, that's considered the word of God. Like when the Pope opens his mouth, that's effectively God speaking out loud. God is speaking through the Pope, and the Pope said, "Hey, Galileo, good information. I like it. I love it. It's following in the footsteps of giants who came before you. So what you're going to do with this is keep your mouth shut because the peasants are dumb as shit. We've curated the perfect flock of complete dumbasses who believe everything we say. They don't know how to read this book. They don't know how to read or write in general. We got them giving up all their earthly possessions to us, thinking it's going to buy their way into heaven, and we're profiting off their ignorance. If you say something that's stupid, as the earth is a globe, and the sun is the center, it might be detrimental to that. That might harm the power of the church. And Galileo was like, I really don't give a whole lot of fuck about the power of the church. I worship God, not really you. You're just some dude sitting in a chair. So he said, yeah, the earth is heliocentric. And the Pope was like, damn it, Galileo, go to your room with supper. You're grounded. You are grounded to your room. And his room was like a millennial's room or like a Zoomer's room. He has like a GameCube and some handheld device. He's got his cell phone, his tablet. Like even by today's standard, if you can look up Galileo's property at the time is a historic monument. It's got an indoor-outdoor pool, a walking like a hedge maze. It was right next to the spot where his illegitimate daughters were nuns, so he could go see them any day, anytime he wanted. And then the best part was, this was the high watermark of the Spanish Inquisition. People are being burned to the stake for having a lazy eye, and here's Galileo saying, I disrespected the word of God, and he got sent to his room with dinner. No, the church never opposed Galileo. Never did. They were just upset that they told him to do something and he did it anyway, and they barely gave him a slap on the hand. Barely. And some say he was going to go there anyway. It was like a plea bargain. Just plead guilty to heresy, and I know you're not feeling well. You kind of want to retire. You want to be close to your daughters. No problem. Just confess, and we'll leave it at that. We'll just let it go. We'll just drop it. If you fight us on this, it might not turn out too good for you. So he's like, yeah, fuck it. I confess. I'm a heretic. And they're like, okay, all's good with the world. And then, hundreds of years later, the Catholic Church is like, I want to apologize retroactively to Galileo. The false imprisonment and trial and confession that was forced out of him was not right. You're like, well, how about all the people you burnt at the stake? How about them? Nah, fuck them. So you won't come forward with, like the Spanish Inquisition and find out them, their relatives, their families. How many people could go back to somebody who was murdered by the Catholic Church in a very brutal and public way and apologize to them too? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Those cases were adjudicated in a courtroom. You're like, oh, good grief. And people still, like atheists, is the best part. You've got atheists who have dove head first into this Catholic Church creation myth, thinking somehow they're all closeted atheists. The whole Catholic Church, all of them. George of Monterey, Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, all of them. All of them. Every single one of them. Closeted atheists. They're all in on it. They all are in on it. You're like, holy shit. How the fuck do you maintain such an illogical, irrational point of view? Just walk me through it. Step by step. How the fuck did you get there? How? How the fuck did you get to that conclusion? And then the best part is, they'll tell you that conspiracy theories are harmful disinformation. Dude, you think the whole Catholic Church is in on it. Was I coming in good? Or is that pretty... I know my internet's crap right now. I can see it, like, the latency.
Your audio is fine.
Yeah, it's like that ping. It's like I tried to mouse over the ping and it shows like nothing. But I know I'm connected because I can hear you guys and my profile lights up. It's like literally showing 0 bars because like just the very first bar is lit.
I think the whole world is going through some technical difficulties because I'm getting wrecked out here.
Exclamation point, like that yield sign with an exclamation point. And it's like a alert, poor connection.
No debates. Nothing.
Yeah, not kind of a low point. What you got something? You want to share?
No, I don't know. I'm not good at like freeballing it,
Well, just Google something. What do you got?
You're gonna laugh at me for Googling that. I can't win.
No, I never said that. I said when people, like, say if I were to ask you a question, be like, hey, what's your favorite color? You'd be like, hold on, I gotta Google that. What does Google say my favorite color should be? That's where people make fun of you. When you don't know something you should know, and your only answer is to Google it and then come back and read what your Google it says. Key difference, a key critical difference there. That if you know something, you could be like, hey, here's a topic I want to talk about and speak from firsthand knowledge. Where instead, where you're like, hey, I don't really know what's going on or what we could talk about, I'd be like, well, what's the newest thing in flat earth, globe earth? You don't really know, well, Google it. Does anything kind of jump out at you? What do you get from that? Like, it's very easy because this is kind of a popularity, a pop culture thing going on right now. Like it's
So
like
I guess you.
Oh, go ahead.
I guess you don't. You're under the assumption that no one should believe anything or speak about anything as if they have any knowledge on it, if they don't have like a full grasp on all of the knowledge and all of the theory and empirical data behind it.
No, I'm saying if you're going to Google it, keep Googling it until you find the contradiction and then square that contradiction. How did you square the contradiction? Did you accept it? Did you just accept the contradiction? Did you explain the contradiction, how it's not really a contradiction, it appears to be, or did you just ignore it? You just said, nothing to see here. So when your worldview
what do you usually do with contradictions?
When your worldview is based on a contradiction, that's where I'll look at how and why do you handle it. And generally it has to do with a misunderstanding of other people, which then causes a misunderstanding of yourself. That somehow you can and can't Google it at exactly the same time because you think someone here is going to make fun of you for Googling something.
So let's say I believed that the Earth is flat, and I believed that the sun is... I'm sorry, I have a cough. The sun is... My goodness. I need a tea, holy shit. So if I, let's say, was a flat earther, and I believed the sun was a light that shined a light on a flat earth, but then I realized that in Antarctica there is 24-hour sun. How should I deal with this contradiction? Should I ignore it, or should I?
Yeah, I would say bring that up Sunday. What your contradiction? So how did the sun tell you what the surface of the Earth is? You'd be able to speculate. You'd be able to go into speculation mode. So how did that work out? How did let's see? Yeah, speculate. You'd go into speculation.
But, my hypothetical didn't revolve around me believing the Earth is a globe.
No, it requires a speculation about the sky.
It addressed the issue of like believing Earth is flat and realizing that on the Antarctic there's a 24-hour sun. This has nothing to do with globe or not globe. This is just like a contradiction within
a speculation. It's not a contradiction. What you have is a speculation, not a contradiction. A speculation.
Yeah. What Crit is trying to say is you're speculating on how the sky or anything in the sky has anything to do with the surface. So you have to link those two ideas logically, like with a logical sequence.
Then-
Yeah, I understand.
how
Yeah,
do you-
that might show a contradiction. If you say, "Hey, up is really down," then you're like, "Okay, well, there's your contradiction now. You got up and down, direct opposites, meaning the same thing." Then you'd have to square the contradiction. How is up and down the same? Explain how up and down are the same, or just say you ignore it. You ignore up and down. Because I could say, hey, a flat earther or a globe earther, which way is the sun? Well, the sun is up. Is it above your head? Well, yeah. Be okay, well, that's cool. I agree. Yep, we all agree. Up is the sky, down is the ground. And the globalists would be like, well, no, it's actually down, down, up. And you're like, well, what is a down, down, up? You're like, well, that's when you go down, but you're up, but you're down, then you're up again, but it's down to the up, down. And you're like, okay, I'm not following that. How did you get up to the down and the down to the up into an up to the down, up?
I highly doubt that someone made that argument.
No, they will. They will. You'll hear them talk themselves into knots, literal knots, as they try to tell you that on the flat Earth, if globetard, on the flat Earth, the sun would never set. They go to down to the up, down. The sun never sets, but they say that somehow contradicts the flat Earth. I go, did you just tell me that on a flat Earth you've got down and up? Two different directions.
I'm assuming you're from the US. I'm from Germany. And the way we both determine down is not
60 years behind America technologically.
No.
Okay,
I'm
so
actually a few hours ahead. I'm pretty sure it's 2
How come
a.m.
you haven't been to the moon yet?
How come? I don't think Germany had like any. First of all, not the resources or the necessity to like.
Yeah, if you were to go today, just today, you'd be 60 years, almost 60 years behind America technologically.
Yeah, but is this like dick measuring now? Like I don't mind. I don't care.
Like, how do German people square the contradiction? How do you square that contradiction that somehow your culture is very efficient, mathematical, it's all designed on, efficiency and whatnot. I've heard some of them say, well, you took all our scientists after World War II. That's how you would, this perfect example of what I was talking about. You square the contradiction because you say, yes, Germany is and was an advanced space age culture, cutting edge. Then America declared war on us, defeated, and stole all our scientists. You then used German war criminals to go to the moon, and you never gave them back. They were never able to pass their knowledge onto the next generation, and you created some sort of technological dead zone.
I would not refer to like scientists inherently reaching the moon at some point, which were like coincidentally stolen by Americans. I would remind you of the context that the moon landings usually are placed in, right? Which is the Cold War and the technological kind of combat, the dick measuring between the US and Russia. And Germany actually didn't have there was no efficiency to be gained. No efficiency in going to the moon. There's nothing that happened on the moon. America spent fucking billions on presumably going to the moon, but they didn't do anything. They didn't take back any resources or anything. It was just like dick measuring. It was like, oh, we're technologically more advanced than you, but like there's no reason for anyone to go to the moon,
That's because we took 1,500 top German scientists, mostly war criminals, to the U.S. and started the space program. Not only that, started mostly all the programs that start with America. The AMA, the American Dental Association, the NASA, the U.S. Geological person, like almost every agency, all the police departments.
But those
not.
scientists, they were not destined to go to the moon or to calculate how to go to the moon. They were just scientists. They were just smart at, I don't know, thinking about physics and stuff. And that's just a good. There's that talent is
Oh
applied
my
very well
god, this
when going to
motherfucker
the-
followed me around.
when
So-
trying to go to the moon. You know.
So let's go back to what Crit was saying about up being up and down being down, because you said you can't believe that somebody would present that as an argument when a few words earlier you presented exactly that as an argument. The 24-hour sun, which is about the sky and the sun having anything to do with the surface of Earth, you presented that argument. Then you said, I can't believe someone would present that as an argument. The one you presented.
I specifically meant the way he laid it out with the uppity, down, uppity, down. Like
Yep, that's the same thing you presented. Yep,
I see.
uppity up, down, diddy down. Yeah, that's what you presented by saying the 24-hour sun has something to do with the surface. Yeah, that was your argument. You presented.
I thought he was referring to like Globies usually saying that down is different for Australians than it is for like Europeans.
No, he was trying to make it explicitly clear about the argument that you presented about the 24-hour sun having anything to do with the surface of Earth. That was your argument. Uppity up, downtity down. That's your argument, not ours. Yours.
I see.
Yep. So Crit was trying to make it clear that that's what your argument is. So now, could you walk us through logically, like with a logical syllogism, of how the sun in the sky, and no matter what it's doing, has anything to do with the surface condition? So how would you start that process? What would be step one? Crickets.
You're asking me what the sun has to do with Earth shape.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't make an argument for the globe. We were talking about contradictions before, and I said that I asked him how would he deal with the contradiction
Yeah, you missed it again.
It's not a contradiction.
He told me that. He told me that, but I didn't make any assumptions on like Earth shape.
Speculation. You're speculating. A speculation. You got your wires crossed. Speculating about the sky is not a contradiction about the ground. Okay, the contradiction is pointing up and telling me that up helps you adjudicate down. There's the contradiction that you have to square. How is uppity up, down diddy down?
The sun
There's
not
a
setting.
contradiction.
The sun not setting is something that I can observe. It's empirical, and it's an event, an empirical event that I can
Is
observe.
that uppity or is that down diddy? Which way is the sun? Uppity or down?
Yeah, but how far are you going to bring this argument? How far are you going to not trust the things
Your-
you can personally
it's
achieve,
your speculation.
experience?
This is your speculation, not mine.
You can experience the sun not
You
setting.
you can experience the sun as uppity up, not
Yeah,
down diddy down.
and you're telling me that the sun doing something doesn't prove anything about anything. Right, I get that. But
Yeah.
how far are you going to bring this argument?
So the sun proves the sun does something, demonstrates something about the sun doing something.
Not
Yeah.
about the ground. So you don't have a contradiction until you could link those two ideas together. Your empirical observation about whatever the sun is doing, link that together to the surface of the earth. You haven't provided a linkage between those two things to show that they're a contradiction at all.
You're making it sound so easy.
Yeah,
you guys are allergic to combining
You're missing
arguments.
You're missing it. The globalists did that. The globalist worldview connected the earth and the ground together. They said, based on that connection, on a flat earth, the sun would never set. You're like, okay, sure, I guess so. Whatever. I have no idea what you're on about, but your understanding of connecting ground to earth. If the surface of the earth is flat, then the sun could not set. It would never go below the surface of the earth. And I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but we'll just take it. I'll take it as is. Your worldview, your understanding of flat.
Well, in
So then you
three-dimensional
go-
space,
I'm not
that
done.
is just how
I'm
it
not
is.
done. I'm not done.
Okay.
Then you go to Antarctica, and they say we're going to conduct a final experiment to settle the debate. So there's a second contradiction. Will it be final? No. Will it be an experiment? No. So what they end up seeing is the sun not setting and then deciding that that is no longer a proof of flat Earth. After they just told you on a flat Earth the sun wouldn't set, they see the sun not set, then change their mind midstream, mid-experiment, mid-observation,
So-
and then tell you the sun would actually set on a flat Earth, even though it can't set on the flat Earth. This is how they would have to square the contradiction. So inside their worldview, their contradiction, how do they get a flat Earth model that demonstrates the sun can't set and then conduct an experiment where the sun should set, get a result where the sun doesn't set, and then say the sun not setting is
Okay,
actually
so out of the three options you
an uppity
gave
up
me,
up.
out of the three options you gave me on how to deal with contradictions, you choose option 3, you shrug your shoulders and you ignore it.
No, I said bring it back for speculation Sunday. Let's hear you speculate your way into how uppity up up is down to be down down.
You don't have to engage in baby talk with me. It's okay.
No, it's not baby talk. It's letting you know that unless you can figure out the sky and the ground are two separate things, then at some point, if you start mixing them into babble, just straight up babble, uppity up, down to the down. I look at uppity up, and that tells me down to the down, uppity down, down, up, which kind of makes fun of the idea where they go to down under, they go to the bottom down to the down of the ball, then they look uppity up into the sky. It's showing you the contradictory worldview that they have about it always being subjective. All directions, all things are so subjective that they can't hold the concept from one point to the next.
They cannot
say
hold the
something-
concept from one point to the next.
They say something, they contradict the something. They say it, they contradict. Then they
They say
contradict the
something, they contradict something.
They
say
contradict-
Yo,
something-
Kim Jong, man, you're not being nice. Come on.
They go. No, you gotta let the globalists melt down.
You,
It's
you,
like,
you got to let the
let them
globalists
freak
talk.
out. Let them,
Let
get
them
there.
freak out. Just let them freak out, okay?
Exactly.
Yeah,
what
we're
I
gonna
was
blow
saying earlier
dust to
today.
your brain.
They freak out. It's like
Totally.
a wire.
They
to just
totally
reset.
freak out.
He wants attention. He really needs the attention.
I already had the attention, but I
Yeah,
agree
you're getting
with
the
your point.
attention deficit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
What
right.
point again?
So you don't need to spaz out. You can just have a conversation.
Exactly. You can just have the conversation.
Yeah,
But
So don't interrupt. So don't interrupt the conversation. or It will get
yeah,
to you.
exactly. Don't interrupt the conversation. Shut the fuck up, Sonny. What's the problem?
yeah, perfect candidate for the newsletter.
Holy crap!
Yes, the newsletter is gonna hear about you, asshole Sonny. Go ahead, brother.
Kim
Go
Jong,
on. What you're saying.
you're the asshole. You're the one that interrupted. a
No, Sonny.
previously
Just shut up,
ongoing-
Sonny. We don't want to hear your
ongoing
bullshit, Sonny.
conversation.
We
Now
don't
you're
want to hear your
interrupting me
bullshit.
again. Yeah,
Somebody
that's
absolutely-
how it works here.
See, people. I mean, I just want to say, use this event to highlight. A lot of people knock me for how rude I am or how I triggered globalists. I didn't even engage this guy. I was just talking to a functioning normal, somewhat functioning normal Spice here, and this guy flipped out for no reason. It can't be my fault. That can't be my fault at that point. He did it to himself.
No, they just come in and spaz out. That had nothing to do with you.
I like how you corrected to somewhat functioning normal. Just like,
Spice Tea, is Spice Tea new to this conversation? Or
no, I've been here for 4 years at this point.
4 years?
Yes. I think
still
I've known
think-
you since you created this channel here.
Was this a new screen name or something? I don't recognize it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't consistently join in here, just occasionally. But
But did you have a different name before?
yeah, I changed it a lot. Also, I used to be a lot meaner. I used to be like,
What was your old name? One that I would recognize.
there are many names. You wouldn't recognize any one of them, I think, because I changed them.
All right.
Yeah, I think I got. Did I DM you your old names at one point?
We have a DM history, yeah.
No, but I think I went through your. Like, I looked up and I was like, oh yeah, okay.
Our first message was on the 20th of October 2023, and it was me messaging you, and I said, I love you. You know, that's how deep, how far back we go.
Okay.
So are you like anti flat Earth, or are you globe believer still? What is it?
Yes, I am not, I just sympathize with you, you know, but I'm a glober, you know, I'm not anti-establishment, I'm not anti-science.
Anti-science? Who's anti-science?
We have
You think-
different
you think
understandings of
observing
science, let's
the
put it that way,
natural-
okay? I'm
Well, science
anti your
says in
science,
the-
you're anti my science, so.
Well, there's no mine or your science. There's just science. Do you know what science is?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
I don't want to play definition games right now. So
Yeah, I don't play definition games either.
it's like a cheap gotcha that I don't want to give you, you know? Like, haha, you don't have the perfect
Right,
definition for
okay,
science. I gotcha.
No, but it's just, I mean, we're not anti-science, so for you to insinuate that we are, you should have to justify that. So either take it back,
We'll see if
or
you
explain
agree.
yourself.
Like, I think
I didn't mean to
science
insult
is-
you.
No, I think science is a method. Do you agree or disagree? By step. Okay,
Yeah,
very-
science is a method, yes.
So,
yes.
okay, so we agree so far. This method is used to test the physical and natural world. Do you agree still?
Mm,
It can't.
sure, it's a bit.
can't
It feels a bit
adjudicate
wonky, but
You
yeah,
can't adjudicate the supernatural.
yeah.
It's only the physical and natural world that can be adjudicated with science. You can't, because inside science, you wouldn't be able to manipulate supernatural cause to get an effect.
Mhm.
Okay, so you agree?
Sure.
So science is a method that adjudicates the physical and natural world. You agree still?
Mhm.
The way it adjudicates it is by manipulating variables to determine cause and effect.
Fundamentally, yeah, sure.
Yeah, we generally call that experimenting.
But you're also allowed to combine observations and into concepts and theories, right? And then you can demonstrate theories maybe by just proving that they work in different contexts, that they just make sense. And then you validate those theories, like for example, how the
so
globe
I get it. Yeah,
globe
so as
makes a
soon
lot
as
of sense, you know.
Hold on. So you get off the. So as soon as we say you manipulate variables to determine cause and effect, you get off at that point. You say, well, no, you've got science without experiment, and we've got science with experiment. Which type of science is better? Do you think? Science backed by experiment, or science backed by just observation?
I mean, the science that I was describing is backed by experiments too, right?
You said observation. You disagreed. You said you only observe, you don't experiment.
Yeah, but that's sophistry. Like no scientist says like, oh, I see something and now it's truth. Like they always have to demonstrate it by making experiments, right? So
Okay, so why do you disagree then? When I said experiment, the way to adjudicate cause and effect is by manipulating variables. Why would you disagree with that?
can you repeat?
Okay, so science is a method. You said, yep.
No, just the sentence you just said. The
Yeah,
last
I have to, let's wind it back. We'll wind it back. The scientific science is a method. right?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. This method is used to test the physical and natural world.
Yeah.
We test the physical and natural world by manipulating variables to determine cause and effect.
Yes,
Okay.
that is part of it, yeah.
Well, there we go. So you're on board. There's no difference. You agree with what flat earthers are talking about when they say the word science.
Yes, but you are...
We're dismissing your concepts that you referred to because they're just fantasies. It's not anti-science.
No, I was about to say that... I was about to say that you are dismissing the thing that I was talking about, which is creating on the basis of the observations that you made, or the
we're cutting away the concepts. That's what you're trying to talk about. You're trying to say we're dismissing. You observe things and then you imagine a concept that it works in, and then you just declare that that's what's occurring. Yeah, that's not science. That is anti-science. So you would be the anti-science one.
Exactly, but like if that is true, if that what you are saying is true for you, then there's different concepts or different ideas of what science is supposed to be, and that is the original point that I made.
No, Crit just went.
You don't like my science, I don't like your science, right?
No, you do. Crit just ran through it with you, and you agreed to it. So you do like our science, but then you just have to add your additional non-science for your globe concept, because you can't.
Yes, but my science includes that step. My science includes that step, so...
No, your science, quote-unquote, for the globe, doesn't have any experimentation. It's category error anyway. You're not experimenting on the shape of the Earth. It's just nonsense. I mean, I'm surprised after 4 years of realizing that there's no curvature to the surface, you can still be a globe believer. How do you reconcile that?
You could. I mean, there is this concept called globe Earth, right? And then you can try to test it. Though. Then you can try to test it here and there, and you'll just realize, oh, it makes sense.
It's been tested. It fails. There's no curvature.
My English, fuck me.
So when did they test for the curvature and prove that?
I can make predictions, and they come true.
Well, we can test the prediction for the globe's geometry, and it doesn't come true.
So, like a glober like myself could have told you that on Antarctica there's a 24-hour sun, and I could have gone down there and showed you, look, there's a 24-hour sun. Now, a flat earther is going to go down there.
The curvature has already been tested, though. There's no need because the curvature has already been tested, and there is none.
That's what a theory does, or a concept. That's the fun thing about it.
Well, yeah, you can debunk the concept, which is what's happened with the globe. That's why you still don't have any curvature after 4 years.
I've had my curvature in my back pocket all this time.
Okay, so where was that measured?
Wait, I did send this before. Wait, do I still have it? The third time today. Picture number 1
for the listeners.
Picture number 2. Look, I can without any measurement or calculations or anything, any math, I can demonstrate. Oh, this is the wrong picture. Oh no, wait.
Well, describe what your picture is for those listeners.
Very simple. Just an image of perfectly horizontal red bars, and I did send the wrong image, so that's kind of cringe. And the horizon, the ocean, right, is placed somewhat perfectly between these red bars. And then if you compress the image, the reference bars, they don't curve, right? Which is proof that there's no kind of, how's it called, fisheye effect or anything going on. But what does curve is the horizon, which is kind of weird. And you can see that it's actually a perfect curve. Very beautiful demonstration of curvature, in my opinion, personally.
Look, dude, you can clearly see the red lines curving all over the place, right? The top right one curves up, the bottom right one curves down. right? Your horizon isn't like perfect, like you said. It's all over the place, right? It's not like perfectly centered up in the center like it would have to be, right? This is ridiculously all over the place.
Okay, I want to see you. I want to see you forge a red bar that is better than this one. Okay, like it's pretty difficult to make a red bar that's straight. But these are pretty good. Like you can see that they're pretty
Look, someone
horizontal,
posted
pretty
the full
vertical.
image. The table's curved.
When you say there's no barrel
interesting.
distortion and there's obvious effects taking place, right? We can clearly see barrel distortion at play. Right? How do you even know that's the true horizon that you're looking at there? What's that?
Old horse red born. What's it?
Look at what Sporadic E just posted in the side chat. Right, so don't go ahead claiming that these are perfectly straight like you just did. That's disingenuous.
I never claimed that the table is perfectly straight, right? Which is
No,
why
you didn't.
I don't know why you're like marking the table.
No, you said the red things are perfectly straight. Clearly, they're all over the place, right? They're not perfectly straight at all. Clearly, we can see barrel distortion effects taking place and artifacts due to the compression of the image.
Nothing is gonna be perfect, you know. Like you can't make a perfectly straight bar.
Come on, you must have something better than this. This can't be your curvature proof.
No, it's pretty
Compressed
solid.
image.
I like this image. I'm gonna stick to this image.
It's not solid at all. What's the observer height?
Is that important?
Yeah, because we'll see if that horizon that you're seeing is a geometric curved horizon like you're claiming.
Okay. So how would it not be a geometric
globe model?
Interesting.
Well, because it have to be what distance is the horizon there? How far away is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
I'm sure you know it.
Geometric horizon then. Well, you're claiming that's a curve of Earth, aren't you?
But it's a bit like asking me what age the person was who made the photograph. Like, I don't know.
Well, if your argument was depending on knowing the age of the person who took the photograph, then maybe, but it's not. Your argument's depending on that being a geometric horizon, meaning it would have to geometrically conform to the globe model, which is why you would have to know these numbers. See if it does.
No, it's just pretty straightforward. It's just the image of the horizon, and it's pretty clearly curved. So
yeah, because you compress the image.
Yeah, but the reference bars are clearly not curved. So
it's a round lens, and you're compressing the image. You're gonna have lens.
No, but the reference bars are not curved. You see that, right?
Yeah, they are. They're going all over the place.
They are not curved the same way the horizon is curved, which would happen if you had this kind of distortion
on the lens is going in different directions. Lens distortion.
So the lens can differentiate between the objects, and then it curves them in different directions.
It's going to distort them per the lens that you're using.
I see. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Whatever. I lost again. I lost my third debate today. Oh no.
Well, I mean, this is like 7 years old or something now. I mean, I can't believe you'd still be using this.
You are one severely confused individual.
How so?
No, the flat earther called me that. I wouldn't insult you like that. Never.
So, if that's the curvature that you're seeing, where has that been measured?
Now you're asking the location? It's like asking me for the age. Like, I don't know.
No. Like, where's the curvature actually been measured from point to point, not just speculated on with a compressed image?
I mean, that's kind of the beautiful thing. This is not a measurement. It's just.
I know. That's why I'm saying for your claim to be true, this would have to be the curvature, and for that to be true, you'd have to know that exists. So we need a measurement of it for you to then say, look, this compressed image is showing that curvature which has been measured. Otherwise, you don't even have that point.
I've kind of often heard the argument that you don't want people to demonstrate like complex calculations or anything. You just
No, we
want to
just
see
want to beg the
something
question.
hands-on yourself. You want to see the proof. I'm showing you
want to
something
see-
very, very
Right.
straightforward. There's no calculation needed for this. Like, you can just look. You know.
We just don't want you to beg the question and say this is curvature when you don't even know that curvature exists yet. You haven't seen a measurement of it.
Well, it doesn't look very flat to me, so that's kind of awkward.
Nothing in the image looks flat, dude, right? Look, even the horizon, right? It just looks like it's sloping down towards the left, right? That doesn't match what you should see in this, right? It can be pincushion distortion, barrel distortion, right? Due to a whole bunch of factors, right? You haven't accounted for any of these. In fact, you don't even know if that's the true horizon you're looking at. Right? Much of the time when you're looking out at the horizon, you're looking at an inferior mirage type situation where you've got total internal reflection, and the horizon that you're seeing isn't even the true horizon. I can show you many examples of that, right? There's no object out there to test whether that's the true horizon you're looking at, right? I can show you an image where there's a floating boat, right? And then I can Photoshop out the image, right? And then a global would say, oh, look, that's the horizon, right? But have a look at the true image where there's a boat there as a reference. Oh, you'll find out, oh, wow, it's not actually the true horizon. It's just a mirage. But there's so many factors here, right? And once again, like Cyclone said, you have no evidence that this is actually a horizon that has anything to do with a spherical Earth, right? You guys don't have any evidence to show that that exists in the first place. We have countless amounts of evidence that debunk that. Right, but you don't have any counter evidence or counter explanations that you can back up.
I love the compressed image of the rulers. That's genius.
Yeah. Just ignore everything I just said.
I did listen to you, but I already made the point multiple times that I'm not proving the globe here. Like,
Of course you're not. No one is.
I was just
That's
kind of
That's our whole point. No, none of
showing you. I was just
proving it.
showing you curvature, you know. But like,
No, we're just showing you your religion, which is what you're admitting to. You just said, I'm not proving the globe. You're just asserting your belief in it with ridiculous images like this. Hey, Spice T, do you still believe that Americans went and played golf on the moon?
I do think so. Yeah. I mean, I would honestly kind of not be surprised if it was fake, but
Really? Wow.
it would have made sense for the USA to fake it, economically speaking. You know, there's nothing to gain from going to the moon. Like, they're just like, wow, there's sand here. We wasted billions so we can like
So
stand on the rocks.
is that what makes you believe it? This notion in your head that you just said?
What makes me believe it?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, you believe that people went and played golf on the moon. That's a pretty ridiculous claim. Why do you believe it?
Did I say that?
Yeah, you just said you believe it.
I said people played golf on the moon?
Yeah, I asked you, do you still believe that Americans went and played golf on the moon? And you said, yeah.
I never. Okay, I didn't hear that part, but
Well, that's part of what they claimed to do when they went to the moon, right?
oh sure, like yeah,
So you do believe it.
yeah. I mean, I do believe it. Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's fake, but
Like,
yeah.
what makes you believe it?
I mean, it's an impressive thing to accomplish, but it's not impossible, right? And the US is pretty advanced in like their
I'm saying
technology.
it's not impossible. Why would that be a reason for you to believe it? It's like saying you can believe in Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster because it's not impossible.
Well, there's not there's not an entire nation dedicated to proving to me that Bigfoot exists. You know.
Well, no one proved to you that they played golf on the moon. You've just believed the story. You didn't even know about it until I told you about it 2 seconds ago, and you already believe it.
If you tell me that that's part of the activities, then why would I like debate you on this just because I haven't heard of it?
Yeah, it's not why would you. It's like you're asking, why would I not believe immediately any ridiculous claim made to me by the government?
But the
because
golf
you could
the
be
golf
a
part is
thinking
completely
human
irrelevant.
being.
The golf part is completely irrelevant to the point. You know.
No, not really. It highlights how ridiculous the story is.
They were just proud of being on the moon, man. And golf is very American, so why not?
Yeah, so what evidence did they give you?
I don't know. I think people have seen the flag themselves, right? From Earth.
Oh, have they?
Wait,
Is that
let me
another
check.
story you've heard?
Who saw the flag?
Let's see. Space.com. That's awesome. I'm sure that's great.
Base.com saw the flag, did they?
That's just a source for something. Apollo moon landing, flag still standing, photos reveal. Oh, let me.
Well, propaganda.com is telling me that the propaganda is true, so why would it not be?
Look, this is an awesome image, isn't it?
What's that an image of?
Well, presumably the landing parts of like the of the moon lander, just the legs.
Is that, how do you know that?
It does look like something that was placed there, doesn't it? Not like.
And how do you know that's an image of the actual moon?
Well, I didn't make this image, so yeah. Obviously, you can refute anything I tell you by just saying you haven't touched it yourself.
We don't even need to refute it. We just need to point out that you have no reason to believe it, other than you have an emotional desire to believe it. That's all we need to highlight.
Yo, the Turkish went to the moon? That's crazy. Look at this.
So do you just believe everything you read immediately? Is that how you operate?
Yes.
Good luck with that. So you're not a very skeptical person, then? Quite naive.
Well, there's just... I would demonstrate a lack of skepticism if I was to believe something conspiracy YouTubers would tell me without...
You do. You immediately believe that they played golf on the moon because...
Without questioning how the entire body of scientists operates, and also how different political interest groups operate. Like, there would be no reason for all of them to conspire against me.
No, you just demonstrate your lack of
Earth is a globe, even though it's not,
No,
so,
you just
I do in fact apply my skepticism and realize that it doesn't make sense.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because anything they tell you, anything NASA tell you, you will believe.
Hey, Spice.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question, man.
Okay.
Keeping it on the ground, keeping it geometric. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can I build 100 miles of straight level pipe?
Sure, why not? I mean, you probably don't have that much pipe, to be honest, but...
100 miles of pipe?
Are you ready to lay down some serious... I mean, you have that much pipe? I doubt it.
I got a lot of pipe, baby, but that's a different story. Listen, I'm asking you if you can construct 100 miles of straight level pipe.
Yeah, why not?
Can you construct 1,000 miles of straight level pipe?
Sure. I mean, as long as you want to go.
What's level? What's level?
It's in a straight line, not bending, not curving.
On your globe, level is a straight line?
Yeah, I mean, look, you didn't specify that you want to go along the surface of Earth or anything. Like, you can.
Yeah, with a pipe.
You're gonna struggle laying down your pipe along the surface of Earth for thousands of miles without any curvature. That's not gonna work.
So your answer is no.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
cannot
backtracking
construct. You cannot construct straight level pipe over a certain distance.
Yeah, but you keep forgetting that the specification, If you really want to
Straight.
like stay on like, let's say, the ocean surface, then it's not gonna work. But if you just want to create a straight pipe, you can go as long as you want,
No, and level. I can run a spirit level down the whole top of it, and it'll match a water level.
Have you ever laid down that much pipe?
That's not the question. I'm asking
I
you
mean,
if
I
it's
don't know.
possible.
Yeah, I've answered. Like, I'm just wondering where this is going.
I am too, man.
Well, if you were
In
using
your
a spirit
world, I'm
to
asking
test for
you.
levelness, then it would be curving with the Earth, because the spirit level is only adjudicating level for that local area. So if you went down the whole pipe with your spirit level, then yes, it would be level, and yes, it would be curving.
It would be level. Straight pipe would be curving. You're telling me.
Oh, it would look straight to you. But yes,
No,
it
it's
would be
straight.
curving
No,
over the
no,
whole
it's
distance
no,
of
sir.
1,000 miles. There would be a subtle curve.
No, sir. It's milled completely straight into 10-foot steel sections, completely straight.
Oh, you're
Interlocking.
saying the pipe is straight. You're not.
Yeah, straight pipe. I thought I said that.
Well, you said construct. So I mean, yeah, if it's a completely straight pipe over 1,000 miles, then it is going to deviate from the surface.
So you're saying straight level pipe has a limit to how straight and level it can be in a distance.
Right, it wouldn't be level at that point.
Okay, at what point would we start seeing that?
You'd probably start seeing it deviate from level. I mean, within. If it was a completely straight pipe, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but I'd say within 100 feet.
Wow, interesting. So we can't lay more than 100 feet of straight pipe and it'd be level, huh?
Perfectly level?
Yeah, level.
Maybe not.
Perfectly level, because anything out of perfect level is not level.
Well, yeah, if it's perfectly level, then it's not going to be perfectly straight if it has any kind of distance to it. But if it does have some distance to it and it's perfectly straight, then wherever you initially started it from, this level is going to start to deviate as you progress.
Audience, do you hear these boys? These hairless boys. Okay? 100 feet of straight pipe cannot be level, they say. So if I put more than 100 feet of level straight pipe together, which happens all the time, straight level pipe, it'll hold water level inside of it. Yeah. See, this is where you go seriously wrong with your conceptions and your pompousness. Because truthfully, on the baseline of everything you're talking about, the conception that you're proposing is truly silly, unused, unseen, never done, not practical, ever.
I mean that is practical. You could even take the Earth out of the equation and just say you're building on something that's slightly curved, over a long distance, and you would see that, even though it looks straight to you, by whether it's somebody that told you, whoever constructed the building site that you're on is saying that, this looks curved, but this looks straight, but there's a slight curve. You're not going to notice that curve until you build something exactly straight.
I hear what you're saying. The ingredients of this is straight pipe. physically straight, unwavering from straight. Then we're going to level the straight pipe. It's going to match the water level all the way down. As long as you want to make it, it's going to match this water level. I can run this straight pipe coast to coast in America, 2,800 miles. I can run it alongside of I-20. Okay? 6 feet in the air, straight pipe, level. Put water in it, it'll be level too. That's what level is, water level. That water level is true level. That's how we know what level is. We have to ask water. Yeah. For vertical, we ask the plumb bob, the weighted line. We ask the earth what the perpendicular is. Then we start building. The perpendicular doesn't waver in its horizontal vectors or its vertical vectors.
Correct.
All of its horizontal vectors are parallel. Same with its verticals. That's why we can run 2,800 miles of straight pipe level with no curvature and no water current inside the pipe.
Think about the deviation first. It's for the 60 nautical miles, it's 1 degree turn. Do you think you can notice that even with tolerances, manufacturing tolerances, then measurement tolerances? You wouldn't notice that. It's not.
You would notice
1 degree for how many miles? Did you just say 1 degree per 60?
Yeah, it's basically like the turn rate, right? 1 degree equals 60 nautical miles.
Okay, then I was completely wrong. I did say I was guessing though. I'd say you'd notice maybe at 100 feet, but if what he just said is true, it's only 1 degree per 60 miles, then no. I mean, 100 feet wouldn't even be close to being able to see that deviation.
So the United States is 2,800 miles, coast to coast. What kind of arc are we looking at here?
So 2,800 miles. So take that 2,800 miles, divide it by 60, and there should be 1 degree per what Lautrec is saying. Should be 1 degree per that 60 miles. So that's gonna be very it's gonna be some degrees there.
Sure will, won't it? Little frowny face, won't it?
Yeah, let me see if I can grab my calculator real quick.
No, you need to really think about this, because 2,800 miles tucks up real close to the radius of the globe Earth.
That'd be 46.5 degrees
of straight pipe bending.
What? No, wait. How many miles is US?
That's
the
not
circumference is 25,000.
It doesn't work that way. It's not that way. It's why it doesn't work that way. The way it works is straight pipe is straight pipe. And if it's level, it doesn't waver. Way off into the distance, way past the horizon. Level and straight. Beautiful. And there's nothing you can do about it. Is there?
Well, what do you mean by that? There's nothing you can do about it.
I mean, there's nothing you can counter with.
About straight pipe?
Being level for such a distance.
Well, yeah, I would agree that it's a level, but I would disagree that it's perfectly straight.
It's straight pipe. And it's level.
I mean, you can't manufacture something that long that there's no way to get that tolerance there. You're gonna have to have interlocking sections of those of that pipe, and at those interlocking sections, there's gonna be some tolerance of deviation. It has to move. They have to. It has to go to the earth.
You ever seen big boy pipelines?
No, not up close.
No. So When I say straight, I mean straight, milled
You're
straight.
talking
talking
like
about-
oil
I'm talking about
oil pipelines, like the guys and the welding guys out there.
steel pipe, man. Okay, it's not going to bend. Yeah, they do interlock because that's the way it works.
I mean, just being in the sun, the steel bends. I mean,
No.
the pipe being in the sun is going to expand.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's not going to follow this curve you need. It's not going to follow this curve you need. Neither will the water that's inside of it.
Yeah, but in reality, pipe isn't built that straight and laid down. There's always topography. You have to go around stuff. You always go for the easier, cheapest route. The goal isn't to make it as straight as possible in reality. So that's just a mind experiment of yours.
No, it's not really. Of course, there's topography. You can bypass topography. You can go straight through it, level. Absolutely. No problemo. Peaks and valleys, straight through it, level. Horizontal. Zero. Do you young men understand that?
Yeah.
Slope intercept. You understand the concept of slope intercept?
Y equals mx plus b.
Do you know what that means in practical application with peaks and valleys off of
That's
zero?
The point at
level
which the
level.
line intersects the slope.
That's correct. You have an orienting line. Zero. Because below that, it's a valley. Above that, it's peak. Altitude and depth. There's no curve.
If you go along a pipe and you always, like, you put a compass on it and it always shows east to west. So that's also a straight line, right? So you could say, oh, it's always straight, it's always straight. And then after a while you noticed you went in a circle, you made a turn. Because east to west on the same latitude makes a circle. So locally, you measure a tangent, you got a straight line. For long enough
Oh,
distance,
that's
you make a turn.
That's a good point, Lowcrack. I've never thought about it that way.
Are you telling me that straight pipe would bend again?
Now he's saying what to you would seem like a straight path that you're traveling in is actually a circle.
Yeah, that's east to west from a center point.
Yeah.
Yeah, now put it in another
That's
dimension.
the real equidistant from the center point, yeah. So what? We're talking about the grid, the perpendicular. Got nothing to do with east or west, nor a center point, nor a circle. It's a grid, perpendicular. It's how you get true square. Square and true, those are real words. True level, a real word. Why is this so hard?
Well, figuring out the real world isn't easy. Things are counterintuitive.
Not really. Some things are very objective, solid, sure footing.
Yeah, you want to make it easy. It's easier that way. Well, there was a senator trying to legislate that pi should be 3.14 exactly that number.
I thought pi like went on almost to an infinity or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Does pi go to infinity, or does it actually have a terminating digit?
Hello, everybody.
So I remember some people used to like try to impress you, like, oh, I know 26 digits of pi. It's like, okay, memorize 26 numbers.
Well, there's some guy out there now who can recite it for hours.
Hours? That's a lot more than
Yeah, I'll find
26.
the video.
So it is infinite, huh?
No, he quit, and he didn't quit at the end. He broke the record. And he had enough.
There must be some sort of repetitive. There must be some sort of rhyme to the numbers to be able to do it that long, because you can't memorize that many numbers. So there must be some sort of pattern. Is the word pattern?
No, it'd have to be a non-pattern. So you'd have to stay away from patterns.
What?
It's an irrational number.
You have to stay away from patterns. You can't repeat. You can't have sequences the same. So it has to be you have to just remember that. Don't say that same thing I said like fucking 10 minutes ago. You know.
Oh, with pi, so there can't be any pattern.
That's what I've heard. That's what I'm told.
No, irrational numbers don't have patterns.
I just can't. I can't believe that this man is sitting there for hours just going off numbers. There's no way. There's no way you can remember hours of numbers. That's so many numbers.
What do you mean there's no way? You clearly just said there's people that do it.
Yeah, and I just clearly said I don't believe it.
So you don't believe what you see with your own eyes?
I haven't seen it.
So why are you saying that people do it then?
Okay, well, let me show you some pictures of space, Yapper. Let me show you some pictures from the ISS. You gonna tell me you don't believe what you see with your own eyes?
Let me see your movie sets.
Yeah?
What are you going to show me?
with your own eyes?
Go, show something. Show something. I'll tear it to shreds right now. Go. I'll make you look like an idiot. Go post something.
Who are you talking to?
You. Obviously. You, bro. Who else
I thought you might have been talking to the other guy. Yapper.
No, dude. You're saying, what are you going to show? You think that's the curvature of the Earth you're seeing from the ISS?
No, I was calling bullshit on some dude sitting there reciting pi for hours, and then Yapper down here is like, what, you gonna not believe what you see with your own face? And I'm like, okay, Yapper, how about I show you some Earth from the space station?
Yeah, that's completely different.
No, it's not.
And it's ridiculous what you're claiming.
Oh my god, like he couldn't be reading the numbers off screen, he couldn't have some way to...
No, there's people who take this very seriously, and there's they set up a very controlled environment, and it's taken seriously.
There's people who memorize the Quran. Does that mean that they're reading off some script?
Recite the Quran, the entire thing.
I know each peach, pear, plum off by heart from reading it to my little sisters over and over again.
Okay, well, I mean, that makes even more sense because, for one, you're reading words and words have meanings. Okay, you're talking about somebody sitting there for hours just reciting numbers. Just 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 1, 3, 8452 just for hours? No, dude. No.
You know what he could be doing is pi's calculated either through an infinite series or something else, so maybe he's doing split-second calculations in his head as he's repeating it or saying it. But you'd have to have very good arithmetic for that.
Well, I stand by my original claim, and I'm claiming bullshit on that.
Ask Matthew Learns, dude. He'll tell you.
Tell me what.
Dude, about pi. He's the professor.
You say that like sarcastically, like he's not, or something.
I'm not.
Okay.
I know he's the professor.
Not the professor, he's just a professor of math. Why are you bringing it up?
He wouldn't know he's asked for my pipe wrench. Sorry, that was a very bad QE impression. He's going to take some practice.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty bad.
Or T-Dub. I think that's T-Dub.
That was T-Dub.
Hello, T-Dub.
Stop.
And Blue Sniffer.
What? Who said glue sniffer?
Thought we were impersonating QE.
Why are you impersonating QE, dude?
I thought T-Dub started.
Yeah, he's on here now. I need to impersonate him. Jeez.
Yeah, if you miss him that much, he'll be here probably soon. He's usually here every day now.
Just fucking dominates the conversation. Nobody can say shit because he's like all over it.
Well, he's not. It's not that he's dominating the conversation. He's dominating the Globers and their ridiculous belief system.
Citation. Actually, that would be wrong, Yapperino. Let me tell you why. Quote from Einstein.
Yeah, Einstein, bro.
Yuri is one of the guys who says that you can't get an angle of a curve, but radius hits the circumference at 90 degrees. So there's your angle to a curve.
No, between two lines where one or more of the lines are curved.
Yeah, radius of a circle meets the circumference, or even if it goes through it, it's at 90 degrees. You can measure it.
You can measure the curve?
You can measure the angle between the radius and the circle.
What does that mean? The angle between the radius and the circle. What circle?
The point.
Imagine a
Point.
pizza.
Oh.
Imagine cutting a pizza.
What is he talking, like a circular cross section?
Yeah. Like imagine a pizza, you cut it again. Now you got four slices. Look at one of those slices. Take one of those slices out. Well, now what do you got?
Okay. Yeah.
What do you got?
Measure the
What do you
angle
got?
between the radius.
What do you got when you take that slice out?
You have a slice, dude. That's what you have.
Now look at your circle. What's missing?
The slice that you just cut.
Mm-hmm.
That's an angle between two radii, not one and something else.
No, I meant differently. I meant a line from the center to the circumference. That's the radius. And it meets the circumference at 90 degrees. And if it would cross it, you've got a straight line, the longer version of the radius, and the curve, the circumference.
I don't know. You'd have to like show us a diagram or something.
Yeah, draw it on MS Paint, dude. You're confusing me.
Lautrec, you really need to fix that mic, dude.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also only on 5% battery, so I gotta go. Sorry.
No worries, man.
I thought I understood what he was saying. The center point of a sphere, take a line from that to the outer circumference. Take another point straight. You're measuring the angle. Be a 90 degree angle.
To do what?
You'd have to imagine that there's another line coming from the other point back to the center of, and it's begging the question anyway.
What are you trying to do with all that?
Measure an angle.
You're trying to say
So
that
what?
the arc section or segment of that, between the 2 points on the edge on the circumference of the circle is indicative of an angle, right? Could be represented
crust?
by an angle.
The crust, the arc has an angle. The arc itself has an angle.
Right. That would be the degrees in between the two lines.
From the center point.
Right.
And we're trying. Is this celestial navigation?
No, some guy's saying you can prove the Earth is a ball by apparently taking degrees between two radii or something. I don't know.
I don't think that's what he's saying. He really takes exception to people saying that you can't get an angle measurement from a curved surface.
Is the curve the baseline of the angle?
In what he was describing, which I'm not even sure I really understand what he was saying, but yeah.
Well, curve.
No, it's not.
What's the baseline?
There wouldn't be one. Just two lines from a central point extending out to the edge of a circumference.
So the arc, we can just throw the crust away. It's got nothing to do with this angle. Is that correct?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm just asking. I mean, where it was going with the arc. I mean, where does the arc come into play if the angle's from the center point?
I'm not sure. He was kind of hard to understand too. His mic was a little bit messed up. He sounded pretty intelligent to me, though. I think I was kind of following what he was saying.
Well, then tell us. I mean, what is he saying?
No, I mean I understood it about as well as T-Dub just explained it. I couldn't answer it any further than that.
I mean, what sounded so intelligent?
Just the way he spoke.
You mean articulate?
Yeah, he was articulate.
Did it make sense?
Yeah, right.
What?
Huh?
Well, I mean, I don't understand where it starts to make sense. What he's saying, an angle. You're talking about getting an angle and a curve, right?
That's what he was talking about, yeah.
And this is to prove that there's a curved surface?
I don't know if he's trying to prove about a curved surface. You know how, like, I don't know, you kind of get off topic or out in the weeds. You're not directly talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth. You're just kind of talking about, like, it could be the meaning of a word, like
Got it.
evidence versus proof, things like that. Or, you know, talking about the word articulate, whatever. I don't know. Hey, he left now, anyways.
He blew smoke up your ass.
I mean, that's what my radar's picking up.
Damn, all I said was he seemed like he was an intelligent guy. You seem intelligent too, Ox, Roto Ox. It wasn't that
and
big
all
of
I
a deal.
said was what you interpreted as being intelligent was him blowing smoke up your ass. That's all I said.
Maybe it's just the Swedish accent. If you talk like this, you sound intelligent.
No, it wasn't his accent. It's the way he was describing, like taking a measurement. It made sense.
Okay.
A lot of times people come on here, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, you just told us you didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
You said you didn't even know the context in which he was and what he brought it up about. Hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and listen.
So you can add him to the list of people that you didn't know what they were even talking about.
No, I was following what he was saying most of the time.
But you didn't know the point he was making.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how it was like.
So add him to the list of people that you don't know what they're even talking about.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about some bullshit. So shut up.
No, you shut up.
Oh, damn, bro. Did you hear that? He just told you to shut up, dude.
Yeah. After all I did was repeat his own words that he didn't even know what he was talking about. Shut up. He was articulate.
That's fucking
Mushkin,
horrible.
how could you say that to him, dude? What if you hurt his feelings?
This impersonation is offensive.
Shall I go on?
No.
Probably because you realized how accurate it was while you took offense to it.
No, not accurate at
I
all.
like that guy. I like what that guy was saying. What was he saying? I don't know. But I was impressed by how he said it.
He was saying you can take a fucking angle from a circle. That's what he was saying, and he was describing how you do it. You take the intersection of 2 points on the circumference. That's what he was fucking saying.
Okay, now how does it relate to the topic of the channel? Was he talking about all Earth? You don't know.
Yeah, I came into the conversation.
Okay, so add him to the list of the people that you don't know what they were talking about. That's all I'm saying.
No, well,
The angle's at the angle's at the vertex anyway, which is the middle point, isn't it? 2 straight lines from the middle point, correct?
Yeah.
There's your angle. Got nothing to do with the arc, so we can throw the crust away. Is what I was saying. What are you saying about it?
Throw the crust
He doesn't
away. What do
know.
you mean by that?
The arc of the pizza that you paralleled. You said it's like a pizza, right? But the
Yeah,
angles from the center points got nothing to do with the arc, does it?
yeah. What do you mean it doesn't have anything to do with the arc?
What's an angle? Two straight lines meeting at a vertex, correct?
Okay. What's your point?
Okay. My point is, where the two straight lines meet are at the center point. There's your angle.
So what?
So it's got nothing to do with an arc.
Yes, it does. That's what makes the arc. You want to make it 180 degrees? It's going to be an even bigger arc. It's going to be double that arc. You want to make it 270?
The arc is not one of the lines of the angle.
So what?
So it's got nothing to do with the angle.
Well, here we go again. Because I don't know what's your fucking point. I don't know what your point is. You're making. I don't know what the fuck his point was. I'm agreeing with you though.
I know, man. Yeah.
Damn.
It'll be all right. Keep coming back.
T-Dub seemed to understand what he was saying better than I did, anyways. So.
Well, you could measure the arc of a surface, right? Of a curved surface. You could have 2 points, and then you could imagine, right, that it's the partial circumference of a circle. You can imagine that. You don't know if it is or not, right? At that point, unless you actually can see the whole thing and you know it's a circle. Yeah, and you could imagine that those 2 points extend downward some way and meet it and intersect, like 2 lines extend down from those 2 points on the curved surface. And then you could give it a radius. You could give it a circumference. You could do all sorts of things mathematically with it, but you'd have to actually make the measurement of the curved surface in the first instance to say, well, it's definitely curving, right?
Well, that's how you would make it, though, from that arc angle, right? From that surface. So if you imagine those 2 lines extending into the center and then going outwards, what you would do would be take a measurement from some point A to some point B that's like so many miles apart, and then measure the zenith of those points. And if you have a radius value, then you can be like, all right, this is the angle that I'll measure because the surface is going to be this arc.
That sounds like just playing around with circles and triangles.
Pretty much.
So it's got no actual link to why you would even be doing that as far as the way the earth presents itself.
Well, no, because I mean it's geometry, so the way you phrased it is kind of. I mean, geometry is.
I mean, I could play with a triangle inside of a square, but there's no reason to do that what on earth would make me want to do that? I mean, so really the whole premise is I'm just going to take a guess. Can I do this? You can do that. Mess with those shapes and do those types of things like you proposed. But I mean, what is it not glaring that the very Earth expresses itself in this perpendicular? I mean, tell me how much that weighs in for you. I mean, or do you understand what I mean by this perpendicular? You know what I'm talking about?
When you say perpendicular?
Yeah. I mean, how the Earth expresses itself perpendicular.
I would I would say it more as we perceive things perpendicular.
So how is that? What are we perceiving?
Or are you talking about the horizon?
Well, yeah, I guess in one way, but that's not the root of it. No.
Okay, well then what are you talking about?
Well, a perpendicular anywhere, a plumb, a weighted line, and a water level. So a spirit level, let's say. Level and plumb, horizontal and vertical. The Earth expresses this balance that can be shown with these two tools.
Okay, but those two tools are working on the exact same principle, and that's the principle of down. That's the vector of down. A water level is using down. A plumb bob is using down. You only get the horizontal from the vertical. If you're making something in a valley, if you're in a city and you have no view of the horizon, then that's the only way to get it is from down. You're gonna drop the bob. You're gonna take it from there. Even a spirit level, that's using down.
Well, down's got nothing to do with it because what you're talking about is vertical and horizontal. We're not talking about any kind of pulling force. We're just talking about the Earth presenting itself as perpendicular. So you're getting perfect 90s here, right? Perfect corners is what the Earth's showing you anywhere that you stand, right? I'm not talking about gravity whatsoever. I'm just talking about the Earth showing this perpendicular every time you ask it.
You're saying you're using that level.
Yeah, level and plumb everywhere.
So down is only in relationship to like a plane. You don't have down on a ball, so you're just helping us out. So yeah, down on a plane. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, vertical is up and down. Horizontal is level. So that's always a perfect 90. So the Earth shows this everywhere. It never not shows that. No matter where you are. Underground, underwater, or high in the air. Right? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying, though? Do you agree with that? Do you see that?
Yeah, you can always, no matter where you are, you can always get your vertical, and then you can get your horizontal from that.
Well, you don't need one for the other. They'll always represent.
If you don't have your vertical and you're in a valley, how are you getting your horizontal?
With a water level.
Dude, this is a non-point. Hold on, Roto. This is a non-point. They are intrinsically linked. How would you describe down? What would you describe down in relationship to?
The acceleration of all things at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No, not all things. Gas doesn't do that. I mean, a helium balloon. What are you talking about?
That has to do with density. Density is the explanation for why.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with density. It is the description of the behavior of gas. It moves freely and randomly in all directions. So everything does not go down. So you're lying, or you don't know any better. I'm teaching you. Oh, you're right. Gas doesn't go down. How about clouds?
There's always the vector of down. Just some things overcome that. Some things aren't affected by it.
Oh, so not everything goes down? So some things, meaning not all things, go down. Yay, we learned something.
Depends on how much mass you have.
How much mass does gas have? What is mass? Why don't you define it? See, we'll just do this 1,000 times over and over and over with you, Mushkane. Or you can just go ahead and say, yeah, you guys are right. There's no such thing as gravity. I don't know what the definition of mass is. Not everything goes down. In fact, I can't even describe down without a horizontal plane. We can do this all day. You can just go ahead and wave the white flag. It's time.
The world is complicated. There's a lot of different things going on. You got to be educated in a lot of different areas to be able to put together, your narrative.
Stop making excuses for yourself. The earth and the world is very simple. Morons have made it complicated, and you're choosing to be on the complicated morons.
Dang, trying to call out the bong.
Fine. Just, dude, you go into La La Land when things get simple. The simpler the question is, the more eager you are to confuse it. Just saying.
Yeah, what when we were talking Mushkin earlier today, you were talking and it had to do with all the reasons the Earth is a globe, which were nothing, like no reasons at all. All of it, or all of it together equals one reason. I'm not trying to. I just remember earlier. What were you talking about?
You said everything's counterintuitive.
Yeah, all of it. Like all of it. Like it's not one thing; it's all the things. I'm trying to remember. You said it a different way than that, though. Did he run off?
No,
He's still there.
Yeah, Crit. I remember talking to you earlier about something. I can't remember though. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. It was just kind of like banter mostly.
Yeah, I think I think we were just bullshitting around. I think I was just joking around with you.
Yeah, you did say something though I thought was a little bit intuitive into like a peek into your worldview. That it's not just one thing. It's all the things, like all of them.
Yeah, it's the totality of things. It's the you gotta assess everything. There's a lot of evidence out there. You gotta sift through it, adjudicate, verify. And some things you're just not qualified to adjudicate or verify, and you gotta accept that and just kind of like, all right, well, move on to something else.
Yeah, just kneel at the altar of the experts.
No, not kneeling at the altar. Just whatever some
Yeah,
things are
just
not your
that.
wheelhouse. Some mathematical things, I don't know how to do. I mean, I took algebra and calculus, but that was a long time ago. I couldn't pass a fucking calculus test right now, so there's a lot of shit that goes over my head.
Well, you know what a ball is.
So, ball is a regular shape. There's ball math. There's math based on balls. There's math based on balls. You
Now,
can
all you have to figure out
take
is the ground you
the
stand upon a
circumference of a
ball.
ball from shadows. If you do have a ball, if indeed you do have a ball, you can get the circumference of that ball from shadows. That is ball math.
How would you do that?
Yeah, if. Yeah, you started with the same if the Eratosthenes started with.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm just saying that's ball math.
Yeah.
Yeah, how you got to make it locally flat to do that, so that's not ball math.
No, you don't make it locally flat. There's ball math where you can take two obelisks, place them on whatever ball you have, take a light, shine it on that ball, and then you can get the circumference of that ball.
Yeah, we know that, dude, right? But you could, if you'd made the same assumption that he made, right, on a flat surface, you could work out the circumference of your flat surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can toss that one out.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it proves the Earth. I'm just saying there is ball math that works like that.
You missed it. You can manipulate the height and size of the light source to get whatever result you want. That was a magic trick. That's how this Eratosthenes showcased a ball, because he wanted to be a ball, because that was his religion. His religion was a giant ball being held up by Atlas. He didn't really give a shit about the math or the angles or anything. He just said, watch what I can do here. I can turn this flat Earth, this observably, measurably, practically used Earth, into a ball by just manipulating the distance to the sun. And he fucked it up, because in his religion, the sun was a ball of light being dragged around by Apollo in a chariot, in a golden chariot.
Eratosthenes was Roman?
Greek. He was Greek. Apollo is also a Roman god, I think. That it's one of the gods that went.
He's the sun god?
Yeah, like the sun god. Of music and art and men.
So that's what he was trying to figure out. He was a Greek and they worshiped the sun god, so he's like, let me figure out about the or no, you're saying he's manipulating the sun god, so you think he was like trying to take over God?
Fuck me.
There's no primary evidence at all that he even existed, right? Some people say it might be like a combination of works by different scholars. Like there's no like place Eratosthenes wrote his math down, that anyone was ever able to verify. Some people speculate it might have just been passed on by word of mouth, right? They have no idea. He wasn't even spoken about for hundreds of years, until hundreds of years later.
Yeah, well, other people have done it. I mean, and the thing is, the ball math does work out, but that doesn't mean it has to be a ball. But it just fits within, like, I think 10% is what they get, which is pretty close.
Have you ever checked that anyone else did it before? I hear people globally say that, and then I say, like, have you ever checked who else did it? And none of them ever provided anything.
Yeah, I think most of us have seen the video. It's the guy. He goes to Canada and he finds a really flat road and he rides his bicycle and he's got his friend and he radios when he gets to his destination on his bike. Then they measure the shadows. Dude on YouTube.
Wow.
Everybody's seen it.
It sounds like a Martin Short skit.
Yeah, why'd they use his bike?
Because he's a biker.
So the bike was what? What did the bike do for him?
He just enjoys biking. He's like one of those guys that bikes everywhere.
Okay, so that was completely irrelevant then, the bike part?
I mean, yeah, that's just how he got around.
If he would, that's what I'm saying. So why even throw that in there? Why does that matter?
Because in the YouTube thumbnail, he's sitting there holding the bike up, and like the sun is behind him, and it's like the silhouette of him holding the bike up. So if you say the bike dude, everybody knows instantly what video you're talking about. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that
okay,
guy.
it's like a marketing. It was like a marketing ploy.
It was pretty. I mean, it's just that's how you remember the video. Whenever somebody brings that video up, they're like the bike dude.
So you have a guy from ancient Greece and two Canadian bikers.
Yeah, do you remember at the end of the video he got the wrong answer and he's got like all this chalk that he drew it all out on the asphalt of the parking lot? Do you remember watching that? Did you watch it? Did you even watch it, dude? I'd be surprised if you watched the whole thing. Because the video is like 30 minutes, isn't it? It's kind of a long one. I mean, for a globalist mind frame, anyway.
Ah, fuck, Craig, come on, man.
No, I mean, generally globalists want like that shorts, a YouTube short. That's about as much content you can get them to pay attention to.
Yeah. Well, if it's not on TikTok, then I ain't watching it. So.
It's kind of like all flat Earth evidence and arguments have to be shown alongside Subway Surfer. Otherwise, the globalists just can't do it.
Subway Surfer. I don't know that reference.
All right, how about now? Am I coming through? Okay, so if you're going to use the thing you said earlier, the totality, right? Like all of it, like all the evidence, all the facts, all the data, it all drives to one conclusion. How come you don't do that when something sticks out, like that doesn't match, it doesn't add up? Like you're
No, it's totality, Chris. It's everything. So there's no exception here.
No, you got the bike, dude, in Eratosthenes. That's out. You know that's out, right?
No, everything's in.
no, that's
Everything's
out.
in.
That's out.
It's in.
Okay, because you can create the same effect by manipulating the size and distance of the light source, and your bike, dude, got the
that's in there
wrong
too.
answer.
See, you're just putting more. You're just exposing more stuff. Is what you're doing.
Hey, you're a pile of bullshit. Would you call the two Canadian guys on bikes and sticks riding around their results? Would you find that to be counterintuitive or just regular old intuitive?
I would call it intuitive at this point. It would be intuitive for
Well,
his
you know, a lot of things need to be interpreted under the idea that counterintuitive is the way to go. You do know that, right? Someone told me that about 45 minutes ago.
Some things are counterintuitive.
Some things, okay, yeah, that I would agree
But
with you there.
everything's in, so I don't know what Crit's talking about. Everything's in. It's all at play.
You know, I would say that there's probably more people who ride a bike all the time are doing it out of necessity more than just sheer enjoyment of bike riding.
Yeah, if people are riding
the times of my life where I rode my bike everywhere, it was because at that point in time, that was just logistically what was doing it. I wasn't.
Well, you're talking about bike boys, though. That's like 12 o'clock boys. Those kind of boys,
Well, those guys, those guys who are wearing spandex and pretending they're in the Tour de France, they look more as if they're suffering a mental illness than enjoying bike riding. Spraying water in their faces, getting aggressive with the cars. I mean, anyone who enters a road with moving vehicles, they're playing some kind of game. I know it's the law in a lot of places, but anyways. But that's just another thing that's maybe counterintuitive. That people who are solely bike riders aren't doing it just out of enjoyment.
No, they're trying to prove a point. It's like even more hardcore than
I guess
vegan.
when we're talking about those guys, yes, I agree with you there. Those guys are trying to prove some sort of point.
Like, fuck you, man. I'm suffering out here pedaling. You're in your bitch ass car. You're probably a piece of shit.
They're not suffering. They think they're. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of different types of bike riders. Anyways, I just think it's weird. You have a Greek guy, two guys on bikes, and these are the things that keep. The idea that we're on a globe, living on a globe, seems very important to you, and then you have an ancient guy who predates Christ, and two guys in Canada with sticks riding around. It's weird. No offense.
Well, you act like I'm responsible for these things. Like I'm just an observer.
Well, you bring them up.
So they're
I'm observing that you brought them up.
I didn't bring them up. I think Crit brought it up.
Yeah, you started talking about shadows, interpreting shadows.
Crit brought up Eratosthenes. I didn't even know he was Greek. I was like, is he Roman? And then Crit went off on Apollo.
It started before Eratosthenes' name. Anyways, Mush King. I don't know, dude. It's just weird. It's like you had this. There's this vibe that it's very and very important to you that it's a globe, but everything you tell us about it being a globe, it doesn't hold much water. I mean, you even sort of, after a while, you're kind of like, yeah, I guess, I don't get this, and we have to just appeal to people the experts who would know, and yeah, it's life. C'est la vie.
In some aspects, yeah. Yeah, some aspects.
You're hearing an awful lot. Yeah, you're hearing an awful lot to. It's either like you would lose the sense of importance that it's a globe, or you would come up with better evidence that it's a globe. But it's just neither.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. Unless you're hiding unless your words aren't matching what you're thinking in your brain. Huh. I guess it is ridiculous. I just brought up two Canadian bike riders.
Again, I didn't bring it up.
Okay, whatever. But the whole shadows thing, you did start that whole thing.
Yes, I said that you can measure a sphere with a certain type of ball math that uses shadows. Yes, I said that.
I mean, I agree. The whole presentation of the globe, my entire life, there's a shock and awe value to it, where it's like, whoa. But then when it's you take it apart piece by piece and look at all the things that when it just all hundreds of these things that get thrown at you at once, each one of them though, there's nothing to them. How did you find, you've been here a while, but how did you even start, how long have you even been into the topic?
So I found out about this Discord, like Halloween, right around Halloween last year. So like 5 months ago.
So this Discord is the only time that you knew this was even being discussed.
Yeah, I didn't know that this was being discussed like this.
Okay, well, it's a little bit weird to try and have to solve it on the fly, and I was being rough with you earlier, and I'm an a-hole sometimes, most of the time. But you know, it does take bravery to have this discussion on the fly when you basically just found out about it. When people hear, I mean, I'll speak for myself. I knew something was rotting in Denmark decades ago. You know, I was looking at the outer space story and the images of Earth, and I saw them sort of, even before the whole flat Earth conundrum, they had started backing off of a lot of these images, and they started recategorizing them as these are no longer photos, these are just images. NASA image credit, NASA. And a lot of them are, if you've been in I don't know, I guess this is outer space is a little different than flat Earth, but yeah, so I don't know what your intentions are, if you're actually trying to figure out if what you were told is real, good on you. But if you're defending the globe with like enthusiasm, yeah, every time one of these, I don't know, the arguments, do any of these globe arguments raise any red flags to you?
Globe arguments that raise red flags.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to be okay with the sticks and shadows.
I hear people coming here with bullshit all the time. The sticks and shadows isn't necessarily bullshit, but it's not a definitive proof of curvature or the shape of the Earth at all, because it is possible in flat Earth too.
So, correct. So why is that in the lore? Why is that something that requires an assumption to begin with? Why is that in the lore of why Earth is globe?
Because when you take the measurement, if you do assume a distant sun and parallel rays, then the results are
so it's a stack of assumptions.
Well, yeah. That's why I say it's not definitive proof.
Is the entire lore just one big assumption?
No. But a lot of parts of it do have assumptions. Yeah.
And that doesn't raise a red flag?
No. Like I said, it's not definitive proof. That is the red flag. It's like, okay, that's
where
nice.
Is the definitive proof? When's that coming? When's that part of the parade?
Say it again.
When is the definitive proof coming? When part of the parade is that?
Okay, this is my personal opinion. Again, I'm not a fucking
Well, I'm not just
scientist. So.
talking about you. I'm talking about everyone. When is someone going to come up with something that doesn't require a stack of assumptions? Not just talking about you.
Well,
I had the same story that required all these. Well, I don't know, man. Just if you're really trying to figure this out, good on you. And you, relatively speaking, you just found out. I mean, Halloween feels like, yeah, it was a little while ago, but a lot of people out there still have some Halloween candy floating around. The stuff they didn't want to eat. Some raisins or something. So yeah, you just I don't know, man. You seem real proud of the globe, and I get it. I was proud of it too. I was proud of outer space.
Oh no, I have no sense of pride about the globe. I'm not married to the idea.
Yeah, but it's embedded in your subconscious. It's
Oh yeah, it's been embedded in all of our.
There's no way around that.
Yeah, I don't deny that.
I mean, it's everyone. That's how it exists. Is it was implanted early in our life, and everyone just kind of goes with it. It's weird.
Yeah, society must have been a. Well, we know it was a lot different, but that also to take that into account that space wasn't a thing. It was just like God. Like God is real. Now we live in a world where no, God is fake.
Well, that's better than people saying they see something that's hundreds of light years away. That's insane.
But then a lot of people will say, but when God is real, then you got all the sacrifices and the killing and all that. But then it's like, well, when God is fake, we also have it wars. So I don't know. You get it either way, really. So flat Earth or round Earth, there's going to be killing.
Well, no offense, but duh.
What don't you like about the just acknowledging the nature of water argument, Mushkane? Is that too simple? Because that was something that wasn't controversial prior to this whole flat Earth thing.
I don't disagree with you about the nature of water.
Well, they say the Earth, though, is covered at its surface 70+%. But water doesn't do that. It only does it on the textbook, like on the cover of the book, which not to mention is a billiards ball, when now they're telling us that this thing is chubbier at the bottom. That's, yeah.
Well, the textbook doesn't matter.
Sure it does. That's what got us all in the outer space religion.
That's what all the experts read for their expertise.
No, textbooks are just like what the general education. You know, when you're going through the ropes, once you're an expert and in the field, you're doing experiments.
So the experts have the pear-shaped. Do the experts have the pear-shaped Earth images? Because they keep feeding us these billiards balls. I mean, they're the ones that opened their big mouth and said it was an oblate spheroid.
Well, that's just a property of something that spins.
So why are we being shown billiards balls?
I didn't show you a billiard ball. Who cares about a billiard
Not
ball?
you, they, them. And how the hell do you even know the Earth is spinning?
Measure it.
I'm afraid to ask.
All of them, all the measurements together. Not one individual measurement, just start adding all the measurements up.
Yes.
Yeah, these ones, these also sound also the non-counterintuitive type. That's funny.
Crit really understands me. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, Crit's good at understanding special people. I think he actually even understands me a little bit. There was no confirmation of that, so who knows?
What are you guys up to tonight?
Again, these I remember now I'm looking at these new photos of the Titanic. Some kind of 3D scan that shows broken windows.
What's your opinion on the Titanic, Crit?
Here's an interesting one. This kind of goes into our topic. They said the
Jews did it.
The replica. Okay, someone tell me who that was. They gotta get banned. You have to go back to the live stream to see who said that.
It was me, but I meant it as a joke. It wasn't serious.
Okay, yeah,
I was just trying to lighten the mood.
We can't joke about stuff like that. No JQ in here is allowed at all.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I didn't know it was that strict in here.
Yeah, no, it's not strict. It's one of our rules about protected social classes.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to say any protected social class did it. That would be a straight up TOS violation. I'll let it go though, because you said you were joking, but yeah, some things you don't joke about, dude.
Yeah, no, my bad, man. I'm sorry.
What happened is someone's gonna clip it and be like, "Oh, look what the flat earthers are doing in their channel," and we say, "Oh, that guy was joking. That guy was an idiot. We banned them." This, it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, just leave it alone. Okay. Anyway, so look at these new photos from Titanic. The boilers. Okay, what would happen to the boilers? You guys think, like intuitively?
What, if the Titanic sank in icy water and the boilers were running? Like,
yeah,
crack up, wouldn't they?
Yeah. They would like.
They were made out of iron. Yeah, I mean, high, extreme high heat, and then
crack. They just get rusty.
I mean, the Titanic. It was like floating in a big blast of ice water. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of goes to the point where the whole gas pressure requires a container and seeking equilibrium.
Yeah, but wouldn't some of the boiler rooms have gotten sealed?
The 3D scan where they were able to like the same thing they did with those. I'm reading the story so far, but I'm guessing it's the same thing they did for that pyramid, where they were able to like use sound in some way to map it out.
That's what that dude at work was talking about the other night too. He was talking about. I haven't looked into it. I guess they found out there was a bunch of chambers under the pyramids or something. I don't know.
The boilers are probably like well out before it went underwater because it probably. How long did it take to sink? Like 6 hours, 7 hours?
No, like 2 hours.
Oh, really? Only 2 hours?
Yeah, it sank really fast. I just remember Alex Jones back in the day talking about it catching fire or something. I don't know. But I've also heard there was like nobody actually on it because the Titanic and the Queen Mary and a couple other White Star Line ships all look exactly identical.
Mesopotamia.
Yeah. The only thing I know about Titanic is from the movie. I don't care what anyone says. That bitch
Who's
should have slid
traveled all
over.
the way
There's plenty
across?
of room on that door.
Who's traveled all the way across the ocean in one boat trip? Like for real.
I feel like lots of people have.
Across the ocean, the whole ocean in one boat trip?
Well, the Titanic wasn't going across the ocean. It was just going from like the UK to the United States. The Pilgrims did that. Shit. Get out of here.
No,
Go
the
away.
Pilgrims supposedly did some shit. I'm saying, do you honestly believe you and I can get in a fucking boat and go wherever we want on this planet, no matter what?
Oh, he said the P word. Shut up. Just like damn dogs on their side. They wanted to be idiots.
Just saying though, do you think somebody can traverse the whole waterway of like the biggest portion body of water like between any land mass that we ever like? You need a lot of fucking gas in that boat. Unless it was like a Star Trek boat. These are the men of this Voyager. We have our babies on the boat and they just keep going and row, row, row. Like,
yeah, but boats stop at ports and like refuel and shit.
No, you can't do that with this one. You're in the center of the biggest part of ocean that ever existed. The center, brother. Little bitty microscopic you traveling through that water. You're in the center of that big body of water. You ain't met it all the way across yet.
Yeah, could be. I don't know. Well, yeah, except
Same
the
with the
fucking Pilgrims
Atlantic.
didn't worry about gas. They had sails.
Well, they didn't go that far. Yeah, but more. What you would be talking about is islanders and shit too, because like if islands are everywhere and they're like, man, I just went from this place to go fishing. And there's another land here, and I went back, and there's another land there, and I went back. They would probably think there's land everywhere that they can get to eventually, but it doesn't mean there is. Because, you know, as you and I know, some mud puddles are just bigger. Some mud puddles can sink your car. Some you can just walk right past with a duck. So it just, yeah. I'm just saying, wherever the Titanic is, you think you think you and I can row a little boat past it and be like, see you later, Titanic. And just go into the cold waters, me and you, the Antarctica water in our little boat. The minnow would be lost.
People have done it supposedly. Whether you choose to believe it or not. You know, old rich white dudes from Connecticut that have like sailboats, like the dad on Step Brothers. You know, he went sailing.
Hell no. Hell no. Them old rich motherfuckers with their little bitty boat. That boat would have to be full of gas 3 different times. The whole boat.
It's a fucking sailboat, bro. They don't use gas.
Well, then it doesn't matter. How do you know what the wind does in a certain? How do you know that the wind don't blow you in a fucking little like in your backyard you see like a little wind tunnel build up in one certain part all the time? How you know the ocean ain't got something like that? To where just fuck you, no matter what you're doing, I'm putting you over here. How do we know?
I mean, that's possible. I mean, the Vikings travel a lot. They went from fucking Iceland all the way up through Russia.
How'd they get there? Did they go through water that had no land around it, or did they try to go along coastlines?
Well, I mean, they've also been found in Canada too. So I mean, that would suggest that they were out of sight of land for a couple weeks.
So a warm Viking or a cold Viking goes to the cold place, and it doesn't even bother them at all. And then they go back to a cold place, and then to a warm place. But you know,
Yeah, it's kind of like when people go from Alaska to Texas and they don't just spontaneously die.
yeah, I know. But are you thinking in the 1400s they were doing that?
I mean, whether it was actually the 1400s, well, it was more like 800, but
What about 0 Yeah, I'm saying, do you think, I'm just saying, bro, I don't think we're going to Death Valley, through Death Valley, and doing good because we came from an ice cold place. I don't think Death Valley would treat us the way we felt in a cold place. I don't even think our body would be that adapted to it that good right away. And then to go back from that, through that, and then to get back to the cold again, I don't know, man.
no, I mean, if you're from like Saudi Arabia and you go to Death Valley, it's not going to be that much of a difference.
No, because you're in the region you came from. If you're a cold motherfucker going to the cold, it might not be as weird. But my thing is how can these dudes, it's just weird. So who in their right mind would want to be like, I am a cold human. I am in the snow. I have no fire, no nothing. I woke up in a bed of wetness of blankets of snow, and where do you get your food and stuff at? Where do you get your fire?
But just because it's cold doesn't mean wood doesn't burn.
What do you mean? You see wood in the winter places of Alaska and Antarctica?
Alaska, yes, but not Antarctica. I'll give you that one.
Well, I'm just saying, brother, I'm just looking for the negatives. So, if the trees can't grow and the flowers won't show, what are we gonna mow? What can we use for fuel? The wind still? In icy water, the wind is not gonna. I don't think the wind's gonna chop through icebergs for you or whatever.
Well, it's not like a frozen lake.
What's not? The frozen Antarctic or the frozen North Pole? It's not like a big frozen ocean. Portions of it.
I mean, some of it might be. I mean, the ocean's pretty salty. It takes a lot for the ocean to freeze.
I mean, I'm just saying, where's your heat on the boat? Where's your heater at on a sailboat?
They killed a bunch of like reindeer and wore their skins and shit.
Hold on. So you mean all you gotta do is put on a reindeer skin and you're good?
Yeah, works for the reindeer.
That's not all that works for the reindeer. The reindeer has a whole different diet and a different metabolism. That is not all that works for that. That reindeer probably gets 200 degrees.
Oh, I was listening to a guy that does a lot of camping and stuff, and he has like a bear pelt, and he said it's the best thing because it doesn't get wet. Like it's always dry, and if it does get wet, you could just shake it off, and it's pretty much instantly dry because of what the skin and the fur is made out of. Animal fur is pretty. I mean, there's a reason why we wore it all this time. I mean, people were wearing it up into the fucking 80s.
Brother, I don't give a fuck what kind of animal skin coats you got. If I sit your ass out in the cold and it's cold, you're gonna freeze.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I used to spend hours and hours outside at 0 degrees Fahrenheit and lower with just a fucking Walmart jacket when I was a kid.
But your toes didn't about, and your fingers and your ears didn't about get. Come on now.
Well,
I
I had
understand what
boots.
you're saying. I used to go shoveling as a kid too, but my ears and fingers still eventually after about 9 hours, or it would start to get dark. My fucking shit would be cold.
Check out Outdoor Boy's YouTube channel. He survives in -30 and stuff like that
For how long?
for multiple days.
Bullshit. With what? How? I know he ain't sitting there in no shorts.
No, of course not. He builds a shelter and a fire and everything.
Oh well, fuck. He builds a shelter. Okay. What does he have? Wood and stuff?
Yeah, he cuts down wood.
Well, tell him to go do one where there's no wood. What's he gonna use for heat?
Plus, you do
Oh,
realize
you're talking about surviving in Alaska, or I mean in Antarctica.
No, I'm talking about telling you there's no wood to use. So there's no wood
Where
to
is
use.
that
How's he
true?
gonna make it? Huh?
Where is that true?
Where it's true at? In the middle of the desert? In the middle of Antarctica? Places where there's no wood. Trust me,
That's what I'm
there are
talking about. Yeah.
places.
So, are we talking about surviving in Antarctica?
No, where there's no wood. Doesn't matter where, brother. Anywhere super cold, no wood. You're a little guy. You got no wood within your area. How are you keeping warm? It's not a fucking hard concept to understand that wood's not every fucking where.
Yeah. No, you'd probably wouldn't survive if you couldn't get some wood and make a fire.
Okay, so on these sailboats, they're not going to make it.
Sailboats going where?
Without a fire. No heat.
Well, you have shelter in the boat.
Well, how hot is it in a frozen boat?
If you
Where the
have a
water's
lot of
cold.
people in like a small area, body heat will keep it warm.
So your body heat will do. So 3 guys on a boat, 5 guys. How many guys need to be?
Yeah, if you have like a whole crew, like a whole small crew, and you guys all stay in like shelter in the bottom, and you have like clothes, good warm clothes, you'll
So
probably be
all
all
of you
right.
guys don't move. Lay on top of each other naked and don't move, or else we're gonna die.
Yeah, this is such a contrived scenario. You see that, right?
No, I'm asking. No, you see it. I'm trying to get out. Who the fuck is traveling through these places?
I just
with
got here. I don't know what the beginning of the convo was.
It's brother. I'm just saying. Like, do you honestly think you and I, as dudes, way back when, in some skirts and sandals, are going to get on this big wooden boat and just be safe to travel thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to where we don't know where we're going, where everything's different than we ever been, and it's cool? I just don't. I'm not buying the shit.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely, we did that.
Nah, hell no, not like that.
Bro, you know, I know it's weird because we just sit on Discord and we're comfortable in our room, but like if you put a human being in like hard situations, the survival instinct kicks in and you become like a beast, bro.
So you're just a bum on the corner.
What do you mean?
I mean, you survived the winter, a bum on the corner asking for change. Those motherfuckers are resilient. They don't go in, they don't go to sleep. They just got that little windbreaker, like you said. And they're like,
I never said that.
but that's what you're describing. You're saying we're all a really good bum and we'll never die standing on the corner asking for change.
Mark, you ever seen Wim Hof?
Wait, I don't know. Are you trying to say like humans never made boats and explored the oceans and stuff like that?
Holy fuck.
Like, what are you saying?
No, No. I'm saying you are not going to get in a boat back in the day with no type of motor and no
Why
type
not?
of resource because you're just do it right now. Do it fucking right now. Is why
I mean,
not?
if I knew somebody,
No, ain't no
if I knew how to like
Oh,
work the
fuck all that
sails and
history.
everything, I
Let's
knew
do it.
how to sail a boat
Oh, now it's
without a
all you
motor,
knew
I
how to
would,
do
but
all this
I
shit.
don't know how to
Now
do that.
how the fuck do you know how to sail where you've never been? Come on, man.
What are you talking
These
about? You
dudes
just
never
sail
been.
and then you find places. It's called
Never
exploring.
mind, man. Never mind. It's never mind.
Holy
Never
shit,
mind.
dude! What are you rambling about?
Holy fuck. You said if you knew the way. A guy
No, I
who's
didn't.
never sailed anywhere but the place he's
If I said
been.
if I knew how to sail the boat, dude, work the
What the
sails. You
fuck are you
understand?
talking about? The wind blows
How
and you're
drunk
supposed
are
to be
you
in
right now, dude?
You just said you're in the bottom of the boat keeping warm. How are you going to control it from there?
Dude, you set the sails and then you do whatever you got to do.
Set the sails and go in the bottom of the boat and keep
I mean, do you
your
not even know the
merriment.
basics about sailing?
No, you get naked with your buddies in the bottom of the boat, you said. That's how you get there.
No. Okay, dude, you're
You said
hammered.
you got to keep warm. That's not fucking being on top of the thing, sailing, is it?
Dude, you were just asking me how would I keep warm, that's all.
So what
Now
else
we're
would you
talking
be
about
doing
something
other than
totally
keeping
different.
warm? If you stop keeping
Now we're
warm, you
talking
die,
about would
right?
I sail a boat, and I'm telling you, yes, I would if I knew how to sail it.
Where? To where from where would you sell it? Would you sell it 14,000 miles nonstop for me?
Probably not.
Okay, nobody probably would.
If we didn't know like what the world was and like you wanted
And you
to,
wouldn't know how
yeah,
far you
then you
sailed,
would.
and you
You'd
couldn't
be like,
mark it
holy
down.
shit! Like what's on the other side of
And
that
you wouldn't
ocean?
be able
Like
to mark nothing down.
what brave souls are willing to do that? I'm not saying it's like,
Bunch of
dude, there's a lot of
retards
people
who
that
don't know
wouldn't
what the
do it,
fuck
but
they're
there are
doing, ready to
definitely human
die.
beings that would be more than happy to take that challenge of building sailing a boat into the unknown, dude. That's actually
Yeah,
incredibly
supposedly Neil
epic and
Armstrong and Buzz
legendary.
Aldrin did it. Supposedly 2 astronauts do it every day when they go into the unknown of space air.
Just
So,
because
like,
you're a cowardly Discord person doesn't mean there aren't humans that are willing to do that.
willing to do what? I got a
Uh,
black hole in my backyard. Are you willing to go in it for science? You might
yeah.
not come back out.
No, you could. Well, if you go in there,
No,
I
listen to
might
what I
follow
just
you.
asked you. Tell me how many people are going to go in my back hole and have a chance, 50-50 chance to not come back when you jump in, smiley face. Are they ready to do that? Wim Hof?
For what?
For fun, like these guys do. For science. For fun, like you
Dude, if
said.
you actually
Guys are
created
willing to
this,
do that. Now they're not. Holy fuck,
yeah,
you dumb
somebody, I
prick.
don't know, dude. You're making up some
No, you're
schizophrenic
making shit
scenario,
up. I'm
dude. You're
asking
getting
you
like
to fucking.
schizo on me right now.
I'm asking you to validate any of the shit you're saying, and you can't. And you're telling me I'm fucking stupid for believing it's not right. No, it's not going to work that way. If you think a guy in a fucking wooden boat or a sailboat went and traveled 13,000 fucking miles to who knows where, you're crazy as fuck. That's
There
all
are
I'm
people
saying.
that would do that.
Where are they at?
Dude, there are people that are still willing to like go like do crazy shit, like go to space and all do all that. Would you do that?
None of those people are doing nothing but going up in the fucking air.
Yeah,
Coming right back down.
would you try to go all the way up
do
into the
what?
air as high as you could?
What's that going to do for you?
Okay, well,
How
dude.
cold does it get up there? What are you going to need? Snacks? You going to need heat? What are you going to need?
Yeah, you're gonna need all
How
that.
cold is it up there?
It's cold, there's no air. So
And there's no air, and it's cold.
yeah, you wouldn't survive very
Is there
long.
trees up there for you to burn?
The radiation without the atmosphere protection would actually also fry you, and you get
So
cancer
now you're
probably
going
in
to
like
get
an hour.
fried for fun. Now it's fun to get fried, and you're going to be right back, right?
Well, you'd have to account for all these things.
How do you account for things you've never experienced in your life?
Other people have experienced it.
How do you account for them?
Other people have experienced it, and I learned from that.
I said, listen to me clearly, dumb fuck. How do you account for it, motherfucker?
I just told you, motherfucker.
You dumb son of a bitch. If you know how they did, retard, fill us in. You fucking idiot.
Dude, that's how we know. That's how
so you
knowledge
don't know what you're
accumulates,
making up.
retard. What are you talking about? Other people did things so that we know the consequences of things because other people did them. That's how part how stuff works.
Yeah, but bums don't die in the cold, remember? They get their zip up jacket and they're fucking good to go, right? In the space in the winter. They just sit outside in a bum coat and they're good, 20 below, right?
No, never
No,
said
they
that.
don't. Yeah, you did.
Dude, I never said anything about a bum standing, anything. You made that all up in your head. You're schizophrenic.
So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature? Is that a no?
Wim Hof. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, that guy, like the ice bath guy.
So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever measured the Earth and detected curvature?
Me personally, no, I don't.
So then you admit it's just a belief, like it's not like knowledge on your part then?
No, it's knowledge.
Well, then how do you know it's curved?
All observations match the model.
Sure, but let's bring it down to the one final thing that involves the least amount of interpretation, which would be a direct measurement of surface curvature. And
It doesn't matter.
It does if you have a reasonable standard of
That's
evidence.
your crutch, buddy. It doesn't, because all observations match the model, so it doesn't matter.
Do you know what it means to have a high standard of evidence and what it means to have a low standard of evidence?
No, it's a very high standard of evidence.
You're not answering my question.
Yeah, we have a very high standard of evidence for the globe.
But you don't, though. I've just illustrated that.
We absolutely do. You didn't illustrate anything. You want to talk about direct measurements because that's your crutch.
Well, it's the best.
It's because everything in reality agrees and with the idea that we live on a globe, and it's a wonderful thing.
I mean, we are talking about geometry, are we not?
We're talking about the model of the fucking planet we live on, moron.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, since we're talking about something that involves geometry,
It
and you're
involves
saying
a lot of fucking things, idiot.
I was still talking. Since we're talking about something that involves geometry, and you're saying one thing is one thing, and I'm saying that same thing is another thing, it seems to me like the best way to settle this discussion is to measure directly the thing in question.
Are you a broken record?
Well, could you not comprehend what I just said? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you, dude? You're a broken record.
Yeah, and you're a guy who has a blind belief that the Earth is a ball.
It's not blind. It has a high standard of evidence. Remember that part? Did you have short-term memory loss?
Yeah, dude, you weren't even thinking of that term until I just...
You're the type of person
mind.
that we call an NPC, dude. You're the type of person you match that description.
All right, bros. Get it out of talking about each other and start talking about the facts of the matter.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk to anyone other than this guy. He sucks.
Well, I'll give him a second to recompose his question. Maybe it'll make it more interesting for you.
I'm done schooling him. Anybody else? I think everybody was listening, so that's about enough for tonight. I'll mute up.
We asked you for a direct measurement of surface curvature. You said you didn't know of any, and then you say that's schooling me? Like, oh yeah, I'm schooled. You schooled me with your big pile of nothing.
Exactly, like his claimed high standard of evidence, but didn't make any statements as to what constitutes as evidence at all, or any examples.
You're Oblivion. It's so cute how scared you are.
I did, and I said twanger, and
Oh, you addressed who? In the are you being a side chat demon right now? What?
No, then I got overspoken. Then
Okay,
I
go
chimed
ahead.
in when I chimed in, and then you heard what I said.
What's your gripe?
All right, who cares? Who cares? Yeah, exactly. Move on to the meat and potatoes.
None. He has none. That's my point.
I just explained it to him. You weren't listening. Clean out your earwax.
Oh, I heard what you said, and I already repeated what you said.
Okay, so give me an example of something that goes against the globe model. Go ahead.
And you had a higher standard of evidence, but yeah, you have not
You
a
have
single
nothing.
example.
All
Exactly.
right, nobody
You have
cares.
nothing.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Look, what's on the table is he said all observations match our model. So the rebuttal is either a model doesn't exist or here's an observation that doesn't match. That's the appropriate rebuttal.
Right. So give me one.
So
Yeah,
both
that's what I
Oblivion and oh man, I forget this kid's name. Is changing it.
Ryan.
Whatever. Both Oblivion and the other kid, they both know of examples that supposedly fit that bill that they can present. So maybe they should.
I'm not a kid, by the way.
You're not the dude I'm talking about, doofus.
Oh. Quantum Eraser. He is a certified retard. Lols. Good one.
Listen,
right.
we don't pick on the special needs here. Okay, he has a formally submitted 504 plan, and we accommodate his disabilities. Okay.
Slim pickings, I guess.
I don't know. I'm waiting for the flat earther dudes to present you the counterexample of an observation that doesn't match the model.
Yep.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to give this round to you.
Won't be the first and probably won't be the last.
Oh man, I guess silence is acquiescence. You get 1 point for this victory. That equals 5,000 points in the Flat Earth merch store.
I gotta say, it's good to be back, boys. I'll see you in a bit when we're for the fire. Gets back. Maybe Demok will want to talk again. Why is he muted?
Let me just ask you the question that I love this question because it illustrates what zealots people can be. What would prove wrong the globe for you, if anything at all?
Yeah, it would take something truly extraordinary. It would take an extraordinary amount of evidence, and you guys can't even
In
come
other
up
words,
with
nothing, right?
Tidbits.
Like, it would be what particular thing, though? What specific thing? Anything or nothing specifically?
No, yeah, it would have to be many, many, many things. Just like how the globe is supported by many, 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 many
Yeah,
things.
but
Many, many mountains of evidence. Name one. Name one.
This illustrates that you don't have any standard of evidence for debunking the globe, which means it's an immovable
one.
You sound really cute right behind Quantum Eraser.
Name
Orion.
one. Many, many, many mountains and
You're
mountains.
not gonna come over here and already all the hard work I just did, dude. Okay,
Name
that
one.
round's over.
Name one.
Yeah, that round's over, brother.
not
So
playing-
now
I'm not
you're.
playing-
Hold on, bro. Your old proposition's off the table. He's now asking you to provide an example of what you said. So how's that unfair? You should provide it.
Okay. Well, he can ask Orion or Oblivion.
Why? He's asking you about the globe. He's not asking them about the flat Earth. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
he can ask Orion or Oblivion.
Yeah, I didn't hear shit. And I pointed that out that you didn't say shit. And now Quantum Erasers are saying, name one.
Two.
It was a question for a glober, not a question for a flat earther. Do you remember what the question was? What would prove wrong the globe for you? Name one thing that would do that.
What would prove wrong the globe? It's not been proven.
I mean, they had like
prove wrong. You'd have to have
in his mind. Yeah, like what I mean is in his mind. You know what I mean?
No, we don't want to get in his mind. So, name one proof of the globe tart. Is it scientific evidence?
You ain't got nothing for me, buddy.
You got science? I'm not your buddy, pal. Name one. Many horse shit. It's just hyperbole from a retard.
Horse shit. That's what I put in my garden.
Horse shit.
That's yeah.
You ain't
It
got
grows good
anything.
plants.
You're a pretender clown fraud. Name one.
No, I'm not a pretender or a clown or a
Basically every
fraud.
single
That's
satellite.
First, let's see this globe model posted inside chat. That's what you're getting your information from. Let's see the globe model.
I'm not going to do your homework for you, pal.
Hey, counselor. I don't provide your evidence, fucktard. So post the globe model and then post your evidence.
Go do some homework on the globe, and then when you're ready, you're ready.
Not my homework, counselor. Your evidence. You're presenting to the jury.
I've done my homework.
Bag. You didn't do shit. Just vomit diarrhea projectile right out of that blowhole of yours of nothing.
Yeah, so the appropriate objection on the table is failure to prosecute. I'm going to have to throw you out of the courtroom.
Yep.
We don't need you here. If you're not going to say, if you're not going to provide any content, then what do we need you here for? Like you got to at least give an example.
He didn't provide any content, so I match. I'm only here to meet you halfway. If you don't meet me halfway, then you can go do whatever you want.
Provide your evidence, counselor, or be held in contempt.
Meet me halfway or stop yapping.
Meet your fucking halfway. Meet your halfway sister.
What does that
you fucking clown? Counselor?
The
clown?
hell does that mean?
He is meeting you halfway. That's the problem. You said
no. He's not.
All these. You said all of these.
He has to make it like make a room, and you're somehow the juror. And
shut the fuck up.
This is funny.
Nothing burger. You're a pretender clown fraud. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Probably get laughed out of there.
All right, so nobody so far provided an example when asked. So that's a problem, Mr. Twanger. If you say I have all these evidences and somebody joins when you're saying that and they say, oh, could you give me an example? You know, you might say, well, I just gave several, so I'm kind of tuckered out, but you didn't give any before either. So you really have no excuse not to do it now. Keep in mind, if you're upset about giving it.
So if you think that the Earth is flat, like how do you suppose?
Hey,
that,
White
like,
Knight, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, White Knight. We'll get to you.
No, I'm just asking.
I'm just. We'll get to you in a second.
Patience.
We're dealing with dumb fuck counselor down here. We'll get to you in a second. Just relax. So,
Yeah,
Twanger, counselor, provide your evidence or get thrown out. Get drugged down the courthouse steps by your fucking ear by the bailiff. Provide your evidence, counselor. Go.
Where do you get thrown out by the sergeant at arms? Because I like that one better. I like that.
In college, in Animal House.
Really? All right. Man, it's going to be a real boring
So can I
show.
ask a couple questions?
Yeah, we'll let you.
If he's not answering.
Yeah, he's not gonna. So it's going to be too boring.
No, I'm just like curious. Like, what's the flat Earth? I just have a couple questions. Like, what's the flat Earth explanation for like time zones and like the fact
time
that
zones? Did I claim anything about time zones?
Sorry, not time zones.
Did I claim anything about time zones?
Like the fact that like if you have a friend in New Zealand and Australia, it is like either it'll be light or dark at different times of the day.
That's just shit. I didn't make any claims about friends in Australia.
No, I'm just asking.
I'm just.
Shut up! No, shut up!
Yeah, yeah.
You're just yelling.
What's
You're just
your
nonsense.
bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
I'm just asking a question. What's your
I'm just
explanation?
asking you, like a coherent question. What's your best
satellites? The fact that satellites work. The fact that Starlink works.
Scientific evidence for your globe? Diarrhea of the mouth, dumb fuck.
You're stupid. You're
dumb
absolutely
fuck.
stupid.
What's your bestest science? Don't ask me to explain things.
Starlink works. You can fucking buy Starlink.
Don't fucking overtalk me.
Talk to you all I want because you're being an idiot.
Shut your fucking mouth.
You're being a fucking jackass.
Shut the fuck up.
You're a jackass.
Shut up.
That's you.
All right, Loof. You started this whole endeavor by talking straight through me when I was trying to transition the convo. So you earned exactly zero respect and were dealt with in the exact manner of zero respect towards you. So your submission for evidence in the scientific category of a globe was Starlink works. That was your submission.
Who was it?
Starlink works. That was his submission in the scientific evidence category.
Luke, he left.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's what he submitted.
Starlink? That's a concrete noun. That's not evidence. It's a concrete noun. What about underwear?
Nah, but he said it works. So that's a verb.
It works.
Like
that's a pragmatic fallacy.
It'd be like more Fruit of the Loom.
How does the moon work?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, it'd be like explain. Okay, it'd be like explain underwear on flat Earth. You're like, I didn't make a claim to it. Okay, Fruit of the Loom and Calvin Klein. The fuck's wrong with you, dude?
Dude, explain Mormon space underwear on globe Earth.
It's holy.
Man, those kids probably weren't spanked when they were kids.
Bet they got flatheads. Let me show you what I mean. It's an uncanny coincidence. One.
Oh. I wasn't expecting that, actually.
Something's going on here. You tell me.
Dude, my mom did the, so there's this supposed thing you do with your babies where you massage their head in a certain way to give their head a beautiful shape as they grow. She did that with all those kids.
What's up, guys?
Sister's ankles.
All right, what's up, bro?
Good.
Got any of that sweet scientific evidence of a globe? Or are you not a globe proponent?
That's sweet scientific.
No, actually, NASA Shield and Omnivore are up my ass trying to convince me, but
that's not a surprise.
I keep messaging NASA Shield that debate you did with him. That shit is hilarious, dude.
Oh, NASA Shield with the bouncing biscuits.
Yeah.
Nice. I got a question for you. How long does it take 5-minute mud for patching plaster? 5-minute patching plaster mud to dry.
Fuck, I don't know. I used to load up. I used to work on a brick lane crew back in the day. All they'd say is mud, 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 more mud, mud.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mud. That's all I. Mud, mud, up your ass, mud.
Up your ass, mud. Well, I'd say longer than 5 minutes because 5-minute epoxy takes longer than 5 minutes.
Exactly. It never takes 5 minutes, dude. That's what I'm trying to point out, bro. The directions say 5 minutes. It says if you mix this and you mix that, you got 5 minutes working time. But it's always like 5.5 or 6.
Communist
that's
lying
it.
bastards.
That's it. It's working time. Ah, okay. I thought it was cure time. It's
Well,
working.
that's what it kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar. But yeah, you could like put it in a hole in the ceiling, and it's like falling down all goopy. But you just keep forming it, and eventually it'll start to stiffen up, and then you'll have it set in. But the point I'm trying to make is if they can't even tell you when plaster that they're literally designing in the present day, how long it takes to cure, how are they going to tell you anything about anything else that ever happened in the past? Think about it. If you believe that they have that ability, you're a retard.
Well, that just made me wonder whether they're claiming it's cure time or working time. It might be working time. I don't know.
I once told a Glober that concrete buildings are largely made of water, and he laughed at me. I'm like, well, how do you think they make the concrete? They mix the water. Where do you think the water goes? He's like, oh, it just dries off. I'm like, wow, dude, you're dumb. Although it's not an unreasonable assumption that you get it wet and then the water dehydrates, and that's what causes it to become solid again. But the problem is that concrete is a chemical cure. It's not a dehydration. So the water becomes a permanent part of the building.
Alright, these guys are ganging up on me. I want to tell them to come in here. Fuck this.
Where is it happening at?
Omnivore and fucking NASA field.
On
Tell them we'll give QE a sedative so they can feel safe.
Yeah, they're. I'm gonna tell them to come in here because they keep
No,
fucking.
fuck War. No, he's too much of a retard. He's been exposed so many times.
Keeps going on about gravity and.
No, I'm not speaking to him. He's a fucking abject retard. NASA shill is also, but it's been a while. Bring his dumb ass in here.
Yeah, maybe he's got some new scientific proof.
Not the sweet scientific proof.
Where is this happening at?
Probably in his DMs.
Well, I was saying, if it's on Gammas, just leave it there. Don't mention us. Don't do anything. It's like we're divorced at this point. Okay? We don't want anything to do with them because they clearly don't want anything to do with us. It was a complete meltdown. It was like 5-6 hours of negotiating, trying to get them to come over here, and they didn't even do it, and they eventually just melted down in the text chat. So we're
no,
like,
it's not there.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. If it's there, leave it alone.
It was on Geos and Gem Pandas.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. Dude, if it's on Gem Pandas, don't mention us at all. Don't mention the server.
Yeah, no one's mentioned anything here.
Okay. Because it's later on they'll be, well, Guguchi was over here talking about, oh, check it out. They want you to come over to politics. And then the globalists will hear something that we're inviting them over again. Nope. That boat sailed. We gave them a golden ticket. They burned it. They gave it to their gerbil. Who knows? They fucked it up. No thank you. Hard pass. It's not worth shutting the server down, shutting the conversation down, all focused on trying to get them to engage in a topic they said they want to engage with, and they just don't anyway. They can sit over in their corner and just like in their own crap. Just do whatever they want to do it over there and as far away from me as possible. No thank you.
It'd be nice if All Glory comes in here too. We could ask him some stuff about Concave Earth.
Holy crap, dude.
Old Glory, we got Salt with him too. He's supposed to make his own channel down below, like we did. Like when we got on this server, the reason why it happened the way it did was we made our own channel and people were interested in the topic. You have a user-defined channel. Right down below, you can click that, open up any channel you want, any topic you want. If it gets big enough, the founders will say, hey, would you like a permanent guest channel? You can say yes, no, or whatever, set up the terms and conditions. So Glory wants to come into the Flat Earth channel after we worked like years and years of developing a relationship here. Okay, now he has to do the legwork on his own. If he wants to talk about Concave Earth, go make his own channel. If people are interested, they'll join his channel, and then someone will say, hey, let's make a Concave channel alongside a Flat Earth and Globe Earth channel. By the way, the Globe Earth channel doesn't exist either. So that's how they can do it. The next time we're going to combine powers, they're going to have to be on equal footing as us. We're enough of this, like, bringing the riffraff around. Okay, they're going to have a channel, they'll be established, they'll have roles, they'll have perms, and they'll be like, okay, here's the event we're going to do. At this point, it was just a icing. You're like where you say like, oh, hey, we got delay of game in progress. It shouldn't take 4 or 5 hours to get someone to click a VC. Like, they are shit scared to have this conversation, so leave them alone. Yep. Let them do their own thing in their own spaces, and when they get bored of it, they'll venture out. Let them maintain their echo chamber for as long as they find it entertaining. Because that's what their goal is. Their goal is infotainment. So as soon as they get bored of hearing the same people say the same shit over and over and over again, they'll be like, let me go click this channel, and then we'll have them here. They get this concept like they're being invited or they're being offered something, then all they try to do is get more. They always want more. It's never enough. It's never enough perms. It's never enough conditions. As soon as you give them one thing, they want something else, and then something else, and then something else, and then something else. And when you finally say no, they say, ha, gotcha, bitch. You really didn't want us to come here anyway. And you're like, holy shit. Are you like, okay, enough's enough. Stay over there in your own swine and filth. Talk about anal and all the other crap you talk about, and leave us alone. We'll leave you alone. And if you ever feel like you want to actually discuss a topic that you named your server over, you know where to find us. It's a giant public server, thousands of people on it. You'll be ready, and you'll be able, and you'll be willing. That's the end.
But they won't leave us alone, Crit, because they're literal stalkers.
Yeah, that's a catch-22 on it. That's what I'm saying. They'll eventually come over here anyway, so we don't need to invite them. They're compelled. Somebody's wrong on the internet, and they just won't be able to help themselves. So Gaguchi was over there talking about, let's invite them to come over here. No, don't do that. They'll come They'll eventually come because they're compelled. They're obsessed with flat Earth and flat earthers. They'll come here all on their own.
Yeah, normally when people are stalked like we are by these weirdos, it ends in a restraining order. But for some reason, just because we have flat Earth as the discussion, stalkers are okay. It's weird.
Well, the reason I brought that up is because when you go in those servers, they fucking gang up on you because they're all globers sitting there, and they don't like it when it happens to them, and they can't handle it, right? And there's a guy in there, like, he fucking literally lost his family because he became a flat earther. They all disowned him, and they sit there and run their mouths to that guy. It's weird, man.
Yeah, that's a troll. See, what happens is they get somebody in there who it takes a piss out of them. They know the guys are really triggered by flat Earth, so people go in there and pretend to be flat earthers, mostly like Christians, because they know that server's all full of atheists too. Atheists sort of anti-flat earthers. So they go in there and pretend to be a flat earther just to make the milk squirt out their nose. They get a kick out of it. They get a kick out of making like Omnivore and paid NASA shill. They get a kick out of making those guys screech. So yeah, just let them. If you want to go fuck with them, and go right ahead. But they'll come here eventually anyway.
Yo, is there a flat Earth map or model we could look at?
In what context?
No, I'm just curious. Like, is there like
what context? Like, can you show what type of model you're referring to?
I know, I'm just asking. Like,
yeah,
I
I
just
get it.
wanna
You're
see, like, a
asking.
map.
The word you said, a map and a model. Can you show me
just a
what you're
map,
talking-
like a map.
Okay,
I'm just
okay,
curious.
a map. Can you show me what map you're looking at? What to you is a good map that you
Like
would
a world map, I guess he's asking.
Let's see that, Bunky. Which one is that? Which projection do you think is the best? What projection?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. So go figure that out first so you know what the fuck you're asking for.
But why
Like,
are
holy
you mad
shit.
about me asking that?
No one's mad. It's just a fucking waste of time. You interrupt the conversation we're having to ask about the map, and you don't even know what it would look like if someone presented you one.
I just got here, so I wanted to ask the question.
Yeah, you
Yo,
don't
go ahead,
even
go
know
ahead,
what
go
you're
ahead.
asking.
I'll ask you later, maybe.
What map are you talking about? What is a map to you? Let me see what a map of what. Let me see that, Monkey. What does it look like?
He's referring to the world map.
Which projection? There's lots of different projections.
Oh, I got my favorite one. I'll post my favorite one. Hold on. Give me a second.
Well, he wants to see a map where you have the countries' names and their shapes.
Political map. Just some random political map.
Let me give you my favorite map.
Are you mind reading this guy, Kikuchi? Are you able to mind read this guy, or what?
No, but I think that's what he was asking. I could be wrong. He could answer it
Yeah,
himself.
you're wrong.
All right, here's my map, homie. You like this map? Love it. You know why it's the best map? Because London is at the center. These are called air age maps. They're basically a projection of the world from the center point of essentially, a hub of transit. So you can pick any center point and then do the projection from the center point.
So is this the projection of the globe?
No, it's a projection of the flight routes.
Yeah, but this looks like a globe Earth map.
Wow. Looks pretty flat to me.
Well, Antarctica is the same size they're telling you it is. That's the big factor.
What? You think Antarctica is the size they're telling you it is in this map?
No, I'm saying if you look at the globe map, this kind of matches their model, kind of.
Okay. And then what happens?
Nothing, I guess. We go based
Yeah,
on
the moral of the story is that you can make an infinite permutation of maps and models about a terrain system or a coordinate system, and you can use mathematical transforms to transform it into any permutation.
So then, is that the official map then? Like, is that what every like flat earther claims?
No, that's an air age map, a London-centric air age map, dude. That's what it says right on it.
It's the size of Antarctica, though. That's the only issue.
Really? You sure that's the only issue with this map? Look at the size of New Zealand, bro.
Yeah, everything's not. Everything's distorted.
Yeah, but so the globe says they could measure Antarctica, right? So it's not this infinite place.
The globe says you can. Let me rephrase it. The globe says it can measure Antarctica. It's not an infinite place. That doesn't even make sense. Maybe reword it.
Like in the globe map and the model, the Antarctica is actually not that big. It's pretty small.
Okay, then what?
Well, I don't know. Is it accurate or not?
How would I know? Did I sail around it and find out?
Yeah, that's fair. So those guys who went to the south, are they gonna ever come in here or no?
No, they're dead, dude. Freaking Admiral Byrd is dead, Holmes, and so is all his crew members.
No. I'm talking about the people who went to the final experiment.
Like
No.
Jeranism, Witsit, those kind of guys.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah.
No.
Well, Witsit does used to frequent our other server, but I don't think he's been in here anytime lately. And he currently has like a GoFundMe or something running.
Yeah, he posted a GoFundMe.
Emergency.
What's the GoFundMe for?
He's asking for $10,000 or something like that because he's having some emergency. Let's state what it is.
Yeah, but in there it just
Exchange
say he
operation.
might. Yeah, the important part about that is it said in there he might have just like, I don't know if it said quit or leave, like in the sense that he would leave the community because he's got to focus on his personal life or something. So maybe he might not come anywhere in the future. Who knows? But why do you ask? Do you want to talk to him?
Well, I've heard a lot of flat earthers lose their families because of it.
What?
I don't. I know there are people that have, but I know many flat earthers, and I would say that the majority of them don't, because the majority of families aren't actually soulless Glober scumbags who would disown their family member for believing in flat Earth.
You make it seem like flat Earth is like coming out, or in like out of the closet or something. Like a lot of atheists lose their families. They go they're like Christian fundamental Christians in America. A lot of right wing Christian conservatives. No way. There's no way they would tolerate such disrespect to God and country. So you could be like, hey, if you go against the norm and you say, like, how do you go to like a family meeting for like Easter? Easter's coming up, and you got Uncle Bob over there, and he's an atheist. How closely do you watch what he's doing?
Yeah, so what were you interested about those other guys? So, like, for example, Jeranism, he's got his own show and channel, and he wouldn't come into our stuff because we would eat his lunch for breakfast and then puke it out and feed it to him. That's how that would go, because he's got absolutely no ability to argue. But anyway, what would you want to talk to those guys about?
Well, from my understanding, he's saying it's a globe now, but the other guy, Whitsitt, didn't say it's a globe, right? Even though they saw a 24-hour sun.
Well, yeah, so you said even though they saw a 24-hour sun, as if that has some kind of consequences beholden to it that should make somebody think something in particular. So what would that be?
Well, the globe claims because there's a 24-hour sun, that's the proof of the globe, right?
No.
No, quite the opposite. We've been told for years, now almost a decade, that the sun would not set on the flat Earth. That was their proof. The sun sets, therefore the Earth is a globe. The sun doesn't set, that would be proof of the flat Earth. Then they go do a final experiment demonstrating the sun not setting, and then said, oh, it's a globe anyway.
Not exactly how to frame it.
Yeah, that's exactly how they frame it. They said for years and years, almost a decade now, that flat earthers can't explain how the sun sets because on the flat Earth, the sun wouldn't set. And you're like, what? It has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. And they're like, yeah, it does. You're like, okay, well, sure, go conduct your final experiment. The sun didn't set, and it's a what then? If the sun doesn't set, which model was that predicted on?
I don't know. It feels like two different arguments that a glober might bring up against two different flat earthers.
One argument. They're internally, they said flat earthers can't explain the sunset. On the flat Earth, the sun would not set. Then they tell you the sun didn't set. Which model was demonstrated?
Well, neither, I guess, because
let's go over it again. They said on a flat Earth the sun wouldn't set. The sun could not set on the flat Earth. They demonstrate the sun not setting. Which model is that?
Well, it's just one instance of the sun not setting.
Okay, so which model this one instance would demonstrate which model?
It wouldn't, though. It wouldn't demonstrate.
Okay, on their their worldview, okay, internally, the internal critique of a globalist worldview said they know the Earth is a globe because the sun sets. They would know it's a flat Earth if the sun didn't set. The sun didn't set. What model did they demonstrate?
It's isn't hard, bro. Flat.
It is because the framing isn't how a glober would present it.
That's exactly how they presented it. You see it all.
They wouldn't
it
say
won't
that
be
we
long.
know.
It will not be long. Someone in here explain sunsets on the flat Earth, and you're like, are you trying to say the sun could not set on the flat Earth? Yeah. Okay, we'll explain the final experiment then. This is the trick. They walked themselves into a contradiction. They tricked themselves into making a straw man and then demonstrating their own straw man and saying, well, actually not. Because you'd say on their model, they've said these things. This is what you would do. So can the sun set on the flat Earth? No. Okay, the sun would not set on the flat Earth. Okay, got it. So how did you adjudicate the final experiment? Because on the flat Earth, the sun would set. Okay, you broke your. Okay, that doesn't work because you just said the sun wouldn't set on the flat Earth; it'd always be above the horizon, and then said you're going to adjudicate this by demonstrating the sun setting on the flat Earth, which would be going to Antarctica and watching the sunset. So which one is it? Does the sun set on the flat Earth or not? Bueller, is he there?
But within that, it wouldn't set. It wouldn't set on the flat
Okay,
Earth.
so the sun would not set on the flat Earth. Perfect. Now explain the final experiment.
Yeah, where the sun does not set. Well,
Okay, welcome to flat Earth.
no, that's kind of affirming the consequent.
Yeah, your logic. Your logic here. No one else's. Yours. You said the sun would not set on the flat Earth.
Yep. Right, so hold on, Trip. So you correctly identified the problem. Regardless, it's affirming the consequent for both camps. If the flat earthers attempt to use it, it's affirming the consequent. If the globe earthers attempt to use it, it's affirming the consequent. So it doesn't possess the ability to prove or arbitrate the proposition in itself. So it can't be the final anything.
Right.
It can't
In a
decide
sense,
the
it could be
issue.
circumstantial. I could give it a circumstantial point for flat Earth in that instance. Yeah.
Well, you could say in either case that it's congruent with this concept or paradigm,
right?
But it doesn't make that necessarily the case. If you take it to it necessarily is the case. So, for example, you say if it happens, then therefore the Earth is a globe, or therefore the Earth is flat. Then you'd be committing the affirming the consequent fallacy. So at best you could say this is congruent with my expectations of what I think is going on. That's about it.
Right. And I agree with you completely on that. Congruent is the way I describe it. Yeah, the sun not setting is congruent with flat Earth. So.
Well, depends on what you mean by flat Earth, because an object, let's just say, for lack of a better term, being flat, has nothing to do with the sun. Like, it's either flat or not flat. Like, what the sun is doing is highly irrelevant to the properties of another object that's not the sun.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. But I usually don't really get into that because, I don't know, it seems like flat earthers have different ideas of how the sun works, and it's really hard to really narrow it down.
That's why we're using your idea. We're using your idea to do an internal critique of your own idea. Don't worry about flat Earth yet, because flat Earth said the sun and the sky and the ground, two separate things. You've connected these two things. So let's do an internal critique.
The only thing is the Globers will say it's only for 2 to 3 days. It's not a whole year around, right?
So 2 or 3 days you got the flat Earth. Gotcha.
No.
Well, you don't have the flat Earth. You got the sun, right?
Okay, so not the Earth. Okay, gotcha.
Well, you have the sun being visible from an observer at a point on the Earth 3 days.
Which is flat.
Well, no. I mean,
Okay,
I don't
which
think
is
that
curved?
necessarily follows from anything.
Which is curved then, or flat?
Again,
Well,
I
you
wouldn't
can't
say
tell
that
based on the sun.
proves- I'm just saying that it's congruent with the idea of the globe and how the idea of the sun works within the representation, the model. I wouldn't say that it proves it one way or another, just that it is congruent and doesn't seem to lead to any.
That makes no damn sense.
Other parts
That
of the
makes no
idea.
sense. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm saying that the
What's the
idea is consistent
congruency?
and is congruent with reality.
What's the congruency, horse shit?
What's wrong with what I said?
What's the congruency? You're back here for another attempt at it, huh?
Yeah.
After your train wreck last night.
Yeah, I don't really have much of an ego, so I'm just.
Well, I didn't mention anything about your ego, dude. Jeez, oh man, what
Yeah,
are you,
I'm
some
just-
type of Nancy?
I'm just saying.
Okay, how do you have a horizon on a globe?
How do we? It would be the point at which the ground starts to just curve away from you.
Yeah, I didn't ask you that. Yeah, it's not curving away because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. Unfortunately, curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we see in reality, everywhere we go, horizons everywhere, but yet be told by the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that there's a rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every fucking direction?
Rate and change of slope of non-zero.
You can't change slope. You're a moron.
So, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
That should be the title of your autobiography.
Yeah, I mean, so you contend that there is no point where the ground would.
My contention is there are no horizons on a globe-tard because it's contradictory and paradoxical to the definition of horizon.
And that would be, can you define horizon?
What?
Can you define horizon and explain why it's not possible?
I just told you. Are you
define horizon?
Doing hard time, or are you drunk, or what?
No, you said the rated change in slope of the ground, yada yada yada, but you didn't define.
Yeah, no, I didn't say yada yada yada.
Well, it didn't make much sense to me.
Well, I know because you'd fail intro to junior high functions and graphing.
Can you like?
No,
is there another way you can explain it? Can you write it down in the chat?
No, I can't. No, not going below junior high.
All right,
start over again in primary school. Right?
You got this one. We can
start over again in primary school. Everyone understands it who's past junior high school.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fine with me not understanding, yeah,
I'm fine. You're exposed.
Yeah, you take the win.
It's not a win. It's just I exposed you as a clown.
Pointed out that I didn't understand what you said, and you won the argument. So,
well, no, I didn't win an art. That's not a case of winning or losing. That's not what it is, Mr. Ego. That's not it. So you just contradicted yourself again by mere implication.
That I care about winning or losing.
You're really knocking it out of the park tonight.
I don't really care about winning or losing.
Yeah, I can tell you don't care.
That you got me. So
it's not a gotcha. It's not that, dude.
It seems like you got me. I don't understand what you mean by the rate and change in slope and how that goes around, goes against the idea of the horizon being an optical phenomenon where the ground is turning
phenomenon.
I'll help you out, bro. So in the globe Earth daydream, the horizon is curved. And in reality, all horizontals are straight.
Okay, so I think I know what you're saying, right? You're saying that if I stand up in position and I turn around, I should see the horizon being a continuous straight line across, right? Like a complete circle around me. If I
is he talking
look
to me?
at the horizon, not different. Yeah, I'm trying to.
He's talking to his notepad, so he's taking good notes.
I'm trying to clarify. So,
yeah, there should be no horizons, no horizontals on a globe. Simple.
Yeah, and the horizontal is just an optical illusion.
Oh, really? It is. And so the horizon's an optical illusion. Go ahead and I want you to cite that.
Phenomenon.
Go ahead and cite that. Go ahead and cite that right now.
Cite that it's an optical phenomenon?
No, you said optical illusion, glue sniffer. I want you to cite that in text.
Yeah, I misspoke.
Yeah, he retracted that.
Did he? All right.
Yeah, I misspoke. Sorry.
Can we agree that everything you see is optical? I mean, good.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, hold on, Gallagher. He may not know this one, QE. Okay, so put your hand in front of your face and look at it. Are you looking at your hand?
Oh God. That's a serious question, Exceptional.
Yeah, it's a serious question.
Okay. I'm following. I haven't done this either. Okay, I'm looking. Yes.
I mean.
Right. So is that your hand? Is that your hand you're looking at?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. Quote unquote. Retarded Glober 2022.
No.
What is it that I'm looking at then?
According to Fight Earth, Fight the Flat Earth, that's not your hand you're looking at. You better call him or get on the same page.
Okay, so is it about like delay in perception, right? I'm viewing my hand in the past. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what his nonsense was, but it was some gobbledygook nonsense like that for sure.
Was that Sonny laughing?
Yeah, that was a good guess.
No, he said it was refracted.
Yeah, refracted, delayed.
Okay, now that makes sense to you. Yeah.
I mean, it does, but it kind of seems.
How does that make sense?
Somehow he missed the whole joke.
Let's see how it makes sense. Define refraction.
You got my answer, Exceptional. Don't retract now.
Hey, old Haas, just relax.
No, I get what they mean, but I wouldn't agree with them in how they framed it there. Like, I'd say I'm still seeing my hand.
It's not an agree-disagree issue. It either is or it ain't. So it either is refraction or it ain't. So what's refraction?
Light bending through a medium, or passing from one medium to another, or just
one medium to another medium. So where's the light from your hand passing from one medium to another?
It's like not really a medium in any significant way. Like it's just one medium.
Holy crap! You had your chance. You had your chance to foil Quantum's plan, but you failed. I'll give you the answer in DMs for $50.
$50.
I am
what are you
aware.
Tell him?
Well, you did say there's only one medium layer.
Yeah.
Ding, ding. Wait a second. We need to take note of this. He just said air is one medium.
That's correct. He's right.
He was right.
So he's right.
We have a winner.
But what AI will do will muddle the composition up and tell him that the lens is the other. You fucking guy.
So.
Right. I was also answering with like assuming you guys know that if the same medium is denser in one region and less dense in another region, and they can be considered two different.
No, they're not.
Mediums.
No. Citation, please. Citation, please. Citation, please.
Atmospheric refraction.
Atmospheric refraction.
Yeah.
Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Gas sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You can't cite it. You just made that shit up. There is no refraction in the fairy tale atmosphere or in the Atmo. No refraction whatsoever. None. Zero. It's a category error.
Refraction.
Oh, by the way, before we go on, you have to have two different optical densities, not just two different densities.
It's not two different densities either. It's two different materials.
So gradient index optics.
Gradient makes no fucking difference. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Gases have no boundaries or surfaces.
Right, but here's a source here.
Here's a source here.
Right, it's the gradient of the refractive index of a material. So, single material with a varying refractive index.
Yeah.
So that's one
two materials with two refractive indices, and the refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. There are no boundaries. Again, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface? Do gases have boundaries or surfaces?
No.
Exactly. You're in a category error.
They have both.
Who says that they have both?
Okay, so let's say that you were in. Let's say that we.
No,
were in,
no. We're not going on your fucking retarded tangent. Do gases have boundaries or surfaces? No. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface. Don't fucking talk through me. I told you about that before.
You already spoke, and I didn't respond.
Shut the fuck up.
You already spoke.
Shut the fuck up.
You're triggering Pewie's PTSD.
All right.
You fucking retard. There's no scenario that you can come up.
But it's okay.
There's no fucking scenario that you can dream up in that imagination, that fuckwit imagination of yours, that will make gases have boundaries or surfaces. None.
Light originates.
Shut the fuck up.
See,
you don't know what light is. Shut the fuck up.
I can't even respond. Okay, you got me.
You ain't gonna respond with anything, dumbass.
Okay, then you won't have
the only thing you can respond with is to show gases having boundaries or surfaces. That's the only thing you can do. Do it.
Or you could hear me out.
No, it's not or. This is the standard, dumb fuck. Refraction occurs at the boundary or surface.
But it can also happen within a material.
It can't. No, it cannot.
Citation, this is what I showed you.
Citation, please. You can't show shit. You don't know what fucking refraction is. You're a moron. You can fucking overtalk me, glue sniffer, but I'm going to fucking bury you with your death notice right here.
Showed you continuous refraction.
I'm going to bury you right fucking now. You don't know what refraction is, son.
Can you address my source, please?
I'm not going to address your fucking source. You don't know what your source is fucking saying. It doesn't know. Your source doesn't know what Snell's law is.
We can move on. We can move on then.
Your source doesn't know what is Snell's law.
It's.
Oh my goodness, dude! Wikipedia.
No, I'm not going to search it up. I can remember it. Trust me. It's an equation that describes how light refracts as it passes from one medium to another.
Yeah, now light refracts.
To another.
You use refracts in the definition of refraction. It's fucking
Snell's
idiotic.
law isn't refraction itself. It just describes.
Snell's law is refraction. You're a fucking imbecile pretender clown moron. You just exposed yourself, dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you fucking goober.
Right, and I said
right. You just said it's not. You just said right, and it's not. You compromise yourself.
A law and the actual phenomenon are different.
Really? Citation, please. Citation.
You got anger issues, bro.
Citation. Shut the fuck up.
You should
White Knight. Shut your fucking mouth. White Knight,
NG77,
anger
issues, Quantum Eraser.
Well, I take his fucking. I'll tell you what issues I got. I got issues with pretender clown fuckwit White Knight frauds. And you're going to feel it right after I'm done with this idiot. You just fucking contradicted yourself. Okay. Again. Okay. Dumbass. Read the definition at fucking 10 minutes after the hour. Both of them.
Okay. Snell's law. Also known as Snell-Descartes' law and the law of refraction, the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction.
Hi, nigga.
Right, and I wasn't really disputing that in a significant way.
Yeah, you did. You said the law of refraction is not refraction. We heard you.
I'm not saying
we heard you say the law of refraction is not refraction, dumb fuck.
Okay, so this is trifling then, right? We're both
trifling. It is quite Just shut the fuck up.
We're both on the same page.
Shut up.
We both agree that the
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You've already compromised yourself. You're done.
We can move on.
No, we can't move on.
This is very trivial. Like,
shut the fuck up.
How's it trivial, dude?
You started it.
It's trivial, and what I mean is trivial is him arguing with me, saying that I contradicted myself. That in itself doesn't really matter to the conversation.
Yes, it does. It means you contradicted yourself because you're a dumb fuck.
Well,
it's not
it's
trivial.
a small detail.
It's
right?
not trivial. It's not a small detail. You're a moron.
The difference was whether the law
You're a moron.
is refraction itself.
You're a moron. The law of refraction is refraction, dumb fuck. Just like the law of entropy is fucking entropy, you dumbass.
The law of entropy describes how entropy works. That's what I'd say. I wouldn't say it is entropy.
Shut up.
What does that even mean?
Shut the fuck up.
The law doesn't apply. Is that what you're saying?
It is trifling. I don't want to focus on this. So can we move on?
I do. I want to focus on this.
I mean, wouldn't it be a lot better if you dunked on me with your actual point?
I dunked. It's just dunking on you constantly.
Yeah, you know. Do it for them. Don't do it for them, not me. Do it for them.
Yeah, I'm not doing it for you. I'm exposing you as a pretender clown.
It's boring to hear you talk about definitions.
It's easy.
Bro.
Just fucking listen to you contradict yourself.
Sure.
You're a globe-tart idiot. What's your number one bestest scientific evidence for a globe?
I don't really approach it from that way.
Really, you don't, but we do.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, real cool. Bye. So, let's go to Mr. Let's shut up. Let's go to Mr. White Knight, NG77, dumbass. NG77, what is refraction? With citation, please.
I don't know. Are you going to yell at me now?
What is your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
Daddy.
Yeah,
that's
put
about
him on.
all you got. Yeah, that's about all you got. Yep.
That's it.
Figured.
Bye. Go back to your cake decorating forums. They'll probably laugh you out of there.
Or what color is a chartreuse windsock?
Oh boy. Same old, same old.
It's not good to have hate in your heart, buddy. It's not good for
not
you.
Your buddy, pal, and it's not hate. It's pure contempt for numpty, dipshit, pretender clown frauds. Nancy.
Pelosi?
If you will.
That is a good question, though. He's asking, what is the best evidence for the globe?
No, the best is scientific evidence.
How about the laser beam test you guys did?
Laser beam, you guys.
Holy crap. Holy crap. I can't wait to hear how stupid this is going to be. Go ahead and tell us how it went.
Dude, it literally proved that there's a fucking curve.
Really? Literally?
Dude, that's not... Man, dude, I said, how did it win, dude?
Good.
What explain what happened. Explain what happened in it.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I'll try. Basically, what was like they're shining a laser just over. Was it over a couple of kilometers or something? Was it? I don't know how long it was exactly, but I mean, the laser was literally above the point that they're pointed at. Like, you know.
Dude, was it a documentary on Netflix or something?
No, I think he's talking about the one Jaren and Dan the Waterman did.
Yeah, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
I actually don't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, your story's falling apart real quick, bro.
You're a dumb shit. Another pretender clown.
His best, think about it this way, his best scientific evidence is that flat earthers prove the earth is curved, but he didn't do it. And they're dumb. flat earthers are too dumb to realize it, than what they prove. But he figured it out somehow.
It's over a couple kilometers or something like that. Maybe.
I haven't heard that one before, actually. That's your best evidence for the globe?
Wait, do the flat earthers here, what are your opinions on other planets?
Opinions? There are flat earthers here. We got another one. Who said they're planets?
I mean, like, do you believe, like,
no,
the moon is flat or something?
No, I don't believe anything.
Oh, okay.
I know it or I don't.
Do you know if the moon is flat?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Awesome. What about anyone else? What do you guys think about other planets' status as a flat?
Planets, you're begging the question. That's circular reasoning, right?
Oh, so you don't believe planets exist, or you don't?
No. I didn't say that. I said you're saying planets, right? Mm-hmm. Prove that what you see are planets.
Well, not only that, he's saying other planets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which we know damn well what you're insinuating, that Earth is a planet.
Here, Quantum, this might help you out. This is what he thinks you believe in. Here, look at chat.
I don't believe in shit.
No, this is what he thinks you believe.
Oh, I don't believe that shit. I seen that shit in grade school and I was laughing at it.
Yeah, they are confused. They do. That is a lot of their thinking. It's weird. Yeah, anyways. Yeah,
wait, what
other
is this,
planets.
What is this graphic?
Why do you say other planets? Other than what?
Well, I do believe Earth to be a planet, but
so you accept without what he just said was, I accept without evidence the Earth is a planet is what you just said.
I think there's some pretty good scientific evidence that the Earth.
Oh, there is scientific evidence. Well, that'd be a fucking problem. Because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen against the second grade retard altar of fuckwittery. Unwittingly, you just sacrificed your science acumen to everyone in here.
What?
Yep.
All right, well,
anything else?
I think you can have, like,
we don't really care what you think after that, son.
Okay, well, you can have observational science.
We don't really care. We don't really care. Your science acumen is below fucking third grade.
I mean, the reason why.
Why? Because you didn't pay attention in school?
The reason why.
Dude, when did you observe Earth to be one of these lights in the sky?
The reason why
when did that observation take place?
Taught to kids,
there is no.
It's because it's
model. Hold on a second. Model.
He's just going to keep rambling.
Yeah, I know he is. He'll get muted after his second grade of science acumen got toasted.
Well, okay.
What's up? Model. You said model? Can you post that in side chat for everyone to see, please?
What do you mean? Like, wait,
no.
Someone
No, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say model?
Right now, you can see.
Oh, doofus! Stop diarrhea! Fucking projectile diarrhea from the mouth.
Oh, that's not me.
Post the model that you claimed inside chat so we can all see it.
Okay.
Yeah, you claimed a model, so we want that model put in the chat, text chat.
Yeah, he's gonna post the globe.
Okay, let me post it.
He's gonna post the world globe map.
What are you guys looking for? A model of the solar system or the planets?
No, we're looking for your model. What you think is
it's your
model?
claim. It's your claim. You claimed a model, so
right.
put it in the chat.
Let me find one.
Let you find it.
I am interested in as I look for the image of my model. I am interested in.
No, we want the model, not the image of the model. The model.
Oh, okay, I see.
You don't know the difference, do you?
That's what we're interested in.
1 second. I'm interested in what scientific evidence you guys have to.
Scientific evidence. You just sacrificed your son. I just told you. Are you retarded?
What was your reasoning?
What the fuck?
Wait. I want this one. Let me do it. Okay, Numpty. Which science is in charge of or has anything to do with shapes?
Well, I mean, I was just asking, like.
No. Don't go any further. Just tell us which
I don't really want to.
No, shut the fuck up. Tell us what science has to do with shapes right now.
Geometry.
Oh, is geometry a science?
I mean, I don't think a science has to do with shapes.
Yeah, fucking you said science though, didn't you?
No, I mean, I was just asking, like, what experiments can you or have you done to prove
Holy
that the
shit,
Earth is
dude!
flat?
I already went through this with you.
I mean, what observational experiments? You don't have to have
Observational experiments. That changes the game. Holy shit, dude! Just shut the fuck up, man. My God.
Okay, fine. Observational study. How about that? So,
observational studies are not scientific. You're a fucking idiot.
Okay,
Maywen, I'm going to throw you a bone. Stop asking these types of questions and just ask, why do you come to the conclusion the Earth is flat? That way it's holding on the other person to give you the reasons why they hold their position instead of criticize you for your inability to use the vernacular correctly.
Okay, so why do you think the world is flat, Quantum Eraser?
Yeah, I know the world is flat. Number one reason.
Oh, yeah, what do you know?
Well, not the number one. I got about 30 of them, but we can start off here. It's relatively easy.
Okay.
There are no horizons on a globe. Therefore, the Earth must be flat. And the reason being is, according to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0. Unfortunately, curvature is defined by the United States Naval Academy as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So how can we go out in reality and see horizons everywhere, but yet be told by the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we have the rate of change of slope of non-zero along a tangent from our feet in every direction?
Okay, so I think, or actually, here, I'll try to use I know more because that sounds better. Why do you know it to be that, first of all, humans can observe the horizon in its entirety in their limited point of view or their vision?
What?
And why do you know that the horizon has to be has to have like a slope of 0 instead of a slope that approaches 0 but is still non-zero?
It's non-zero because that's an axiom. It's defined as a rate of change of slope of non-zero.
I mean, yeah, you said that the horizon has a slope of 0, correct? Or did I understand you right?
Rate of change of slope of 0, correct?
Yeah, let's just say slope. So, why do you know it to be 0?
I can see it, and it's defined as.
So why do you know that your vision
is defined as the horizon?
Okay. So where in the horizon okay, first of all, just because you can see a horizon that seems to have a slope of 0 doesn't mean
not
it
seems.
has to have...
Not seems. No, not seems. Defined as a rate of change of slope of 0.
So a horizon is defined as a slope of 0.
It's an attribute of it. Yes.
I never heard that before.
You never heard that before? You never graduated junior high school?
Well, I'm about to, but
well, that explains it. You're dismissed.
Where does horizon and this where does the slope of zero come to the horizon's definition?
Where does the slope of zero come to the horizon's definition? Because it's the definition of her fucking horizon.
Can you source that?
Oh my, yes. Yes, I can. One moment. It's going to be a train wreck of epic proportions for you.
That was a good question, though. You got to give him that. He's gonna get it.
No, that was good.
Get it.
No, it was good. Not a problem.
This is my first time in the Flat Earth voice call, so I'm pretty excited.
All right, you're excited. All right. Well, you get +1 for that shit.
Thank you.
All right, you in voice text?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
At 28 minutes after the hour, Varsity Tutors. Horizontal lines have slope 0 since the rise is 0.
You know, Varsity Tutors
From
is what
Louisiana,
I use to cheat
just
on my
shut the fuck up.
Oh, sorry.
Just shut up. Thanks. Louisiana Tech. Horizontal line parallel to the x-axis has slope 0. Biology, Arizona State. Horizontal line has slope 0. Study.com. The slope of a horizontal line is always 0. QMath. The slope of a horizontal is 0. ThoughtCo. Formerly Physics About. The slope of a horizontal line is always 0. From your Elmwater Wiki. If a line is horizontal, the slope is 0.
Okay.
From Syracuse.edu. I'm not done yet. Horizontal lines have slope of 0.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Why does a horizon mean horizontal line?
I'll tell you why. Very simple.
Are you sure
Very
about
simple.
Yeah, no, I understand that horizon is contained in horizontal line.
Fucking sure?
Okay, I understand that horizon is contained in horizontal
that
line.
question. Not a problem, dumb fuck. Just
Right, so
over
horizon-
me through the whole way through, dumb fuck. So, dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Your death certificate number 2 is coming at you.
Thank you.
I want you to read this out loud for everyone, please.
Okay.
Read that from math.
Horizontal lines are derived from the horizon.
Say good night.
Yep. So horizontal line.
Aren't you?
Hold on, before you go on, bro. I'll add on to that a bit. So horizontal is a line that's parallel with the plane of the horizon, which means they both have the same slope. So if horizontal lines have a slope of 0, then that means that the horizon would also have a slope of 0.
Right, but the thing is, I think the logic behind a horizontal.
Logic. It's not logic.
Yeah, no.
Not logic. Doesn't have anything to do with logic.
No, the logic behind the horizontal
There is
line.
no logic, douchebag.
Okay, so the idea, I guess, behind a horizontal line being based on the horizon is because humans observe the horizon as being horizontal. They observe the horizon as being horizontal. Right? So that doesn't mean the horizon is horizontal. Right? So just because a horizontal line is derived from a horizon doesn't mean the horizon has to be horizontal. It doesn't go the other way around.
You're a dumbass. That's the dumbest fucking shit I ever heard.
Holy crap. Do you know?
Dude, I'll put it to you like this, bro. The definition itself says they're parallel to each other. Okay.
Yeah, do you know what size the Earth is supposed to be, Maywin?
Fairly large. That way the horizon
Fairly
appears
large?
straight.
Like, do you know how large?
I don't have the number, but
You don't have any idea. So how would you know how much slope there would be over any distance?
Earth size. 7,926 miles diameter.
So you have to fucking look it up now. But you didn't know before now. So you wouldn't know the consequences of how much slope there would be in the horizon to begin with until you just fucking looked it up, right?
The slope in the horizon. Thanks a lot. That's perfect, Sonny. Is there a slope in the horizon?
Right, so he just said slope in the horizon, so doesn't that imply
Holy
there's a
crap.
non-zero slope?
Thanks a lot, Sonny. Thanks for jumping in, man.
fucked up.
Appreciate that.
Okay, I fucked it up. Okay, so if there was, if there was a
Hey, bro, bro, get in the corner and self-flagellate, please.
Okay, so I mean, I feel like you didn't address my question before, though.
So I fucked it up. Yeah, we addressed your questions before. You're a fucking idiot.
No, I mean, okay. First of all, I mean I don't
You're
really
a
count
fucking
that as
idiot,
addressing
dude.
my question, but
Yeah, we addressed your questions. We addressed every single one, and then exposed you as a pretender clown. Yeah.
No, okay. So here, I'll just restate my question.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm tired of listening to your dumbass.
Sorry.
You just compromised yourself. I gave you a photo of what the horizon is. You read it out, and you fucked it up.
I mean, I kind of had something to respond to that.
I mean, you didn't. Not
Okay,
anything
you
coherent.
just ignored it.
Not anything. Yeah, we're gonna ignore you from now on. Yes.
Because I'm right.
Yes. Yeah, because you're a fuckwit.
Okay. man.
Not because you're right. You're a dumb fuck. We already exposed you 3 times. Mae West is in the corner blushing, dude. Shut the fuck up.
I am blushing.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. Next.
I think Lemon wants to go next.
Shut the fuck up.
Bro's got me blushing and so.
What? Did that make you Randy?
Are you you're Mae West, then, huh? Mae West is blushing too.
Nah, listen, we gotta give Sonny a chance to redeem himself. So, Sonny, how about you let this guy ask you the question? How about that?
Yeah. So on your globe tard, how much curvature would be there if it was a globe tard? You didn't know. Therefore,
Oh, not him, dude. The new guy. There's a new guy.
Me?
Who?
Yeah, aren't you new?
Oh yeah. Oh wait, what did you say? Sorry, I thought it was.
No, not him. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay.
Lemon?
Oh my goodness, dude.
Lemon, dumbass?
Yeah.
Okay, which new guy? Exceptional? We already talked to him.
Yeah,
Lemon.
no, I think it's Lemon. There's been some people saying Lemon.
Lemon's too scared.
It's on me. It's on me.
It's Fry? It's Lemon Fry.
Is that Lemon? The old Lemon?
No, fuck no.
I'll just ask you a question though, okay?
Okay, what's the question?
So the Earth is flat, right? And we have an ocean, which is also then flat, right? So then if you have a boat and it keeps going on this flat ocean, why does it disappear? Right? If it's flat, we should be able to see it all the way, right? Why does it disappear?
No.
No. Air is not transparent. Air
No,
is
it's not air. It's not air.
Then
No.
what is it?
No. It's called the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
It's called the diffraction limit. You can't see forever.
I can see stars pretty far.
Yeah, but you're looking up in the sky. The angle's a little bit different when you're looking out to the horizon. That angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller, right?
No.
Yeah, it does, you glue sniffer. And how far are these things in the sky?
I mean,
Look, that's a fair point, and I admire your zeal. But we laid the groundwork. We were gonna let Sonny take it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sonny.
But before Sonny takes it, Quantum Racer is correct that the Rayleigh criterion would cause the fact that once an object gets too far away, you can't see it anymore. I mean, that's just a fact. All right, go ahead, Sonny.
Right, so you can't see forever. Especially when looking horizontally. That's where the gases are thickest is near the surface. So you're looking up into the sky. You're looking through far less.
Yeah, he's gonna kill me, AI. You fucking hand this off to him, man. He needs re-education.
Well, I'll give you some education. So Mr. Raleigh actually comes into play here as well, Sonny, because it's called the Raleigh Atmospheric Extinction Coefficient. And they have a formula which will tell you that you can't see past approximately, depends on what source you go to, but it's going to be anywhere from 250 to 300 miles. The atmosphere will become opaque. So yeah, even that alone, you wouldn't be able to see, quote unquote, forever. And then somebody will say, oh, well, why can I see stars? Well, according to the extinction coefficient, we all know that the air on the ground has more of a coefficient than looking up because the pressure wanes. And looking diagonal also has a different coefficient. So you're both correct. And guess what? Both of your arguments were attributed to Mr. Raleigh. Isn't that awesome?
Tobacco smoking fool. You guys need to be both re-educated. We'll have a timeout after this.
Can I ask a question? Am I allowed to talk now?
No, fuck no.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna step out for a few minutes. So go ahead. They'll probably entertain this horseshit.
Okay, so whoever's the second in command, how big do you think the Earth is?
1 Earth unit size.
What does that mean in terms of? Or actually, so what's the diameter of a flat Earth? I suppose.
Oh, diameter. Waiting to give that answer. You've had that in.
What do you mean? On the show. You mean diameter? What makes you think it's a circle?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay. So it's a square. Okay.
No,
or
you're making.
Hold on a second.
The hell?
You're making an assumption that the Earth is some kind of an object or has a shape.
Okay.
None of us in here are making that.
Okay.
We're not claiming a shape. What
So-
shape? What shape
I
is a
didn't
tree?
accept the original answer.
A
Sorry.
tree has a bunch of different shapes on it.
Tree
Or-
shape. Yeah.
I mean,
Tree
I'd argue that the tree trunk could be the shape of a cylinder, and then the branches could each be their own little cylinders.
Each constituent part of the tree has a different shape. So basically, they're tree shaped, right?
No, I wouldn't call it tree shaped. I would call it a tree has a bunch of different constituent shapes.
So
What would the likeness of the Earth be like as far as... How would you compare the Earth and a tree? What the hell are you doing?
I'm just trying to get to the point that the Earth is Earth shaped. It's no particular shape that you can define as this is an object or something like that.
I find it funny that he said no. A tree is not a tree shape.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is it then?
Yeah, exactly.
Trees are not tree shaped.
I mean, I just said a tree is made up of many little shapes.
Right. So then, how would you describe the shape overall? How would you describe an entire tree as a shape? Go ahead.
I mean, I don't think you can attribute one shape to a tree because...
There's your answer. There's your answer, brother. There's your answer.
Perfect.
Same applies to the Earth. The Earth is unique. Hold on, friend. Hold on. I am going to do it. The Earth is unique, unlike any other thing that exists, and therefore it's Earth-shaped.
Okay. So when you look at the horizon, right, you observe a horizontal line, or very close to horizontal at least. But I imagine you guys say horizontal line, so we'll stick with that. So when you look at the horizon, you observe a horizontal line.
What do you see?
So what portion of the Earth is the horizon that you are currently observing? So
the horizon part.
Do you know the definition of horizon?
I mean, that's not really what I'm trying to discuss here. I'm trying to discuss if you lined up like as many people as it would take, and had the horizons in some way starting from front to back, and you line them all up, like how many horizons would it take to span the Earth?
I think that's why you need to define horizon.
Yeah,
okay. Then I guess we can define it as the line.
Hold on. You're making assumptions of what the horizon is, thinking that it's a particular place. So the definition of horizon is where the sky and the earth or the sea apparently meet. It's apparent. It's not.
It's only exactly.
That means not real. That means it's not a geographic place that you can go to and say, "Here's the horizon. Now I'm at the horizon."
Of course, yeah. No, I agree with you.
And before you go on, it's also observer dependent and instance dependent.
Right. So
it has to do with the current conditions. So to say how many horizons before you make it all the way around would be an indeterminate factor. You could never know the answer to that.
Okay, so if you're looking at it, so if I step out into my backyard and I observe the horizon, right? So you acknowledge that the horizon is where the sky, sea, and land appear to meet, or sky and land, or sky and sea appear to meet. So, could you guys answer like what portion of the Earth's like sky and land meeting does my horizon occupy? So like is my view like 1 million of what I could possibly view as like an object?
You need a total surface area to be able to derive that. You can't just say I'm seeing this much.
So what do you think that is?
Percentage of undefined.
It changes from day to day, hour to hour. It's not defined.
Correct.
So
it's like I said before. Hold on, Funny. Like I said before, it's observer dependent and instance dependent. That means every single time you see a horizon, it's different. So 1 hour, if you say the amount of water between you and the horizon, resolvable water could be tens of miles, and another day it could be in the single digits.
Yeah, but you guys get what he's trying to backdoor into. He's trying to backdoor into.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not sloped, so you're screwed. Next.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, I'm back.
But he does have a good point. He does have a good point, which is where is the land between me and the horizon? And if you have, like you said, a globe where it's at a particular point, there's numerous observations where it doesn't reside at that point. So the idea that the horizon is anything about a geometric consequence of a globe is utterly debunked.
Yeah, so his globe's debunked. And you can't have horizons on a globe. Zero. Can't do it. It's a paradox. It's all over. By definition, unless you're going to change the fucking definition of the slope-intercept formula, good luck with that. And horizons, good luck with that.
I mean, all right, it's not even my turn to talk anymore, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it again. Not while I'm back. They might entertain you, but I won't.
So, I was kind of assuming you guys would say something that coincides with, like, whenever you see objects that are above the horizon vanish as well, right? Like, you can't see buildings.
Who cares?
They're, like, billions of miles away, right? Or not trillions, but, like, you get what I'm saying, right?
Billions.
Did you listen to what's been happening? No, you didn't listen to what's been happening.
Yeah, I've been listening.
Obviously not.
Yeah, that's going to be a little confused there, bro.
Where's that building a billion miles away, by the way?
I was going to say that he was trying.
Are you under the impression? Well, let me ask this question: are you under the impression that you can't see something in the distance because there's a giant hump of Earth curve in the way, and that's the only explanation possible that could cause such a thing to happen? Are you under that impression?
No, I'm not. I'm not bringing that in. I'm just genuinely asking you. Like, is it Like you can't see it because of the fog, or like why? There's
things.
no
Fog would be a sufficient reason. We already gave you 3 reasons. We gave the Raleigh criterion, atmospheric occlusion, which are both physical facts that cannot be otherwise. Period. End of story. Not even arguable or debatable. And fog, we obviously know we can't see through fog. That's not debatable either. So those are 3 sufficient reasons why you can't see something in the distance. I probably could come up with 20.
What if there's no fog in between you and that object?
Well, then you'd have to say, what is the range of the object? What's the angular resolution of the optic I'm using? What is the occlusion rate in the air, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Right. So the max you could see would probably fall within whatever the Raleigh criterion calculates then. Best conditions.
Well,
you ever watch Sesame Street?
Interestingly enough, you can the angular resolution of the human eye is approximately 0.02 degrees, right? And that means that, like, if you lay it on the ground, if you're a 6 foot tall person, at approximately 3.5 miles, right, you would lose 6 feet of vision. 6 feet of your vision is completely lost. And so, if something's on the ground and it's 6 feet, you won't be able to see it. And if that portion of the object is the bottom of the object, then you won't be able to see the bottom, but you'd still be able to see the top. So if you had a 20-foot object at that distance, purely and simply by the angular loss alone, you would lose 6 feet of the bottom of the object.
No, they can't appeal to angular size. They can't do that. They can't do that. Let's kill them all again. Does perspective absolutely? I'm not. I got a proof here. I'm going to destroy you in toto. Again, does perspective absolutely exist on a globe? One representative from the globetards. Yes or no?
Perspective exists on the globe?
Does perspective absolutely exist on a globe? One of the attributes of perspective, the main attribute, is angular size change with distance. Does that exist?
Yeah.
All right. On a globetard with a radius of 3959 miles, with your eye at the waterline, a 6 foot high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to Earth's curvature. Yes or no?
I mean, start to disappear, I guess. You'd still see
it will disappear from view due to the geometry. Just look up any Earth curve calculator. You'll figure it out. Conversely,
so 6 feet, 3 miles. Okay.
Oh shit, dude! All right, just shut the fuck up. How about that? Okay, thanks. I'll repeat it. On a globetard with a radius of 3959 miles, with your eye at the waterline, a 6 foot high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to the Earth's curvature. It's part of the Earth curves mass. So you're finished right there. Conversely, on a flat plane with your eye at the waterline, a 6 foot high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles. Same thing. Due to the boat reaching the angular resolution limit of the human eye at 0.02 degrees. So as you can see, we got a fucking problem. Looks like we got a dumb fuck rooster in the hen house. So which one is causing the boat to disappear from view at 3 miles? We had 3 choices. Number 1, the combination of perspective, angular size change with distance, and Earth curvature. Number 2, Earth curvature. And number 3, just perspective. Now, using simple logic, if we can roll out number 1, the combination of perspective and Earth curvature, whilst knowing with absolute certainty that perspective exists, we already demonstrated that above, we can roll out number 2, Earth curvature. Get ready. If Earth curvature and perspective were both at play, the 6 foot tall boat would be unresolvable at 1.8 miles. Why? Well, Earth curve would remove the bottom 2.16 feet of the boat, thereby rendering the remaining 3.84 feet of the boat unresolvable because it has breached the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is at 0.02 degrees. 3.84 feet of the boat is 0.23 degrees. It's all over. Therefore, Earth curvature is a dreamland apparitional fantasy, and moron globetards hijacked simple perspective and called it Earth curve. The end.
I mean, is it a problem that it's unresolvable for the globe Earth? I mean, I don't think anyone on our side is saying that if you're laying down, you'd be able to see a boat 3 miles away.
Yeah, they are. They are, bro. They are. Let me explain. They have what's called Earth curve calculator and Earth curve math, and they have what's called an observer height, an eye point, and a tangent line that intersects the curvature of the surface, and then beyond that is an off angle of which things are hidden behind. And they say that that math occurs at a certain point because they say that the horizon is a physical edge of a ball. And so if things are disappearing according to the physical edge of a ball, they're disappearing at a certain spot. What Mr. Quantum Eraser is telling you, that it's actually a compounding factor because perspective would be causing things to disappear before this alleged physical spot, proving that what you're witnessing is not the resultant of an alleged Earth curvature of that radius, let alone curvature at all.
Okay. I mean, could it just be that it could be the case that you could use a camera that has a higher resolution and you'd be able to zoom in? And
No. We're not talking about things in the distance. We're not talking about things disappearing at extra distance. We're talking about things should be disappearing at closer distance.
Yeah, you even agreed to that, exceptional.
Okay.
Ask a flat. Am I allowed to talk? I have a different point now.
Well, it would be nice to let exceptional flounder a little bit, but go on.
No, don't go on. No, don't go on. No. Exceptional gets to ask a clarifying question, and if he doesn't have any, then you can go.
It's okay. I don't have anything.
Perfect. All right. Now you can go, friend.
Okay. So can you explain why during a lunar eclipse, I think lunar eclipse.
Wasn't someone else going to ask a question? Didn't you give up your right?
No. They don't get to move on. No. They have to renounce their globetard based on my fucking proof.
Well, honestly, yeah, I just didn't understand it, so yeah, it's embarrassing for me. So
no, it's not embarrassing. If you have any questions, just ask me. I can go through it again.
Man, where were you, bro? We told him to ask a clarifying question.
I just didn't really feel like it. It didn't. Kind of.
This is good. He gets another chance. Don't give up now.
I think Quantum was getting a snack.
I stepped away for a second, then I was on mute.
The
I was talking into my fucking mic on mute because I have mic discipline. So
Dude, I have mic discipline too. I spank it when it doesn't work.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you did. You spanked it yesterday. So are we going to get resolution to the angular, no pun intended, angular resolution limit of the human eye and Earth curvature? Are we going to get we're just going to whistle past the graveyard and go to the next point, like how underwear works on a fucking globe?
Okay, so
we ain't going to whistle past the graveyard. No. The horizon killed you. Now the Earth curvature combined with the Rayleigh criterion or the angular resolution of the human eye kills it forever. You think I'm going to go on from that? No, I'm going to go clean the fucking bathroom. You're dead. Dead. Renounce your globetard right fucking now.
It would help if you could simplify it a little bit, man.
It's fucking simple,
like,
dude.
maybe a written form. I'm dumb, so.
You're not dumb. You can understand that shit. I broke it down to second grade retard level.
Yeah, but in the spirit of moving things forward, I concede. You got me.
Moving things forward, it's fucking stopped. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ's spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
Sweet.
Objection, badgering the witness. The witness is clearly incompetent and must be expelled and seek psychological evaluation before it can continue.
Badgering the witness.
Okay, so what I gather is that for some reason it can't be the combination of angular resolution and the Earth's curvature hiding the thing.
Yeah. Yep. That's correct. Yep. Because all your Earth curve calculators go by the wayside to get fucking jettisoned into a bonfire.
Right. The calculators say that we'd be able to see the object at this height. Yeah, and we wouldn't be able to do that because human eye resolution Rayleigh criterion.
Correct.
I feel like that's more like a limitation of the human eye rather than the geometric.
No, you feel like that it's not the combination of the two, and it's only perspective. That's what it feels like.
I mean, it could be a combination of the two.
It's not the combination of the two because that would render your your Earth curve calculators and your Earth curve geometry as null. They would roll it out.
Well, they don't. They're giving you a geometric reasoning. They're not giving you
what
perceived. They're not accounting for Rayleigh criterion.
Holy crap, brother! That's the problem, dude. You just answered it.
But they don't have to. It's just a geometric thing.
They do. Are you kidding me, dude? Let me ask you this question. I gotta ask you this question. It's a serious question. Stone cold serious. Can you observe geometry without looking?
No, I can't.
So then looking is part of it, dude. It can't be removed.
You can observe geometry without looking.
There's certain scenarios where your eyes just
holy crap, dude.
Aren't
no, don't please, dude, don't. We want that other guy to give an evidence of an example of
the Earth is not flat.
Observing a geometry without looking at it. Go ahead, bro.
You mean like a triangle?
a shape. I want you to observe a shape.
It's like a triangle.
In reality, that exists tangibly without looking at it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's say we had like a perfect cube, right? So we can observe it by.
Oh yeah, I said in reality, Holmes.
Could you feel it? Could you feel it?
I mean,
feel a triangle.
He simply said observe.
Shut the fuck up, mistress. Put mistress.
Oh, I told him that I was muted.
That fucking New Orleans white knight, dumb fuck down there. We'll get to you later. Mute her.
Okay.
I muted myself, faggot.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Okay, so actually, one thing before I leave, I actually do have a question for anyone.
Oh, so we're gonna whistle past
anyone. I don't
hijacking.
know.
Okay.
But yeah. So during a lunar eclipse, we can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Right. So
I'm glad you said that, bro.
Right. So we can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon. So. If I remember what a lunar eclipse looks like, it's like a dark circle that passes through the moon. So it's like a dark circle that passes through the moon. So
you got it wrong.
Oh, so it's not a circle.
Yeah, it's not a circle. Go ahead, AI. You were.
That's what I saw.
Oh, first off,
are you AI? Shut the fuck up.
Sorry.
Shut the fuck
first
up.
off, you're begging the question that it's a shadow. Second off, if it was a shadow and you're claiming that one object is a sphere and the other object is a sphere, then the only demonstrations that you can do with a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere creates a curve that is not like the curve you see. So one is curved and the other is curved. That means the shadow becomes a complex curve, not a simple curve. That means it becomes two curves. That means it becomes a sinusoid shape, and we don't see that on the moon. Therefore, you're wrong, sir.
But no, I'm not saying that it can only be achieved by a sphere. I'm actually saying that this effect can be achieved by like a flat circle, which is consistent.
Oh, is there another kind?
Oh my god. Well, I can achieve. Listen, bro. I want to be clear with you. I have a GIF I could post if I felt like it, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna tell you what it is.
Okay.
It's literally a straight bar casting a curved shadow on a ball.
Yep.
You can accomplish it with a straight bar. No. Yes. So that the shadow is a straight line, and when the shadow is cast on a curve, it becomes a complex line, which then adopts the curve shape from the object it's being cast on.
Right.
Yep.
So how does this apply to the moon?
How does this apply to your scenario, you dumbass? Because you said sphere to sphere. He just said a board, flat surface, to a sphere. That's why.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm actually saying a disk can also do the same thing, and there's more reasoning why the disk doesn't work. But
a disk doesn't. Where's the disk at?
No, I'm just saying, like, if someone believes that.
But I got listen, brother. Check this out, bro. Check this out. I got a physical demonstration that I could post if I felt like it, but I'll just explain it to you. Of a disk making a curved shadow. A sphere making a curved shadow on a disk. A straight object making a curved shadow on a sphere, and a sphere being incapable of making the shadow on another sphere because of the complex curve problem.
Where's the GIF?
It's in my private stash, bro.
Oh,
let's see.
Try it. Try modeling it, dude. Try physics. No, I told you if I felt like it, I would. But you could just try modeling it, dude. Good luck.
The thing is, the stick doesn't project a circular image.
There it is.
Oh my god, dude.
There it is. I found it.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Awesome.
What is that? Is that a sphere that he's holding?
Yep. Oh, look. Look, it's a curved shadow. Holy crap! Oh no.
You're toast.
What I tell you, friend, is that
didn't I tell him about an hour ago to shut the fuck up?
Yeah, the problem is, dude, that you have a claim. You have a claim that sounds good at first, but when you attempt to actually physically demonstrate it, the physics of reality defeat it.
I think it'd be better to get a more straight-on view. This is kind of off to the side a little bit. So
oh, really? That's probably why.
Oh yeah, because you always have a straight-on view when you're looking at the moon. I mean, get real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I'm driving home and the moon is way off to my left, I have a straight-on view of it. Get real, bro.
I mean, if you look directly at it, yeah, you have a straight-on view at it.
Yeah, from the left.
What? If you look directly at the moon, you have a straight-on view. What do you mean?
What? What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
To the left, to the left.
Fuck off.
And we've concluded there's no evidence that what you see the moon doing is the shadow of the Earth.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just trying to get your point of view.
Or that it's a shadow.
In conclusion, I rest my case.
Yeah, that's.
I'm actually now a flat earther, if you can believe it or not.
No, you're not. We don't want you.
We wouldn't accept you, dude. By debunking the idea that the moon has a shadow of the Earth on it, that should not make you a flat earther because the moon is not the Earth, dude. So just by proving that the moon is not the Earth, you shouldn't then say, okay, the Earth is this or that. So it goes like this. So a kumquat is not my car. Duh.
Well, I'm now a Lamborghini lover.
Oh, kumquat's your car?
This has been a fucking deconstruction on a megalithic level. We're just playing with you. That's all we're doing.
I think it makes sense because you guys, I don't know, you kind of study this rhetoric that you have, but I would suggest
some other guy have a question.
I would suggest debating like an actual.
It's
scientist.
season 10, dude. There is no debate. The debate was over in 2016.
I mean,
Wait a minute, are you under the-
have you guys
are you
actually
under
brought
the
an actual
impression-
scientist or an
Are you-
actual
hold on,
physicist?
Fred, hold on. Are you under the
Scientist, holy
impression-
fucking shit. Hold on, AI. I already exposed you as below a third grade science acumen, right? A scientist, that's a category error. This has nothing whatsoever to do with fucking natural science, dude. Nothing. Zero. A scientist would be better off bringing a fucking botanist in here.
Or a pregnant woman.
Or
He's talking about somebody qualified from NASA. That's what
it's
he's
a
talking about.
category error. Bring a fucking TV repairman in here. That would have been more appropriate.
Is your reasoning why the science is invalid is because it's
not
taught
a
at a young
fucking
age?
science. I told you that dumb shit before.
Wait, what was your reasoning about the third grade acumen? I
The
didn't
third
catch
grade
it before.
acumen, natural science and the scientific method only, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
Only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen on the second grade retard altar.
Wait, but don't you think that if I performed...
Wait. There is no wait. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
My
if I
God.
performed an experiment...
You can't. You don't
on
even
a
know
shape?
what are the three constituent parts of an experiment.
Wait 1 second.
10 seconds.
If I perform an experiment to try to
What are
determine...
the three constituent parts of an experiment? 10 seconds.
Let me just try to finish my
What are the three constituent parts of an experiment? 10 seconds.
I think I don't know the ID or independent variable, dependent variable. Control maybe.
Control maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Wait, here's my finished thought. So
No,
if
it's not a finishing statement. You're a fucking retard.
Baltards,
You're
space
in a category error. Shut the fuck up, everyone
Or,
in here.
yeah, look,
You're in
let
a
me just-
category error. It's natural cause and effect.
Right. So if I
How is
performed
that
an
a
experiment,
shut up. Put him on mute. Shut the fuck up. So fucking shut the fuck up. My God, are you stupid or something? So? There is no so. There is no buts. Shut the fuck up.
can I finish
Shut
my thought?
up.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
Shut the fuck up. Good time. It was a good Google search on your ass. You're probably getting fed too. You don't know what those things. What is an independent variable? 10 seconds.
It's the variable that you change to see the results in the experiment.
And that's
And what?
incorrect because it's incomplete.
I mean, you change the independent variable, and that's supposed to change the.
Yeah, you already said that. It's incomplete. And what else?
What?
It's the cause of the effect, you moron.
But the thing is,
but the thing is, what's the cause of a fucking shape?
you don't
sister.
cause the shape. The shape is
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. Next.
Let the good times roll. Too stupid to see what's going on.
He's a dumb fuck, man.
I mean, you won't even let me finish my thought. I was just gonna
Because you're in a category error, you abject moron.
Or here, I have a thought.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up right now. Shut your fucking mouth. We're not listening to your dumb ass anymore.
I can explain why we're not in a category error. You want to listen to it?
Holy crap.
Hear this. He doesn't want to listen
That's
to it.
kind of like
bro.
a cause of a shape.
He doesn't want to listen to it. Listen, friend, he doesn't want to listen to it, and I don't want to listen to you try to talk through him, but he tells you to shut up. So just end it. If you want to say it, don't say it. If you want to get it out, type it in the chat.
Okay.
Maybe typing it out will help you see how it's wrong. Because sometimes you have to actually see it to believe it.
He's trying to tell you there's a cause for a shape. I was just making a joke.
Yeah. What's the scientific hypothesis for hexagon?
He doesn't know what a fucking hypothesis is.
I never said the shape was the effect.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Is it the cause then?
You're stupid.
Yeah, you're supposed to be typing, homie.
Yeah, I'll explain it over text.
You can't explain shit. You're a dumbass. You'd fail intro to third grade science. I already at the beginning of this discussion, I already exposed you. All right? We're not circling back to your fucking puke. Right? You're like a dog returning to your vomit. I already exposed you back then. Remember Mae West?
Who's that?
Dumbass.
She was blushing.
I was flushed. Yeah, I'll explain it over text.
Listen, friend, Huey only uses references from before you were born, so you're just going to have to Google it.
I'm having a great time tonight. Listen to this conversation.
You could also ask ChatGPT, can you give me an experiment that I could use to discover the cause of shape?
Well, what I'm learning is it says that Mae West could make any man blush. Why? I've always wondered why he would make Mae West blush.
That's correct.
That's not that hard, dude. It just means it's extreme, bro.
It's what?
It's extreme, dude.
Oh, so she was a party animal?
I don't know. Ask W.C. Fields.
Well, that's great, Sonny, because I was gonna have you explain it to me because, yeah. But your explanation confuses me more. But yeah, thank you.
I think you got to add, in addition to Mae West, you got to add Marilyn Monroe and Tyler Swift.
They'd all be blushing at him.
Taylor. Shit.
I kind of like it, a mystery.
Dude, it's like saying like what went on at that island was so intense. It's making whatever that guy is roll over in his grave.
Well, what the hell are they doing? That's what they'd just be. I don't know.
Oh my God! It's like fishing for numpties in the text chat.
What was happening at that island was Gem Panda was conducting a birds humping experiment.
My second guess would have been Robinson Crusoe.
It's gonna have to be done.
Found another dumb shit in the text chat. Bushinator. Globers, do you know where your children are? Because they're coming on the Flat Earth server and they're making your globe look really fucking retarded. Worse than it already was. Get your spokesperson in here.
Well, I mean, some people consider me the spokesperson, but I'm not sure if
Holy
I'm like
shit.
officially.
We really need to hear from the fucking grandpa of the idiots.
Shut him up. You already been exposed.
I've been nominated.
Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting our time. Shut the fuck up.
Grandpa Idiot Bone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just telling you, I've been nominated.
Shut the fuck up. I'm just telling you to shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm stating facts
Shut the
here.
fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
You already had your time. Go back to your cake decorating or whose favorite color is the best forums.
Is there a question
They'll
for
laugh
the
you out
leader
of
of
there.
the Globers,
Shut the fuck
or
up.
what are we thinking right now?
Shut the
fellas?
fuck up.
I typed it out.
Oh man, I can't wait to read it.
You guys can read it if you're capable. Or I can say it. That would be a lot simpler.
If we're capable, what is that supposed to fucking mean?
Oh, sorry, not
He's a
independent.
retard.
Independent variable.
The independent variable for what?
So if I were to perform an experiment to try to validate, whether the Earth was flat.
Oh,
or
you're a
round,
retard. Shut the fuck up.
the independent variable would be.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
Just ask me a question and told me to shut up.
You abject retard, dumb fuck. You're a dumb fuck. It's a category error. It's a fucking third grade category error.
It's really not.
Yeah, it really is, you fucking moron. You abject retard. What causes shapes?
Nothing causes shapes.
That's what the fucking point is, moron.
I
Go
never
back
said-
to your
I
cake
never said
decorating
there's a-
forums, fuck wet.
The
Fuck wet.
shape-
Fuck wet. Fuck wet.
Yo, by the way, no
The shape
Glober
is
ever in
odd.
the worst of days ever
Shut the
talked
fuck up.
like talked like
Shut
this.
up, White Knight.
In the worst of their
We'll get
days,
back
no
to your
Glober has
dumbass
ever
in a
addressed the
second.
flat.
Shut the
We'll
fuck
get back to your
up.
dumbass in a second. Somebody shut fucking May went up. We've had about enough of his dumb shit. So we'll get the inside secret, Mr. White Knight, after that.
You can't tell right now.
Dude, that's a concave earther, bro.
Oh no, that's like a theistic evolutionist.
The concave earther that every time I yield the floor to him to give a single evidence that the earth is concave, refuses to do so for some reason. It's so weird.
Can't talk
It's like
right
a
now.
pregnant virgin.
Now, did I hear a question for me in here, or was that for someone else?
Shut the fuck up. When we want Grandpa, the head of the idiots, will notify you.
Well, I was nominated. I'm not claiming it.
Shut the fuck up.
Who nominated you, bro?
The Glober Union, or whatever.
The Glover Union? What a retard.
The GU. Well, there's a vote early in the morning, Gramps, so get your shut eye. You can be first in line. I know you old timers like to get over there at dawn to vote and then run over to the pancakes place.
And you're talking to me, is that correct? I just want to make sure we're talking.
Yes, old man. You're fine.
You can never be too careful. You know?
And you
So
can
this
never be
guy's
too old,
saying-
Gramps. Hang in there.
He's saying the independent variable is the shape. He's saying that's what the independent variable is.
Yeah, he's fucking retarded.
This is comical. After everything you went over with him,
yep,
I manipulate the independent variable, as in I set the IV to either a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. So you're making the independent variable, whether you make it a flat Earth or a spherical Earth. What?
I know it's kind of hard for you to understand.
Yeah,
But,
you can. No, because you're a fucking retard, dude.
What a retard.
And then you said the dependent variable is what you observe in the experiment. You don't observe dependent variables in the experiment. The
Like, anything
dependent
you can't
variable is
understand, you
number
call
one, you
retarded.
fucking retard. Shut your fucking mouth. The dependent variable is the naturally observed phenomena, not in the experiment. That's fucking 3 steps later, you abject idiot of a retard. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the
Well,
fuck
if it
up
helps
right now.
the situation at
Shut
all,
up.
I understand what he means.
Grandpa, shut the fuck up.
I'm just trying to help.
Shut up. No one
Looking after you,
fucking
boys.
asked you. Sonny said, we'll ask you when we need you. Other than that, sit down in the corner and shut the fuck up. Thank you.
I just want to make sure you're talking
Shut
to me or
up.
the other guy.
Shut up.
Maybe go in the corner. Maybe put on a new Depends or something. Shut the fuck
Yeah.
up.
You'll need it. Next.
Grandpa, I'll give you the stage. I'll give you the stage, Grandpa, when you DM me so I can vet it, proof of a momentaneously rotating horizontal. When you can do that, I'll give you the stage.
Who's talking? AI Overlord. But can we, after we do that, can we DM as like friends and
Holy fuck! Put a Depends
chat
over your
about our
mouth.
days?
Put a Depends over your mouth too.
Well, I'm just saying, he invited me into his DMs. Just saying, what's like the limits of our friendship or whatever?
All right, everyone, it's been a pleasure, but I have to leave.
Get the hell out of here.
Thank the Lord.
I will be moving to the Agora call to see what they're doing there.
You get moved to the second grade general science. You'll
It's
fuck it
been
up.
very fun. I might return later.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well,
See you later, Quantum Eraser.
Let's say, bro, the nursing home turns in the lights on Quantum Eraser in about 2 hours. You'll be safe.
You live in a nursing home? That makes sense.
No. Oh, I'm
Bring
just being a
something new.
dickhead.
Bring something new next time. Tired of the same old
I mean, this is the kind of
Bring
dementia-ridden
science.
rambling that I would expect him
Bring
to,
science.
to use.
Get out
But,
of
You brought zero proof of your fucking spinning monkey, space monkey
actually,
glow card. Zero
actually
proof.
think,
You provided nothing. You
I
provided
actually
nothing.
think the most common words that he
Spinning
uses in
monkey.
his
Shut
life
up.
are shut up and retard.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, okay. There you go. Yeah. All right, bye, guys. Bye, Quantum Eraser.
Bye, Felicia.
In summary, no globe proof was presented by Maywayne.
Thanks, mate.
Thank
Been
you
a
very
pleasure.
much.
Well, I mean, I guess I could take the stage now if everybody permits.
We
You got
told
proof?
you to shut the fuck up, Grandpa Idiot Bone.
No proof?
Well, you never confirmed you were talking to me or someone else.
Bro, this isn't karaoke.
Whatever do you mean by that?
I love karaoke.
All right, cool
Yeah,
story.
the stage.
Cool story. Fiddlebone, I said, if it's Fiddlebone, I said you can get the stage when you DM me that you have proof of a constantly, momentaneously rotating horizontal. That's what I said.
Well, yeah, but you never responded to me. I wanted to know if we could like chat in addition to that, like as friends or whatever.
Irrelevant.
And over the fences.
We could send each other memes.
Oh my goodness, dude.
We could tell about our families and our, what we learned that day or whatever. Like, just like
Good
normal
on
stuff.
you, Gramps. You're having a moment.
But I want permission. I want consent first. That's all.
All right, bro. If you have to ask, the answer is no. That's rule 101.
Yeah.
You gonna buy him dinner?
That. I'd retract
Holy
that.
crap.
That sounds awful gay.
Yeah, cool story. Anybody got something about the topic?
I think it's pretty settled science.
Whoa! Oh, what settled science? Yeah, what
Timbo,
is
you're
settled
back
science?
feeding. Timbo, you're back feeding. Oh, Twanger, dumbass. Back in here, fucking resurrecting. You respawned. So, do you got that globe model that you were referring to before? Twanger. Post a globe model in side chat so we can see it.
Twanger.
I guess not. I guess we're not getting that again. You'll be muted in about less than a minute because you're a dumbass.
Yeah, Twanger, you actually have to present something to talk about, Otherwise, you're useless.
No, I'm not.
You're useless to us.
Why?
Because you're not presenting anything to talk about.
So what?
Oh my goodness, dude.
And that's his MO. You allow him to keep on talking about nothing. That's all he does.
I'm not talking. That's the whole point, dude. You are so dense that you don't realize he just told me I have to talk, and I'm telling you I don't want to talk. Are you that retarded?
Oh yeah, no worries.
Literally,
Yeah,
you're that
no
stupid,
problem.
bro. So I'm gonna mute up because you need to think.
We thought you were the guy that said it was settled science and was going to demonstrate what science is settled, or what you meant by that. That's what we thought. So our mistake. Holy moly.
But who said it?
It was him.
Are there any flat Earth scientists in the chat?
You just sacrificed your less than second grade science acumen unwittingly.
I didn't think so.
Just unwittingly, and
I didn't think so.
You fucking clown. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Crayon muncher doesn't adjudicate shapes. There are no flat earth scientists. There are no sphere-tard scientists. It's a category error, you fucking moron. You're even unsolicited. You sacrificed your science acumen on the second grade retard altar. Thanks a lot, twanger. Dumbass. Anything else?
Oh, that was him again? Good grief.
Yep. Fucking moron. Did you graduate high school, dude? Seriously. Or did your parents pay the fucking teachers off? That's what it looks. If you graduated high school, then your parents fucking paid them. That's where we're at right now with you. You fucking imbecile. Go ahead. Speak more.
Oh, man.
It'd have been more relevant if you said, are there any sphere earth or flat earth tomato growers? That would have been more relevant, you fucking ignorant doofus. How about a globe earth accountant? Clown.
Clown ass.
He's a fucking clown, man. My cat's litter box could expose you.
You got dogs.
I gotta say that there's a lot of cope that goes on in this channel, but I think Quantum Eraser is the king of cope.
You little Nancy fucking idiot. That's all you got?
Oh,
Cope.
man, my finger was on the trigger on that one.
You think that's cope, huh? You little Nancy moron.
It's a really stupid thing for him to say.
It is. It's really. It's fucking feebly pathetic. What else you got, clown twanger?
Twanger, you got proof of a momentaneously rotating horizontal?
A what now?
Yeah, a horizontal that rotates momentaneously as you traverse over your alleged fantasy globe Earth.
Is momentaneously even a word, my guy?
Yeah, it is.
Can you define that word for me? I've never heard that before.
Yeah. So it's moments that are aimlessly. What's not to understand?
Yeah, but what does the entire concept refer to?
Every single moment it's occurring. So if you move in any manner over the world that you allegedly live on, right, you have to rotate.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Why would you have to rotate?
It's very simple. So you believe that quote unquote down is inwards on a radial spoke to the center of a giant ball. And so as you move, your vertical orientation is changing. And in your worldview, you believe that horizontal moves along with it. And if it's perpendicular to vertical, in order to be that way as you move to a different radial, it has to rotate all the time, every time.
So what?
So do you got any evidence that that's happening?
It's happening in my eyes, with my eyes.
Okay, so why don't you open up one of your eyes and let us see the evidence? How about that? Do you got any evidence that doesn't require surgery?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Are you cross-eyed?
Was that you, Sonny?
Yeah, he's saying there, you're cross-eyed.
What does that refer to?
I don't know, because I guess you could see inside your other eye. So your one eye could look at the other eye's orientation.
Keep quiet.
Now let me explain more. I'll explain more, Twanger, bro.
Yeah, I don't know why that guy was.
I don't have full context. So about 8 years ago now, a homie boy pilot dude that thought he was cool, he's like, oh, pilots, yeah. Pilots are the ones who know that the Earth is a globe. And since I'm a pilot, I can tell all the flat earthers the Earth's a globe. And so he made a claim that he was going to get for us the data from an aeroplane, a big one, from the black box, the navigational data, proving that the plane's orientation from the moment it takes off to the moment it lands displaces vertical and horizontal in a rotational vector, just as it must do if the Earth is a globe. He said he was going to get us that proof, and now it's 8 years later, and that proof never materialized, so I was just wondering if you had it.
Why would I have something like that?
Well, I just didn't know if the Globers were holding it in secret, like Hot Potato, where they give it to a new Glober all the time, so we can't find it, and then eventually one day they're going to pop it on us and just screw us up.
Well, dude, I mean, how about that 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
What does that have to do with what I have asked?
Explain it.
Yeah, so you can see the sun for a whole day. There you go, explained.
Why? How does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, yeah, so on a flat Earth, so how it works is the light reaches your eyeball.
What? Dude, okay.
Well, how else would you see something, dude? How else would you see something if the light isn't reaching your sensor?
That had zero explanatory power, what you just said. Zero.
Right, so the fact that the light from an object reaches your eyes is how you see it. Can't explain why you're seeing something? Good grief. That's a tough one.
How would that work on a flat Earth?
Well, so light, right, travels in free space, and then it arrives at the eye, and then you can perceive it, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
No, okay. Well,
now what must happen if the Earth is a giant globe? is that what must happen if the Earth is a giant globe is that planes, in order to maintain altitude and fly parallel to a curve, they must also be flying in an arc path, which means that the attitudes of the plane must be constantly rotating. Do you have any evidence for that? I mean, we already know you don't because you said you don't. But is there any evidence that it's doing that? Is what I'd like to. What if there was evidence that it's not doing that? Would that be interesting?
There it is, right there.
Can't help you with that.
Oh. Well, Quantum Eraser seemed to have helped you out, so maybe you should check out what he posted. And then maybe you should say, hey, what am I looking at here? Can you explain?
Dude, that weird looking graph, whatever you want to call that, that's minuscule compared to the evidence for the globe.
You stuttered, old dumb fuck.
Minuscule, Eraser.
The minuscule.
You know I'm about to say something. Every time you know I'm about to say something that's going to crush your entire worldview.
Minuscule sounds like a personal issue.
It's so funny.
Minuscule sounds like a personal issue.
Minuscule.
Okay, so what's the graph about? What does this show here?
What does this show? This shows 2 hours of flight. Well, let me go back. This shows United Airlines flight 1175 in 2018 that had an engine failure in between San Francisco and Hawaii and had to make an emergency landing. This is the black box data from that flight. This is from 2 hours, from 8:05. We blocked it off. The blue part, we blocked this off. We don't want to get into what happened with the engine failure. This is 2 hours before the engine failure, flying at 500 miles an hour. So this is 1,000 miles of flight. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the pitch data up there, it's the orange data up there. The pitch data shows that the pitch of the plane was at 2 degrees the whole fucking time. However, the altitude pressure at 34,000 feet was the same, flatlined for 2 fucking hours. The problem here being is that you would have to negotiate on your idiot Globetard 124 miles of vertical drop. That means that pitch of the plane would have to deviate from the horizontal. Yeah?
Not necessarily.
Because if it didn't, flat and level, shut the fuck up. Because if it didn't, it would be 124 miles in elevation above your Globetard.
Why would you? Okay, so
why would
the plane is dropping. Why would it have to change orientation?
How is it dropping? The altitude pressure is at 34,000 feet.
So it's not dropping, but
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What is this supposed to show here on the flat Earth?
It's supposed to show that your Globetard isn't in existence and it's flying over a flat plane. In addition, it also shows, shut your fucking mouth. In addition, it also shows, you see the ground speed and the airspeed? It also shows the NTSB has just revealed that the Earth's not rotating. Because at that latitude, the Earth is rotating underneath that plane in its face at about 890 miles an hour. So what it does show is that the Earth is flat and it's not rotating because the fucking ground speed would be well above the graph's nomenclature of only 500 knots. It should be above 1,200 knots.
That's a lie.
That is a lie. How so?
It's a nothing burger.
No, that's in between your ears.
Okay, so the ground speed and the airspeed are pretty much the same, right?
No, they're not. Not if the ground is moving.
Okay, so the graph they're displayed as pretty much the same, but on the
Not
global
if
Earth
the
they should
ground
be
is
the same.
moving. The ground is moving underneath that plane at 890 miles an hour, so you would have to add 890 miles an hour to the 500 mile an hour airspeed. What's that add up to?
Okay, but when we take off in a plane, we're
Okay.
also moving within the frame of reference of
Now,
the
in the
Earth.
frame of reference is spinning in your face at 890 miles an hour.
It's not spitting in our face as if
Yes,
it's
it
going
is.
against
You're
our
flying
motion.
from San Francisco to Hawaii. The Earth is allegedly rotating from east to west, or from from west
And when
to
you take
east,
off,
and you're flying from east to west. That means that plane's flying underneath a rotating Earth. That's the frame of reference, the inertial reference frame. Dumbass.
okay,
I'm back, Eraser, I'm back.
Okay, let me illustrate
Shut
it
the
this
fuck
way.
up.
If the plane wasn't moving at all, right? The plane just went straight up in the air. We'd
The
also
plane's
be
not
moving
going
at the
straight
same
up in
speed.
the air.
But I'm just trying to illustrate a point here.
You're
right?
not
That-
illustrating anything, dumb fuck. The pitch is
that if you
flatlined.
take
The
off from the
altitude
Earth-
pressure is flatlined. Your globe tard is done.
If you take off from the Earth,
Yeah, right.
If you take
you're
off
having
from the
same
Earth,
yeah, if
where
you
else
take
you
off
gonna
from the
take
Earth,
off
if I
from?
jump, right, I have the velocity
jump.
of the Earth.
Oh, really? Angular velocity. What is the angular velocity? You don't even know what fucking angular velocity
I'm
is.
moving at the same speed the
What is
ground is
the
moving.
what is the angular? What is the angular velocity of the fucking plane?
It's not about angular velocity per se.
That's what you just said. Angular velocity.
It's not about angular velocity per se. I'm just saying that
Per
when you take off
se.
from the ground, you have
It's
the ground
not angular
speed.
velocity of the plane per se. Per se,
I'm
Your
talking about
Honor.
speed.
You're a clown.
Right? When you take off from the ground,
What is
you
angular
have the
velocity? So
of the
when you
ground.
take off from the rotating reference frame, you saying the plane conserves angular momentum?
It's kind of like but it's not magic though. It's
No,
two
but shut the fuck up.
things. It's
I
two
didn't say
things.
it was
So
imaginary,
It's
you
the horizontal
dumbass.
movement.
Hey,
It's the
dumb
horizontal
fuck.
movement.
Hey, dumb fuck. Horizontal movement. What is that?
Right. It's it
The
just
fuck is
movement,
horizontal
taking
movement?
away the vector towards or away from the Earth
Hey,
directly.
dude. Hey, dumbass. Is it if the plane was conserving angular momentum? Let's say we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and the Earth is spinning. Let's keep it simple: 900 miles an hour from west to east, and the airport from Charlotte, North Carolina, was facing west. Plane wheels up about 200 miles an hour takeoff speed. So if you're observing that plane take off from Charlotte, North Carolina in the inertial reference frame, then that flight is flying backwards at 700 miles an hour with your angular velocity conserved.
What?
Yep, that's what you just said,
Are you
dumb fuck.
serious?
Also moving.
That's
in
what
that
you
way.
just said,
Bro,
dumb fuck.
Do you not understand the inertia
That's what you
of
just
all the
said, dumb
objects?
fuck. Shut up.
Wait, do you even know what
Talking
angular
to
velocity is?
exceptional, dumb fuck. Hey, Mayhem. May when, dumbass.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Shut your
okay.
fucking mouth.
Hey, do you gotta be disrespectful?
Shut up.
Do you gotta be disrespectful?
Hey, dude, shut the fuck up.
I don't know
Hey,
who you talking
exceptional.
to like that, gang.
Like,
I'm not,
shut the
I'm
fucking
not
up.
going for that, gang.
Shut him
I
up.
really will beat your ass.
Shut him up.
I'll smack the fire.
Shut him up.
Are you
Stop talking to
opium?
me like you crazy.
Oh my god.
Shut him
Them
up.
little niggas, I'll really
Please
beat your ass.
shut
You ain't gonna do shit about it.
Hold
fucking
on.
AI. Thank you.
Hold on a second. Before you continue, Kitty, let's bros. I'm mudding right now. I can't be muting and unmuting people. Can one of the mods, please, for the love of God, take control so we don't have three people speaking at the same time?
I'll take control.
No, I'll take control.
Overload. Please let me take control, please.
All right, go on. Fine.
Holy crap! You're not mods, dummies.
Can you make me mod?
Exceptional dumbass. Please tell me what angular fucking momentum is. Define it with citation, please. Hello? Is my mic working?
Yeah, you're coming through.
No. Okay. State it.
Okay.
Go ahead, read it off.
Angular momentum is the rotational analog of linear momentum. It is an important physical quality. It is conserved quantity. Total angular momentum of a closed system remains constant.
Closed system, you're in big fucking trouble. 49 minutes after the hour, your death notice for like the 18th time. What is the principle of the conservation of linear momentum? In physics, the term conservation refers to something which doesn't change. This means that the variable in an equation, which represents a conserved quantity, is constant over time. It has the same value both before and after the event. There are many conserved quantities in physics. They are often remarkably useful for making predictions in what would otherwise be complicated situations. In mechanics, there are three fundamental quantities which are conserved. These are momentum, energy, and angular momentum. Conservation of momentum is mostly used for describing collisions between objects. Of course, we're not defining collisions. Fucking idiot. Just as this is the really important part for your dumbass. Just as with other conservation principles, there's a catch. Conservation of momentum applies only to an isolated system of objects.
Isolated.
That's right. So that's right, you dumbass. Is the Earth an isolated system?
It's a closed system with regard
Is
to
it
matter.
isolate? That's not what I asked you. It's an open or closed-ended question. Sorry about that. Yes or no? Is the Earth an isolated system?
No, it's not isolated.
No, it's not. So you can't apply the law of conservation of momentum or angular momentum to it, you goober.
Maybe not perfectly.
You're a goober. Not perfectly, not at all.
It depends on the amount of external
Not at all,
force.
dumb fuck. So, let's go ahead.
Wait, Klein, I have a question.
Fucking application. Don't overtalk me.
I have a question,
Don't
though.
fucking do it.
Excuse me.
So, you're a glue sniffer right there with citation. You don't know what angular momentum is. Like I said,
Fuck you, fuck, kill yourself, you fucking bitch.
One more interruption, man. Just one more. I can never get here. I can never get to the point, right? Because you glue sniffing idiot fucktards won't let it. But I got to the point one time, and I recorded it, where a fucking idiot globetard was honest, and I got him to state from the basis or the premises of his argument that planes were flying fucking backwards. Because that's where you're at right fucking now.
Okay, so you've shown that the
fucking
conservation
retard.
of
You're
angular
a glue
momentum
sniffer.
as a whole.
You're a glue sniffer, dude.
Okay, but that doesn't really destroy the entire argument.
Yeah, it destroys your entire argument. So let's go back to Charlotte, North Carolina. So the Earth is allegedly rotating from west to east at 900 miles an hour. Plane's taking off. It's flying due west at 200 miles an hour. You're observing this plane on the runway, flying due west, taking off from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles. Are you claiming that if we're in a helicopter observing the runway and the airplane, and the plane is conserving angular momentum, which is fucking moronic, because the plane's not spinning, but I digress. The plane is conserving some type of momentum. That plane would be flying fucking backwards at 700 miles an hour on takeoff.
Relative to the helicopter?
Yep.
No. Because the helicopter also took off.
Yeah, the helicopter's in the inertial reference frame.
Yeah. So it wouldn't fly back relative to...
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would, because the plane's conserving the Earth's momentum going from west to east at 700 miles an hour, moron.
What you're saying is basically saying if I'm on a train and if I jump
the plane, not a train, the fucking plane, idiot.
Let me use this analogy.
Let me. Fuck no. The plane. Plane, dude. The plane
is in the air, right?
The plane.
And the plane is taking off.
The atmosphere is in the air. Is that what you said?
No, the helicopter would be in the air, right? And the plane.
It's in the inertial reference frame.
Right.
It's in the inertial reference frame.
So why would it fly back?
The helicopter wouldn't fly backwards, you idiot moron. With your claim to conservation of momentum, shut your fucking mouth. Shut up. The plane is on the runway. It has 700 miles an hour with your rotating fuckwit Earth. Going from west to east, 700 miles an hour. But the plane is going to take off flying west at 200 miles an hour on takeoff. Yes? That's 700 miles an hour you have left to account for, dumbass.
That helicopter also had that 700 miles per hour.
Not the fucking helicopter, dumbass.
There is no discrepancy.
You're a fucking moron.
When the plane took off, it had 700 miles per hour.
Shut up.
The helicopter is also moving at 200 miles per hour.
Shay, dumb fuck.
In the air.
Dumb fuck. The plane. It's on the runway. It has 700 miles an hour of angular momentum, which is glue sniffing idiot. But that's your claim. Yes?
I mean, that affects the rotation of the object.
It doesn't affect the rotation of anything. The plane.
Yes, it does. That's angular
the plane
momentum.
Doesn't affect rotation, dumb fuck.
You're saying angular momentum. I think you mean...
You're saying that, not me.
I'm saying both things, but you're mentioning the wrong thing.
Shut the fuck up. Put him on mute. He's so fucking confused he doesn't even know his own name. Shut up. Fuck. Thanks. My God, man.
What's the argument again?
Shut up.
Shout out to Danny T. That's the argument. Arrest
Danny T. Let me snatch him. Might already have it.
Are you wondering why planes don't fly backwards?
It should be, according to him.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that the plane...
Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Shut up. Tired of listening to your dumb asses. Fucking clueless git.
Hey, don't forget that one. What was it? Was it ChatGPT or what was it? Was saying the plane flies backwards relative to
yes
the rotation of the Earth or something.
Yeah,
remember that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Durka.
Fucking moron. They have no idea with conservation of momentum, linear, angular, energy. They're fucking clueless. Every single last one of them. Been dealing with it. This is season 10, dude. Get a fucking clue.
They know nothing. Nothing.
I don't think you understand conservation.
Well, yeah, we don't understand it. Yeah, you're a fucking moron.
Fucking morons. Retarded.
Let's see
Monkey, nigger, faggot, moron.
Danny T, where are you?
Hold on, I gotta ban that sucker.
All right.
Hopefully someone caught who it was. We'll get him.
Wait, so what's the momentum of the plane when it takes off?
200 miles an hour west. What's the momentum of the Earth? 900 miles an hour. That leaves 700 miles an hour on takeoff left to your fucking angular momentum, which it isn't. Because you don't know what angular momentum is. But in your fuckwit claim, yeah.
I do.
What?
I do. What do you mean?
You don't fucking know. Shut up.
I do. What?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you.
I know it.
Okay, what's angular momentum then?
Yeah, that's what I asked him.
No, I mean, I'm asking you. Do you know?
You're asking me? That's not my fucking claim. Why are you asking me? Why don't you ask him? Is this the same fucking retard?
I mean, no, you just say no one knows what angular momentum is.
Shut the fuck up, Mayhem. Yeah, you don't know it. I just put it in fucking chat. I just read it off. You fucking glue sniffer.
Do you know like the formula?
Up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth.
It's funny because you know that they're just looking at their Google Wiki search and they're like, I know what it is, and then that's what they're looking at in real time.
I mean, I learned it in physics
fucking run it off. Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
I didn't say anything.
You fucking glue sniffer. Shut your fucking mouth. You laughing hyena dumb fuck. My God. There we go. What the fuck up?
Well, I'm about to head to the gym. It was good hearing you wreck some Baltards for a minute there. You know, Baltards, Space Monkey.
Read and weep, globetard idiots. There's your fucking angular momentum, dumbasses. Of course, it didn't fucking post, you fucking clown. Danny T. Truther, planes flying backwards. Read and weep, globetards, you idiot morons. You'd failed junior high intro to physics. All of you. Every single last one of you. I know. I've been out here. It's season fucking 10. All of you pretender clown fuckwit frauds. That's it. Period.
Why are you so mad, Quantum?
Mad? It's not anger, it's contempt.
You're literally
for absolute pretender clown frauds, dumb fuck. Much like you.
You can say you're not mad. You sound
yeah, much like you. Yeah. I can say that. I can demonstrate it.
right, like by cussing on Discord.
Cussing? Is that all you got out of there? Little Nancy? Huh? Is that all you got, Nancy? Your globetard's over. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Anything else, Nancy, about my tone that disturbs you?
No, I'm just trying to look out for you, homie.
Yeah, I'm just trying to really, you fucking clown.
But you're not mad, though, right?
Deflect an insult. How do you have horizons on a globetard, moron?
How do you have horizons on a globe?
Yep.
The globe is really big.
Biggie. The globe's biggie. How biggie is it?
Really big. So big. that
Really,
when you look
really
out,
biggie.
you can't look around it.
Yeah, it's really biggie. We're looking for a number.
I don't have one.
Because you're a fucking retard. Don't even know your own religion.
Talk about madness.
Yes, you do. The heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion.
If I could ask, you don't have
Shut
to answer.
the fuck up. If
What
you
do
could ask, no, you may not.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's what you thought. That's begging the question.
Uh-huh.
You're assuming the very thing you're attempting to
now
prove.
you want to
Like you're thinking.
Got it.
You're thinking, dumb fuck.
Not only
That's
can you
begging
not
the
ask,
question, dumb fuck.
but you also
That's your
can't
begging the
explain it.
question fallacy, dumb fuck.
Yep.
Yep.
It's okay.
What else you got?
Oh, I'm allowed to ask now?
You're allowed to ask.
Come on,
Ask
Sling,
what?
do better.
I'm just asking a question.
Just
You told me not to ask a question.
Ask a question. I just asked a question as a dumb fuck.
And so the question would be why?
Why?
Can I finish the sentence? Okay, yeah. So the
why?
question
Well,
would
you
be.
didn't answer my question. How do you have horizons on a globetard?
I just
Stop
told
being
you.
so mad.
The Earth is big, homie. That's it.
The Earth is biggie. That is non sequitur to the question.
Well, that's my answer to your question. If
That's
you
your
find it-
answer. According
Yeah,
to the
if you
slope
find it
intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, you fucking retard.
Okay, cool.
Slope intercept
Like you
formula.
went to
dude.
college or something? I didn't
he's
go to
not gonna-
college.
He's not going to allow it, are you,
Sling.
dumb fuck? Sling blade. Shut the fuck up.
That's wild, dude.
Shut up.
You're like, hey,
That's
dude.
wild. No, that's your sister.
Well, dude, Sling, you told us the Earth was biggie. Then when we asked how biggie, you said, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't do math on this. I'm just telling you. You asked me
didn't do
why. How
math
do
on
I
Okay,
think?
well, do it. How about
Hang on,
an
just to be clear, right?
8-second
Just to be
Google
clear,
search?
right? You
Find out how
asked
big
me-
the Earth is.
Well, I can't prove that. I can't show you any math behind this. Right? Do you want me to just tell you stuff I looked at on Google, or are you going to bitch at me when I do that?
On
Well,
Google.
you said it was too biggie. Where did you get the idea the Earth was too biggie?
Yep.
Where did you get the idea the Earth was too biggie?
Yeah.
From a lot of people on science.
On
like, you know,
science,
TV
there
and
are a lot of people. There's a lot
Yeah.
of people on science.
people,
What are
you
they
know?
doing on it, you dumb fuck?
You're making it sound like
What
a
are they
drug.
doing on science, dude?
They're sitting on that science and they're
There
doing
you
science stuff.
stuttering fool. Stuttering idiot.
This is wild, man.
Yeah, what kind of science were they on? How high were these people?
I don't know, bro. I don't do science. I don't know anything
Really
about it.
shit. All right, guys. I'm going to have to take my leave of you. Have fun with these retards, man. Good luck.
Take a breath, dude.
See ya.
I want to have a
Hey,
heart
Sling,
attack or
man.
anything.
See you later.
Thanks, man.
Take care,
Happy-
Kiwi.
Sling.
Yep.
Sling, given enough time, you would tell. Yeah,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, bro. There's a lot of noise.
that's fine, Sling. The problem is you say Earth too biggie, but given enough time, you would tell us that boats would go over a curve. Or things
will go
disappear.
over a curve?
Well, if the Earth were a ball, wouldn't that have to happen eventually?
Oh, you're saying like, yeah, go over the horizon. Yeah. That would happen eventually.
Yeah, but you said Earth too biggie.
Yeah, Earth too biggie to look around. Yeah, you can't like look around behind the Earth from where you're
But
standing.
not okay. So, but not you can just imply when a boat disappears that therefore it's gone over a curve.
I mean, you would. I
So
guess
not
like
too biggie.
No, I guess you would like assume because like the bottom of the boat seems to go away before the top of the boat.
Yeah. See, that's what I was saying. I was just saying that would be on the list of your things to say, but at the top of your list, you say Earth too biggie.
Yeah, Earth too big, dude. Earth. Too
Anyways, I don't know. How big do you think it is?
big.
It's a contradiction in time.
I don't have math, but
No, I'm just asking you, how big do you remember them saying the Earth was? Ballpark it.
I'm not trying to tell you that the Earth is round. I don't care if you think.
No, you told me it was too biggy. I would assume you're talking about a biggy globe.
To be clear, the only thing that has been said is that I think that the Earth is big. I'm not trying to convince you that the Earth is round. I'm not telling you.
Big, yes.
I don't know why you're mad too. What the fuck? Why are you guys all angry?
Dude.
Because what you're saying is retarded, bro.
Big.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, I have a retarded view. The only question that I wanted to ask, I don't know why you guys are so angry. I'm not trying to debate you. I just want to know what is the rationale for why this is the case? Like,
what you mean?
Flat Earth is a thing. Why are they like saying that it's not?
Flat Earth has been a thing since the beginning of time, bro.
Well, what I'm saying is like, why are they saying it's not?
You thought people thought they were spinning on the. You thought people were spinning on the ball.
That's okay. My question that I'm asking you is, why are people saying it's round now?
Why are people saying it's round? You say?
Yeah. Why?
That's just tradition.
What do you mean? It's tradition that it's flat.
No,
dude,
it's reality that it's flat.
Yeah, you asked why people are saying the Earth is flat. It's because the curvature that would have to exist if the Earth were
I'm asking why they're saying it's
doesn't
round.
exist in reality.
Why are they saying it's round? I know that.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
The first guy, what his motivation was.
My thing is, if you're the one that believe that it's round, that is not for us to ask. That is not for us to answer you that. That is for you to.
I'm not telling you to believe anything. I'm asking you why do you believe.
Okay, Sling. Let me say this to you one time.
Okay, sure.
Nobody is saying that you are telling us anything, but you are asking us a question, right?
Sure.
The question that you are asking us, is appeal to motivation fallacy. You're telling us to tell you why do your people who made up a certain concept of what they think the planet is, and you telling us to tell you what was their motivations behind it. That's not up to us to tell you what's their motivations behind it.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to figure that out for yourself.
Right, I'm not trying to get you to know. Okay, I'm not trying to get you to say.
You should know.
Oh my god, I just.
You should know. No, bro, you should know. We all went through the same education system, right?
No, we did not. Yours was very much so different from mine.
Why would it be different? Where you live at?
Because I know that it's different. I can hear his accent. What is the Trail of Tears, T-Dub? What is the Trail of Tears, T-Dub?
What?
I live in a Western world.
What is the Trail of Tears, T-Dub?
What reason did they give you?
Right, it's very different. You don't know what that is.
Nobody gives a shit what
What
it
reason
is.
did they give you for why they say the Earth is round? Obviously, they must have given you some reason.
They just said that this is like a thing. They basically like unjokingly, you can laugh, dude. I'm just answering the question honestly. Okay, this is the way it happened that I remember it. Like as early as I can remember, even in like kindergarten, the first thing I remember is I saw a globe. And I didn't even really understand the concept of like Earth or anything. But I was like, hey, what the fuck is that? And not literally. I was like, hey, what is that? And
You seen it in the classroom. We all seen that.
Dude, yeah. There you go.
And again,
I don't know why I can't finish sentences.
Sir.
You interrupted me like three fucking times.
Sir.
Bitch.
Yes, because it's a stupid question again, and we already went through this, sir. You are asking a question. You are asking us to explain your religion to you. And then you already said you went to a school that basically teaches that religion. You decided that you wanted to believe it, that it's not up to us to tell you about your religion. That is up to you to understand that religion and basically come to us and explain it to us. Not tell us to tell you about your religion.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you to tell me about my religion. I was just curious.
Then we don't have to answer the question about motivations.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so then you just don't want to take questions. That's fine. You can say that.
No, we don't have to answer a question about
if
your
you don't want to take questions,
motivation.
that's fine. You can say that.
Are you listening to what I'm saying, sir?
Sling.
Fucking crybaby, dude.
It's not a crybaby. You mad because we don't got to answer a question about your religion?
Yes,
I'm not asking you about okay, listen, there's two different, just really quickly, okay? There's a delineation.
Sling. You're asking us to divine their motivations as to why they've decided to put everyone on a ball in space. I don't know. I could speculate for days. So hopefully you could too. So just...
Yeah, and just ask them. How about that?
Yeah, so I know why people who believe that the Earth is round say that they believe that the Earth is round, but if I was of the mind that the Earth is not round, I would have a reason at least to, maybe I wouldn't even know, but I would have like
why are you asking us? That's the point.
Because I don't know any other flat earthers in real life. The only people that I know who are flat earthers, and so the only way I can actually understand your views is to talk to you guys.
But you would have to ask a glober this question.
Right. Why would you ask a flat earther about the globe?
The only flat earther I know in real life is a crackhead who abuses his underage girlfriend.
Oh God! Why would we have to ask? Why would you ask a flat earther about the globe? That's just like saying, "Well, I'm gonna go ask a Muslim about Christianity."
I'm asking a flat earther about the globe. I'm asking you why you would think that a glober is a glober.
What?
Yeah. He's literally just asking. Hold on, dudes. He's literally just asking your opinion. You just say, "I don't want to answer." That's the correct answer.
No, we don't have to answer it. That's what everybody said in the first place.
And then what he was.
So there you go.
No,
there you go. So no, listen, friends. Nobody wants to answer your question, homie. So are you gonna?
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I said earlier. Like you can just say that. That's okay.
No, your new question is why do globies believe in the globe? Because they're naive and they've never thought about it.
Yeah, that was the original question.
That was my first question.
No, you said why do people? You said why? It was basically like why do they have people believing in a ball?
No, my question was literally why do you guys think that people who believe that the Earth is round think it's round?
Shut up.
Thought about
Listen, dudes, we're not going to do this on repeat.
Shut up.
Look, yes, the reason why I'm telling you to shut up is for one reason only. None of these guys are going to answer your question, dude. Please, for the love of God, put it to the side and ask a different question.
Yeah, no, that was my only question. I was just curious why you guys think that.
Okay, so then the conversation's over.
Yeah, conversation's over. That's all.
Boundaries to these guys. Like they can't.
Awesome. So now that everyone's refused to engage with this question, we have no conversation. Good job.
Well, that was the only reason I asked.
Right. Yeah, cool. Sorry. So now I'm going to put you on mute since you're a waste of everybody's time at this moment.
Okay.
It's not your fault, dude.
No, we engaged with it. He didn't like the answers.
The answer was, why would you ask the question?
No, the answer was...
So who cares? Stop talking about it, for goodness sakes. It's a waste of everybody's time at this point.
Okay.
For the love of God, try to have an actual conversation, for goodness sakes. I could have answered this question and actually turned it into a juicy conversation for like 30, 45 minutes. Would have been easy.
Right. I think
First off, the guy, okay, stop this. I'm getting tired of this. And you could just go do what you like to do. First off, the guy basically said, you guys can't answer questions. When somebody basically answered the question. So it's not like nobody wasn't engaging with him. We did engage with him. We said it was a malformed question. He was saying that you was basically telling us to explain your religion to you. It would be unfair in any other situation. I can't go to somebody, to a mechanic, and say, hey, I want you to tell me how to be a mechanic for no reason at all. Or I can't go to no and say, well, why do you believe that? Why don't you just go ahead and that's retarded. It's just a retarded question, and somebody pointed out to be a retarded question, and we getting angry about it.
Calm down, brother.
Yeah, it's not a retarded question, dude. If he actually had that as a sincere question, it's not a retarded question.
Same question could also be interpreted as, why do you think the Globers fell for it? Right? I can ask that question of an atheist, and they'd give me an interesting answer. About a Christian.
Exactly.
It's retarded. Exactly. It's retarded. It's basically telling me, hey, why don't you tell me to explain what I believe? That's retarded.
We all know it's a globe, right? We all know it's a globe, right?
Believe. Asking you, what did you fall for? That's another way of reframing it.
Why did we fall for the globe in the first place? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, because it was embedded in our psyche before we could even walk.
Yeah, it's what you're taught.
Every damn cartoon has, to this day, has space adventures.
Hey, that's probably the answer he was looking for. A better one.
Yeah, something actually in depth and juicy, something to chomp on for the audience.
Right.
Instead of just bumper cars.
Right. I don't think he was trying to make you guys reaffirm his beliefs or justify it, like something like that, like play to him. That'd be dishonest.
You know how
by the way,
say it's a story, like it's a story that they tell. Is that right? You guys think it's all a story?
What's the story? The Globe story?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of it is. Yeah, pretty much most of it is. Most of it is unvalidatable and pretty much fantasy and trying to make claims about the past and causation.
I've heard people say it's a story in here.
Yes.
So if it's only a story if you have like a 5th grade understanding of it.
Oh Lord, this should be good.
Right? Because then you actually grow up and then you actually reason out the reason why it is the way it is. And if you don't have the mental capacity to do that, I pity the fool, but that's just is the way it is, I guess.
Well, I used to be brainwashed by a Twonger. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, well, you're one of the coolest flat earthers there are on the planet, on the globe, I should say.
All right, bro. I'm on your side, but where are we going with this? Like, it's kind of like what they do when they just insult people. Like, I don't want to do the same thing. Let's talk about something. Your intellectual capacity is just so, like, bro, come on. I hate arguing like that.
Sorry, where are you going with that?
Where are you going with that? Can you explain what they needed to figure out? Like,
What do you mean? When you're a child, they tell you, look, the earth is round. We used science to figure this out. You take my word for it, right? So when you're a child, you use authority figures and stories to have your understanding of the world. But when you grow up and become a man or a woman of maturity and intellectually, you understand things for yourself. You don't take people's word for it. That's how things work. That's called critical thinking.
What?
It's called anchor beliefs, you dumbass.
Yeah, we understand that there's reasons why we're told that the Earth is ball. But I was a bit unsure about even if there was a next question. I wasn't sure exactly what the guy was asking. Not to want to go back into that, but yeah, we get it. There's reasons why they say that the Earth is a ball. We've evaluated those reasons. They're lacking.
No, they're not.
Oh, no, yes, they are. Why aren't they? What's wrong with our rebuttals to the reasons?
The evidence is overwhelming.
You give one reason.
So couldn't we be talking about the evidence then?
And then you can then have a go at our rebuttal.
Have you seen the beautiful pictures that we have?
Okay, the pictures. Which pictures? Exactly.
Of Earth that we've taken from the ISS. You can watch the live stream.
See, I don't know that that's true. That's secondhand. I don't have that knowledge, right? It's someone else claiming to have that knowledge and presenting it to me in video format or photography format.
I mean, we have the technology like that we're talking on the internet right now, right? So, I mean, that's an example of it's obviously like science works, right? Because we're here talking on Discord, and apply that same energy to the globe, dude. We've gone to space. We've done all these things. We know it's a globe, dude. We know it.
Yeah, see, that's just a cool story you're telling me. How do I value? How do I authenticate that story?
Like you missed the first part of what I said about Discord.
I can authenticate Discord.
Exactly.
I'm currently using it, right?
Exactly.
So that's a first-hand experience. Make these images a first-hand experience for me, and not a second-hand experience.
They're fake images, dude. I mean, they're fake. It's obvious.
I don't need to say that they're fake or anything.
There's a reason why they're fake, a very specific reason why they're fake, where those images claim to be taken from.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
What is it about that place that they're supposedly taken from? What that disqualifies those images as being authentic?
Are you asking me or the Glober?
You.
Well, where's the Glober claiming they're taken from?
What do you mean?
If you have, what's his name, Don Pettit or whatever, with a Polaroid floating over the Earth in the ISS in your paradigm, where is he? Oh,
I think he's spinning the environment within they're claiming to be.
Come on, dude. OUTE.
Outer space.
R. Yeah, thank you.
There's another bit. There's another bit that goes along with.
Where are you going with that?
What is outer space?
That's what it is.
Which what?
It's the absence of stuff. Who's Mike spamming?
It's the absence of what?
There's not much out there, dude. It's empty space, pretty much. That's why we
There
call
you
it
go,
space.
Yeah, nice second law of thermodynamics violation. You're like the Bulldog and the Tom and Jerry cartoons, just
The
walks around
Bulldog and the
shed
Tom and
steps on
Jerry
a rake.
Come on, dude. Just say something or get to the point. Or I don't want to hear that shit.
It's the second law of thermodynamics. You're violating it with your example.
What is the second law of thermodynamics?
Are you? Why would you ask me that?
State it.
Do you not know what it is?
State the law.
Why would
The law of entropy?
State it.
Well, hold on. Are you asking me to state it because you
so
don't
we can
know?
go forward. So we can go forward. State the law.
Hey, it's part of your argument, bro. He asked you to state it. Now it's time to state it.
I just want. Hey, shut up, AI. I just want to know if he knows what it is.
Goodbye. Get muted. Good job, bro. You're muted now.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. In case you didn't know, dummy, I curate this forum. So when I say what you do it, or you get muted. Okay? You are making an argument to him. He pressed you on your argument. It's your job to make your argument, not him. Do you comprehend?
You feeling like a badass saying that?
Dude.
Dang, is this flat Earth training course? You know.
Hey, shut up, or you're gonna get banned.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm not in a good mood right now. Sick and tired of people dithering endlessly instead of just bearing their own burdens for their own arguments.
Nigga.
Yeah, for real.
Nigga, this is Discord, my nigga. It's not that serious.
It is serious, dude. We run a forum here. We run a venue and we curate it for Flat Earth Exposition, dude, okay?
But my nigga, this is a virtual fucking app, which you guys are all very free to them.
Yeah, get muted. All right, now we're going to mute the other homeboy since my temper tantrum is over. All right, go ahead, bro.
Sorry for. Did I call you an idiot or a dummy? I can't remember. My bad, AI.
I don't really care, dude. I just want you to make your argument.
No, my argument is we have pressurized gas that we breathe on the surface. that we stand on, directly next to an area that's claimed to have nothing, that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy is not taking place. The air is not filling the available space. Therefore,
It
it's
is.
violating entropy.
We never said it wasn't, dude. I never said it wasn't. Okay? Gravity is an inverse square law. So as you go away from the Earth, the atmosphere is reduced in an inverse square fashion, dude. I can't believe I have to educate you guys on this stuff. Go to school, get educated, and then come back, and then you can argue about flat Earth if you know something, but you clearly don't.
What is gravity?
I'm done, dude.
No, you just claimed gravity. So what is it?
You've demonstrated in 30 seconds that you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he did.
How do you demonstrate gravity?
Okay, to be fair, I mean, AI only got on him because he didn't state what the entropy law was. He came back. He stated what the entropy law was. He came back. He told you why it's a necessary antecedent for why space wouldn't be possible for you to take pictures in space because you have the necessary antecedent of a container. And he explained what entropy law was. He explained how it basically violates the law of thermodynamics. That's what he done.
All right, dude, are you trying to reshape what actually just happened, dude? Relax.
Yeah, is he gonna give me?
Yeah, you're tripping right now, dog. You're tripping right now, dog. Relax.
Look at him. He cutting me off. I'm not tripping. You cutting me off.
T-Wonger.
Oh my god.
Explain to you what you asked him to explain. So it's only
he did explain it.
Gravity.
Great, he did explain it, and now he invoked gravity.
And then I explained to him why he didn't know what he was talking about. Did you hear that? Me talking?
You mentioned the inverse square law with gravity, right? And he's asking you to do
right. Yeah, he said inverse square law.
Now he's asking you for your burden, which is only fair.
Yeah, the burden right now is to explain how your claim of the inverse square law affects the gas, because you didn't do that.
I just that's exactly how it does. I did.
Which is fair.
No, you just claimed gravity is. He claimed gravity is
stupid. That's pretty much what you did.
Yeah, like what you're saying is basically what he could have done with entropy.
So really, what I should have done is ask you how it violates the second law. Go ahead.
Oh, you just stand on your burden or your claim that you just made.
What do you mean how?
Joe, I'm talking to Vax Swax, not you.
The gas that we breathe is not filling the available space. What do you mean how? It's literally not. Entropy is not taking place. Therefore, the second law of thermodynamics is 100%
the air is not filling the space. Are you high?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you breathing right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So how come the gas pressure that you're breathing is not entering? What? I'm sorry, dude. What do you claim the sky is?
Holy shit, dude! You're hurting my brain right now. You gotta. All right, somebody else. I'm done. Sorry, dude.
You're having massive cognitive dissonance.
You're asking? What is the sky? What are you on, dude? You're on drugs right now. Holy shit!
Oh, you're wasting such a great opportunity to
ad hom fallacy. Just add. Yeah, I mean that was just a fallacy right there.
I mean, he just asked you really
it's the most good faith I've seen this chat, and you're completely wasting it, T-Wonger. Like, just hold up your bargain.
T-Wonger, good one. Okay,
why don't you do better then, buddy? Why don't you tag out?
Well, I got something for Twonger.
No. Slow down, dude.
So I got a video where the Earth changes direction.
Slow down, buddy. You're getting excited. Oblivion, it's not your turn yet.
First he gotta identify what the sky is. I mean, he said what it was. First. I don't know why he's like trying to like get away from that. I mean, you already told
he's
him.
He's got to identify what sky is. He has to give the scientific cause for gravity. He's got to do a lot right now. He's made a lot of claims, and he's not supporting it. Yet I pretty eloquently went over what the second law of thermodynamics is and how your claim of space being a fucking vacuum, which is the sky, violates the second law. And you know what happens when something violates a second law? You toss it out because it's not possible.
Yeah, his response was gravity's an inverse square law. And so somehow he was trying to say that it's self-explanatory that the gas is filling all the available space it has to it, but he didn't actually close that circle. So it's fair to hold him to account and say, dude, how does the inverse square law mean that the gas is filling all the available space that it can, which it must do? How does that work?
Well, first off, he has to define what he means. When he claims gravity is an inverse square law, he has to nail that down. But before he can even do that, he has to prove what gravity actually is before he can apply the inverse square law to it. So go on. What is gravity?
He took off because I didn't. Yeah. Fucking hell.
Somebody needs to play the Jeopardy music.
All right. I get
Hey,
it. When somebody starts you for somebody else to start speaking over the top of him, I get it. All right. I'm just going to shut up. He's gone, by the way. Because I left.
I don't mean to interrupt. But I was trying to say this because I posted in the chat and I time-stamped the thing. Whenever someone brings up the ISS, I go to the ISS footage from NASA, and occasionally I'll see the Earth reverse underneath the ISS, and I caught it. Now, people say, okay, timestamp it, give me this and that. But the thing is every time I timestamp it, every second that passes changes with the timestamp because it's always adding time to it. So if anyone wants to clip this, check it out real quick. I put it at 31 minutes after.
What program are you using to watch it, dude?
YouTube, NASA, live stream, ISS.
They don't have the clip. They don't have the clip function enabled.
Well, no. The thing is because every time I timestamp it, every second that passes adds more time in front of it. You can't really timestamp.
Yeah, but what do you mean by timestamp, though?
I wrote it in the chat.
Scrolling the bar.
The thing is, every minute adds to the stamp.
Right. So,
but if you go there right now and you check, the closer you are to
just use the clip function. So if you're on mobile and you're in the live chat, the clip function will be active, and then just clip it. Use the clip function, and then you'll have like a 15-second quick reference to that exactly where you're looking at.
Like I said, I was just letting you know, and I put it in the chat. So
yeah, no worries.
Clip it. Go for it.
Yeah, I just
you've ever seen it before?
Yeah, no worries. I've seen a bunch of them, dude. I've seen where they were linking up, dude. So like the one capsule was linked to the other capsule, and the Earth stopped moving behind them.
Yeah.
What?
Like they're faking it because it violates a second law of thermodynamics. The ISS is not where they claim it is. It's in a freaking swimming pool in Texas.
Isn't that funny? There's too much information going into the video that they have to stop the Earth turning to have the capsules meet up together. That's hilarious.
I know Zach Glover got waxed by the vax big time. No booster for you. Muted. Sorry. That wasn't victory. Flawless victory.
Well, I just got hyped up because I was looking at the ISS and I caught that at the moment, like after he brought it up as a proof, and I wanted to like insert it before it was gone, you know.
I think I'm going to start banning people that don't actually give real timestamps. What do you think? Is that fair?
Damn it, timestamp. I tried to do that, and then when I went to it, 5 minutes later it passed, and it passed the timestamp because it's adding minutes after the...
Oh, yeah, because it's live.
Yeah.
It's live, exactly. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why you got to clip it, dude.
I don't... That's... well, never mind.
Or actually learn how to make a linkable timestamp.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to clip it, bro.
Dude, you can make a timestamp. You can look at the time when it like do the scrubbing. You know, like you're going forward or backward, and it'll tell you the negative minutes, and then you can pull your finger all the way to the right. It'll tell you the total minutes. You minus those, times it by 60 to get seconds, and then you just add question mark t equals, and then put those seconds in, and then you'll have the timestamp. And so that'll be a clickable link. When anyone clicks it, it'll go exactly where you want it to go. So that's one method. The other method is use the clip function just real quick. You don't even have to, you can just type XXY. You don't even have to type like anything fancy, and it'll just create an instant 15-second clip exactly where you're watching that people can then clip on. There's a couple of methods there if you're interested.
Yeah, you can do it with screenshots too. Just download snipping tool, and it freezes your screen.
The clip function has been working a little bit better for me lately, but a while back it was like I'd go to clip and I'd go to save and it'd shut down, close the freaking video on.
Yeah, it does it like that. That's why I just instantly open it and then do share. Like I don't try to make a durational clip or name it because for exactly that reason. Like it's got that glitch in it. So frustrating though, because you're like, oh, I want to make a 32-second clip of this juicy bit, and it'll like you can't do it because it closes down before you can type in the name of the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You can use ShareX. That's another good one. It lets you just record your screen. Low resource. Make GIFs.
Another thing is they keep turning the cameras off and they got to readjust too. Like
readjust.
Yeah, I guess they readjust. You know, they periodic lose the signal for a while.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, but what's crazy is it has this flap right in the view, and it says flap 2. And you can see the Earth traveling one direction, and then all of a sudden it goes out, and then it comes back on. The Earth is traveling the opposite direction underneath the flap, the same flap too, and it says it on the screen.
Yeah,
I caught that a few times, and whenever I bring it up, nobody's ever heard of it, and I was like, "Oh shit, I saw it again!" So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, or somebody if they wanted to clip it, and I put the times in which it reversed in the chat.
Heard somebody struggling with the second law of thermodynamics. Was that VaxWax?
Your mind onto a specific frequency.
What?
Earlier,
Who the fuck said that?
Twonger was asking you. That's me. What do you mean? What the fuck said that?
It's me. Oh, AV. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, where did I struggle at?
Earlier, Twonger was asking you what the second law of thermodynamics is, and you like. It sounded to me like you didn't want to give it because you didn't know it.
You got muted.
What are you talking? I went over it. I did a. Did you like disappear for like 30 minutes after that?
No, I was listening, but he was asking for the second law of thermodynamics explanation, and it sounded like because you were saying, "Well, I thought you were supposed to know it." Like you were asking him, and you didn't give it to him.
Guy.
I was listening to you guys, and then I think at some point you got muted. After that.
Yeah, I was unmuted. I went over.
Yeah, well,
Do I have
think
to do
AI
it again?
Yeah, no, AI was just pointing out like whenever people ask you if you bring something up and you have a point, you just go through the exposition of it, like explain to them what it is, and then they're gonna have to either refute what you said based on what you were explaining. So I don't know if you have it with you. Maybe you didn't have it. Twonger, yeah.
Yeah, is he still in here?
No, he's not in here no more. But I'm saying earlier,
Right,
when I
yeah,
was listening,
because I crushed him. He got waxed by the vax and he had to leave.
No, he knew what it was. He knew what it was. He just was like putting it in the reverse to where he was expecting Twonger to answer it, and they were just stalling everything.
No. What I was doing was when he said, "Tell me what it is," I specifically asked, "Do you hold on? Don't interrupt me." I specifically asked. I said, "Do you know what it is, or do I have to explain to you what it is?" That's all I was doing. Before I went on with my explanation, I wanted to know if he had any knowledge of what the second law of thermodynamics is.
I get where you're going with that, but I don't know. I guess it's best at times because they're being resistant, right? They're not gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you if I know what it is or not." So when you expose them and just say like, "This is what it is," right? And so now they're left with the argument. So you told me to shut up when you were speaking, but you're gonna talk over me. Is that cool?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. So like whenever you're like you put it to him, right? You give him the second law, and now he knows what it is. Like he's gonna have to deal. Like you didn't give him a choice whether or not he can accept what you're saying. You just gave it to him. So now he's got something on the table he's got to deal with. So he's either gonna be like, no, I don't want to talk about that, and everybody's gonna hear him like skirt around it, like he's not gonna deal with it. Which it's a glaring issue. You just can't just leave it on the table. So he's gonna have to deal with it.
But
So you know what I mean? Like
how
it's
he's
just
not here anymore because he didn't want to deal with it.
no. I know that now he's not here now, but I'm saying during the process, like you shouldn't just ask him like if he knows what it is. Just tell him, and then of course in the conversation he would have to deal with it or not. That would be a process.
Well, no, because I need to know if
he would
knows,
have to deal with it.
if he's never
fair,
heard.
He's not here anymore because the room was forcing him to basically prove his claim. He put a claim on the table of gravity, the inverse square law.
Yeah, I think he said that after, Reg Joe. I was listening to him. He said that afterward because I think he either skirted around that he didn't want to answer the question about second law, or he just put it to him that this is either. I think Vaxwax got muted at some point. Am I wrong?
Yeah, what was his tactic though? He was trying to claim. He was about to try to claim that gravity is the whiteout for the second law of thermodynamics violation. That's the eraser. That's like, oh, well, yeah, it violates the second law, but gravity. And okay, so what's gravity? Scientific cause of gravity, please. Gone. But I already explained to him what the second law of thermodynamics violation is. We live in a pressurized system. We have gas that we breathe. They claim the sky is a fucking vacuum. The gas is not filling the available space, therefore entropy is not taking place. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation in a nutshell. Entropy is not taking place by the gas not filling.
Man.
But to be fair, though, that's a claim too.
Is somebody loading a barrel with bricks?
Somebody mic's open. But to be fair, that's a claim too. So they just saying when you make a claim, you have a burden to prove that. The second law of thermodynamics. You say the second law of thermodynamics, right? If you say the second law of thermodynamics cannot be violated, or else we will not be breathing because we live in a pressurized system, then the only thing that they're saying is, and I mean that's what moderators are supposed to be pushing. They are basically saying like, well, yes, you put that on the table, and now that guy can hold you to that, and then you have to respond with the evidence to back behind it. So you can't put it to him because that would be a reversal of the burden of proof. If you say, oh well, you know about it, because I don't want to explain if you know about it, or can you explain it to me?
No,
nothing like
if
that.
he knew about it, I would have to go into much deeper detail.
Just like I just yelled at the other guy about Sling when he tried to basically do the exact same thing.
So I would have to. So then I would have to prove and give examples of the second law of thermodynamics, how it's impossible to violate it, or I would just have to give examples of the second law.
No, you just have to state that it's a law. It's a law of nature. You just have to state that it is a law of nature and how it affects us human beings in nature.
Think about this. Hold on, Vax. Hold on. Think about this. When you're putting it to him, there's something about the second law that's being violated. So you have to address what is being violated within the second law for why the question would even be brought up. So what is
gas
it
in the available space?
I know, but like to what extent? Like what are you saying? Like when push comes to shove, when you say, bro, listen.
It's what the Glober's saying. The Glober's claiming the sky is an endless vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr.
Right. So the problem is, does he understand what is violating? Because you could say that it's violating the second law of thermodynamics, but if he doesn't comprehend what law or what portion of the law or where exactly it's being violated, because I'll tell you like this, some of the Globers are not updated on the lore. They don't know the lore of the globe. So you would have to kind of tell them.
That's why I was asking. I wanted to see what kind of level of Glober I was dealing with.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like at the same time, you always have to do a preemptive kind of like push forward, like to say, okay, this is what the globe is stating. Now, if you say it with what they're stating, the claim, so you're going to put it forward to him, like, beyond the Kármán line, there would be 62 miles above the Earth's surface. They're claiming that the vacuum of space begins, and that's where they would arbitrarily put what we consider space, right? For the people that believe that you live on the globe. So there needs to be some foundation for that, so that either he's going to be like, oh, I've heard of that before, or you know what, I think that's bullshit. So then you can find out a little bit more, addressing the points a little bit more sharper, right? So then you can get to know if he's going to go along with that, because that's already what the claim is, and he can't pick and choose what paradigm he's adhering to. You get what I mean? Because a lot of times it's a moving target that you're trying to hit. So if you lay out a foundation for him, you're going to make it seem to him, okay, like this is what the rhetoric is. So you're either going to accept or you're going to reject this rhetoric. And so it's up to him. Right. At that point, he's going to be like left with the choice, right? I accept the rhetoric that's what they're saying. Beyond the Kármán line, the vacuum of space begins.
Right, but what is his rhetoric? What is the Glober's rebuttal as far like just sticking 100% to globe Earth rhetoric? What are they supposed to say when I say gas pressure violates the second law of thermodynamics? They're supposed to chant gravity, and that's where he left.
But it's not what they supposed. See, Vax, that's where you see. That's where you're getting confused. You can't think of what they supposed. You can't think of what they Vax. You can't think of what they're supposed to say. We all have a certain idea of what people were supposed to say, right? That's why you basically lay out your claim. Listen, Vax. That's why you should just lay out your claim, like they said. Lay out your claim, put it out there on the table. Here's the evidence that back up what I am. Here's the evidence that's back up what I'm saying, and then you allow your opponent to basically give you that. You don't say it for them. You allow them to talk. You allow them to talk themselves into that, and then you guys can have a discussion, because you're going to put your claim on the table. You're going to have the evidence that support your claim, and he's going to put his claim on the table, and he's going to have his evidence to support his claim, and then you two hash it out without you assuming what he say and without him assuming what you say, or else you both will be stereotyping each other, and that's really what y'all was doing. He was assuming that you was an idiot, pretty much. That's what he's basically was saying. You don't know what you was talking about. And you was assuming that he ain't know what he was talking about, because he said the same thing about you, and you guys got in the dick measuring contest.
No, I assumed he didn't know what I was talking about because he was uneducated on the subject. That's why I was asking.
Same thing.
When he said, tell me what the second law of thermodynamics is, explain it. I asked him, I said, am I explaining it because you don't know, or you want to hear? All I wanted to know was whether he knew or didn't know what the second law even was.
Yeah, but even if he didn't know, it's still your burden to say it.
Yeah, it would have been easier for you to just fuck him up in 5 seconds and be done with it.
Yeah, because if he didn't know, that would have been better for you.
Well, that's what I was. Well, no, that's why I asked him, because I could fuck him. Well, I kind of did fuck him up pretty quickly, and he's gone now. But I just want to know if he even knew what.
Or you would have did a room help.
You want to do a pop quiz after effect? So here's a question. You can answer it. Is the vacuum of space a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Okay, go ahead, AI.
Now, hold on. No, just think about it. I will, but just think about it for a second. Notice how I worded the question very specifically.
Well, if you change the paradigm.
Oh, no, are you going to try to claim that they're claiming that there's a dome over the Earth holding our gas in?
Just listen to the question. Is the vacuum of space itself a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
And what paradigm?
No, it's the fact that Earth is an open system adjacent to that vacuum with no barrier.
There you go. That's correct. Yes, that's the correct answer. Yes.
He gets 10 billion points for that one.
Mm-hmm.
So it's two parts, not just one thing. It's two things together. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I could. Let's say that I had.
But that was the point to drive it home, though. But that was the point to drive it home.
But let's. Well, it didn't. I mean, he kind of ran away like
But you never had a chance to get to that point because you was too busy trying to figure out what he was going to say to you.
No, I just want to know what his how do I word this? I wanted to know what his information level was on the subject. If he, the thing is, like, he may have never heard of the phrase second law of thermodynamics until I said it.
Wrong, dude, wrong. Let me tell you what actually was happening. He was doing it to you. He was doing it to you, dude.
Which is fair, but if he knew what it was, that's all I was doing. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is? He literally said no.
He does know. He does know, dude. He was trying to get you to put yours forth so that he would know where you stand with your knowledge of it.
It's just like Red Joe said. You guys were both doing it to each other, man. So you thought that you were going to get him to do it, and he was going to try to get you to do it. You both were doing it to each other, man. Like,
right. And as soon as I felt that vibe, that's why I came in and said, "No, dude, you just say it, dude. Just do it yourself."
He's waiting for you to just say.
He muted me, and then I was unmuted. I mopped the floor, and he left.
Well, all he had was an ad hoc, a baseless declaration of something to be so.
It wasn't an ad hoc.
He kind of beat himself.
Specific details, and then he just ad hoc. And then, there was a bit of audio, so I muted him because he was continuing to talk over the top of people, and then he left.
Yeah, like you guys just did when T-Dub was talking. Exactly the same thing.
No, that's my bad. T-Dub, I didn't... You were coming in really choppy. I thought you were just somebody in the background for a second. My bad. But I stopped. I listened. No, he threw some ad homs at me, then left. You're right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Stupid.
Yeah, instead of
I didn't say that.
All that what he was talking about works, he just told you to go back to school and learn it.
Right. Yeah, classic ad hom. Which I did call right away. As soon as I'm like, dude, that's an ad hom. Come on now.
Yeah, in a sense.
Is that really
In a sense, he kind of beat himself, honestly. Because he could have just explained what he think gravity is, right?
Well, yeah, that's really when he left. He said gravity is. Now, what he worded it, dude? He worded it in a way I've never heard a Glover say.
Actually, kind of taking valor because the room forced him to. The room put that to him. Everybody in the room pretty much said,
he says it follows
you got
the
to explain
square
what
law.
gravity is. Everybody in the room put that to him.
Says it follows the inverse square law, which is just an irrelevant red herring anyway.
Yeah, that was wild.
No. Listen, bros.
Did he say it differently?
Hold on. Just pay attention. I'll tell you. He was offering a novel approach. Just like the other guy said, I didn't hear it put that way before. He conceded. And let me explain. So Vax said, gas has to fill the available space. The homeboy immediately replied, it does fill the available space because of the inverse square law. No, just listen. Because of the inverse square law, it's filling all of the available space that's available to it. So he was segmenting available space that's available under the auspices of the realm of gravity holding it versus the outside. So when you said available space, you were meaning the physically available space. When he said available space, he meant the space that it could go to because the gravity was waning off. So in his mind, he's thinking it is filling all the available space that it can. It just can't fill any more, and so therefore that space isn't available to it because the inverse square law. So eventually, it's going to stop at a certain, it's going to go so far, and then it's going to stop. So it is filling all the available space it can. So that at least was a novel approach.
Wouldn't it be opposite though? Because if you're getting away from the Earth, and the gravity's getting weaker, weaker and weaker and weaker as you go, when the air want to fill that place where the gravity is weaker, that would be opposite.
Yeah, what would be the would be the? What
I
would be the
didn't
best
say he
rebuttal
was
to that?
correct. I didn't say he was correct. I said he was not.
He wasn't correct at all. Like,
Yeah.
because
That's
he was
why-
saying gravity is a force.
That's why
somehow
AI. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but how do we? Yeah, but to say gravity is a force is easily refuted.
No, that's why
Hello? If
AI
I-
previously
if I-
said the container, right? That's the difference between.
Yeah, I can hear
you, Mickey. Yeah, man.
All right. No, I'm just gonna say, like, what do you guys think? Because apparently, AI just exposed it's a novel approach, but it wasn't correct. What would you think would be the best rebuttal to that? Had it gone further than that? Anybody?
What I wouldn't have one.
What would be the best rebuttal for that?
He wouldn't have a rebuttal.
The container.
No, the best rebuttal to that will be.
No,
for
I'm
him.
asking you guys. What would be the best rebuttal to him? Back to him.
Yeah.
What do you mean back to him? He didn't rebut what I said.
Not what he
But that
Does he
was the
understand what?
Well,
that was the rebuttal. He was saying that gravity is acting as a container, as a pseudo force, where the air pressure would not be able to. With the air pressure would not be able to have the air wouldn't be able to leave gravity. Gravity is somehow a force or a pseudo force that is keeping the air from leaving the Earth atmosphere.
Yeah, he made a claim.
So it eliminates the necessary antecedent of the container because the gravity is some sort of pseudo force that's keeping the air from doing it.
Right.
Leaving,
just claimed
going
gravity
into
was a
that
force.
space vacuum. Yeah.
That would be the opposite. So as you get away from the Earth, the gas would want to fill that place more because the gas would have less gravity, and that would be floating away faster as you get away further away from the Earth. So it would be the opposite of what he's saying.
If you apply mass, attract mass.
Well, yeah,
wait
because he
a
was talking
second.
about the
No,
inverse.
no.
He was talking about the shut up. He was talking about the inverse square law. Yeah, so inverse square law. So as it gets away, it gets less and less and less.
Yes.
So
Let
if
me
you've got
ask you a
less
question.
gravity
If I have-
on the gas, fucking hell, I'm not. I can't fucking talk.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. Go, man. Go, man.
If I have a balloon that's at
Hey,
15
Quacks, what did I
psi,
just say? Can you tell me what I just said?
gravity is an inverse is a function of the inverse square law, meaning the further you get away from the source, the weaker it gets. Therefore, the air is all moving in the same vector at the same speeds. The higher it gets above the surface, the weaker the gravity effect would be, meaning the air would start moving faster.
Awesome. I thought you weren't listening. I thought you were just waiting to jump in.
No, I was listening. That's why.
No, you're all right. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Okay. So, if I fill a balloon at 14 psi at the beach, and I hold it 2 inches above the water, and I pop it. Okay. I take that same balloon, 14 psi, 10,000 feet above my head, and I pop it. Which one of those? Okay, the balloon on the beach. What direction do the gas molecules move in?
Every.
The balloon 60, 10, whatever 1,000 feet above that I said. What direction do those gas molecules move?
Every direction.
Yeah, exactly. Gas does not have a directional bias. Every single gas molecule moves freely and independently until it collides with either another gas, which is called an elastic collision, which means neither one of the gas molecules lose any momentum. They just shift their directions, or they collide with the walls of a container.
Yeah, but what are you going to do about his novel approach to claiming that the gas is filling its available volume?
They're claiming that gravity is a force pulling gas molecules to the center of the air.
Ask for a demonstration. Sorry to overtalk you there.
Where does gas come from? All the gas that we breathe comes from where?
Yeah, I don't know what that's doing to address his point though, which I kind of missed the first time he ran through.
No,
but
all the gas we breathe, all the gas we breathe moves from the surface and goes up.
Yeah, we all get that.
Just told us a minute ago it goes every which way.
You're not addressing the question on the table, back. It's getting annoying, bro. Alpha posed the question.
The gas is filling the available space.
He's telling you that. He's saying the same thing to you.
He's agreeing with you.
I think there's several
he's
approaches.
Not. He's claiming gravity is holding gas down. Yet gas
and you asked him
molecules individually do not have directional biases.
He's saying that due to gravity, dude. He's saying that due to gravity, that is
due
the
to gravity,
available
gas
space.
moves freely in
for
all
gas.
directions. So due to gravity, gas does not have a directional bias.
Hey, did you hear what I just said?
No, because he interrupted the end of your sentence.
Yeah, my bad.
He's saying that due to gravity, that is the available space it's filling.
No, it's not.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
he's claiming gas has directional bias, and it doesn't.
Container.
I would ask for a demonstration of gravity affecting gas. That's what I'd do.
In the way of a container.
Well, no, he's claiming gas. He's claiming
that would
individual.
That would be my rebuttal to him.
No, he is claiming gas molecules, individual gas molecules.
What's no about that? I don't understand what no about that is. No. What's no about that? They asked for my response. I said that would be my response. Why are you saying no?
Because that's not what he's claiming. He's claiming gas molecules get pulled to the center of mass at 9 meters per second squared. He's saying
it's
gas,
filling available space because of the
how can it be filling the available space if it's being pulled at 9 meters per second squared?
That's his claim. So how are you gonna rebut it?
Because gas doesn't move at 9 meters per second square to the center of mass. Gas moves freely in all directions. Therefore, gravity has zero effect on gas molecules. I don't understand what the complication is here.
Vax, you're focusing inwards. What about outwards?
What are you talking about? What does that mean?
Container. Otherwise, it's an infinite freaking vacuum, bro, where it fucks off into the infinite vacuum. There must be a container.
Is the gas fucking off into the infinite vacuum?
No. Why?
Is there
because container?
Is there one single example of gas pressure without one?
No.
I think y'all are saying the same thing, though.
You just need to say that.
Why does it all sound like you're arguing with us about it?
Yeah,
they're trying to help you. They're training you. But you're missing the whole point.
It's this kind of. They're training me. They're training me to chant container. No, you don't realize all I've been demonstrating is gas pressure requires containment. That went over your little tiny head.
No.
What do you mean by containment?
A physical barrier for
Look, bro, don't start slinging insults. Thank you.
Don't start slinging insults yet. They're training me. Okay.
All right, dude.
So patronizing.
Oh my god, dude. Teaching, helping, aiding, give it a name. Gee whiz.
I think you sound like you got an ego problem, man.
What do you mean an ego problem? I had
you react to you react to words certain words. Shut up. Hey, you asked me a question and then you spoke over the top of me. You said, what do you mean an ego problem? I'm saying it sounds like you've got an ego problem because some words trigger you and you think that everyone's insulting you and you start arguing with everyone.
Well, how I'm being quote unquote trained and taught at this moment because I didn't say the word container.
See?
And all I was doing was
you're focusing on the word trained like you think you're a dog or something.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how I said it.
Yeah, so why do you think?
But I don't think Oblivion was trying to patronize you, Vaxi. I think he was just saying they're trying to help you.
So that's why I said you've got an ego problem because you're reacting to words that didn't mean what your reaction is.
Oh, why? Because I didn't invoke it. Oh.
What's the big deal? Just let these bros help you out. I missed the point the first time through, and AI made sense of it. Okay, that makes sense. Big deal.
Yeah, I don't have to claim a dome when I'm not claiming the vacuum of space.
No, I don't know what he's arguing about anymore.
I think he did all right.
It should have never really been an argument in the first place, honestly. It should have just been.
Yeah, you were asking.
They're just going over it. It is going over it with you, Vax. They not.
Yeah, I think he's going to be doing all right.
Thing.
I think he would have done all
I mean,
right.
ain't no wrong with being quiz about it. If you don't know, you don't know.
Container?
Hey, TWR,
No, they're saying,
a little bit quiet, man.
Again? I just fucking left and rejoined.
You sound fine to me, bro.
You're perfect now. Yeah, you're good.
I was going to say, I didn't hear anybody roboting or anything.
Whoever said that, your mic is bad.
Is it?
It's better now. But yeah, it's good now. It was muffled for a second.
Oh, it was under my bathroom. I got the wrong headphone in. Hold on, I'm sorry, guys. It's my night off. I'm off tonight. I'm off tomorrow. Then I got to go to work on Wednesday.
So you have a night off and you just sit around in your bathrobe.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's 1:08 in the morning, and I'm in the living room playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This game is stupid.
Yeah, I always forget about time differences.
You're
I
upside
was thinking it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm thinking this guy's in his bathrobe.
And you're
no, dude. I'm a sous chef, so like, dude, these hours are kind of mint. I don't have to be at work. Like the earliest I got to be in is noon. You know, I work till about, if we're busy, like hopefully 11, but usually off around 8:45. Simple, yeah. It's the first job I've had in like over a calendar year.
Sous chef.
Not because
Make me some Béarnaise sauce ASAP. There you go.
Béarnaise?
If someone was trying to teach you something, would you be insulted?
No.
How do I make Béarnaise sauce? I'm curious. Can you lay that out for me real quick?
Béarnaise sauce? It's cream. It's cream and butter.
Oh, come on. Don't patronize me. Don't tell me how to make the sauce.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you want me to... Hold on.
Hey, FED, you should have told it like this. Hold on, let me say it. You should have said it like this. How do you make Béarnaise sauce on a globe? There you go.
Yeah, that would have been good. Darn it. I missed it.
It's essentially a scampi. It's when you add... Excuse me.
Yeah. White wine.
No, just wine and egg yolk and, you know...
Scallions. You gotta have is it a little cream? I could do it. It's been like a year and a half since I made it.
It's like making mayonnaise, but you use I think you use mustard. Yeah.
Actually, I was wrong. It doesn't have cream in it at all. So, and it's one of the four. Is it?
You said you were a sous chef, man. You said you were a sous.
Right, but I don't. Right.
Sauce.
Well, I'm not making Béarnaise sauce.
You're not. Yeah, you are. I'm asking you to right now.
No, I'm not. I mean, I could make it.
Bro, the real question is, how does Edward Béarnaise sauce taste?
It tastes like propaganda, bro.
These guys are coming and spreading propaganda.
Tastes like Netflix.
Kramer in the nuts. Oh,
you know that guy's his nephew? Or maybe grandson.
Who's
the
that?
Netflix guy? Oh, the guy that owns Netflix is Edward Béarnaise's grandson or nephew, one of them.
Okay.
Who's Andrew Béarnaise?
Edward.
Edward. The father of propaganda.
Father.
Oh, because we're talking about Béarnaise.
Modern propaganda.
Yeah.
The reason you eat bacon and eggs.
I was right about what the Béarnaise sauce is. I got more tripped up getting asked about that Béarnaise sauce than I was stuck in a lot of thermodynamics.
I know, man. That's why I threw it out.
How many mother sauces? 4 or 5?
Mr. Sous Chef.
5 mother sauces. Let's see.
I got a question for Alpha. Oh crap! It's on mute. Never mind.
Yeah, he's muted up.
No, he can still hear me. What the heck, dude? I was thinking he couldn't hear me.
He's got the red. He's a red microphone, bro.
I know, but he can still hear me.
What?
The microphone doesn't deafen your count, dude.
All right,
Mongo.
Oh my goodness. For a second, I thought he couldn't hear me. My question to Alpha is, Alpha, the modern flat earthers, how many of them do you think could actually operate under the arena rules and be effective and not actually be penalized because the Globers are zinging them every time with the rules? That's the question. You can think about it.
AI's being a hard ass tonight. But he's standing firm.
It's Tuesday, man.
Being sassy.
He's doing it. He's standing firm.
Well, we want to start doing some impromptu arena style back and forths, right?
You've done it a few times tonight. You've done it a few times. I heard it.
I thought my thing with the whole second law would have been a good one. I mean, shit, that guy left.
It happens every day.
Yeah, but those rules, if you put it forward and he asked you it, and you tried to tell him, then he could call on you, and you would get a demerit on you, and so you'd end up being muted, and he'd get free reign of the mic.
Yeah, but even though I got muted, I still crushed him. Still bent him over the knee and gave him a spanking with this fucking oak switch. It's all good.
The one thing he didn't actually succeed in doing,
what gravity was.
Well, he wouldn't have had to. He wouldn't have had to for his argument.
He would have been able to.
It wouldn't have mattered. But the point I'm trying to make is that
it would absolutely matter. Like
okay, so when I say the point I'm trying to make is that's when I talk. Follow?
If you're gonna claim gravity, you have to define.
Oh, dude, bro. I literally tried to be polite and seize back control of the mic, dude. What do you want me to do? Spank your ass?
Was I muted? What's that?
All right, just chill for a second. Chill.
All right, I'll go on mute. Hold on.
I'm trying to make a point. So my point is, let me recollect my point here for a second. Oh, yeah. So I pressed him on, he never actually brought the inverse square law to fruition of why the inverse square law is causing the gas to be limited to a certain area. He never actually closed that gap. Right? So he didn't actually make a conclusion. He just made a premise and without a conclusion. So you could have called him on that. Because in order for him to say, yeah, exactly. That's why, when you hear one of those, you got to kind of step back and think a little bit. Try to trap them into making a mistake that they can't get back from. Because when they do stuff like that, you can get them real good. So, if you say, well, how would the inverse square law, limit the area that the gas can fill? Because you're saying it fills all the available area, and you're saying inverse square law. So how does the inverse square law limit the area that the gas can fill? Then he would have to make the positive claim about gravity, and you wouldn't have to do it for him.
Exactly.
That's right. He technically didn't make that conclusion at all.
No, I asked him for what gravity was. He said gravity. I said, okay, I straight up asked him, what's the scientific cause of gravity? And then he dipped.
Yeah, but before you
Like
ask that, you could ask
why is it?
I'll tell you why. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it because he's saying it's a law. Okay? Laws don't fit in the category of being able to be scientifically validated because you can't know the cause. Well, that's a question you would have to ask him, right?
Right. He's going to claim the law of gravity is everything gets pulled to the center of mass at 9 meters per second. Except I know of trillions of different types of matter that don't follow that law. So therefore, how can it be a law if
Right. But check this out, bro.
What's your favorite 6 or 7 that don't do that?
Right. Here's the deal, bro. Here's the deal. You have to let him make that claim. You can't make it for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's gone. He left.
That's fine. But I'm just saying, like, if you're in a Dorina debate, like, and you're making the other claim for the other guy, it'd be really bad. Like, you have to let them make their own arguments. You just have to keep pressing them that they're not carrying their argument to a conclusion. Be like, hey, you haven't finished your argument. Like, I have nothing to reply. You haven't made a claim yet.
No, yeah, he never exactly. He made a claim, but he didn't support it, and then he dipped. I didn't make his claim. I never made the claim of what he was going to claim till after he was already gone. If it's a card-carrying Glober, he only has one claim. Glober is literally. Do you want to know why Neil deGrasse Tyson will never go on Joe Rogan and even talk to like Eric Dubay or Neil from FED? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson would not debate Neil. I mean, come on.
Neil.
What the fuck is this obsession with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, Neil.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I don't think that guy could even debate.
Joe Pesci. You guys know Neil Joe Pesci. Neil deGrasse Tyson would not debate Joe Pesci.
Hey, shut up. I'm talking.
Hey, I'm over here. Fucking. What do you mean, hey?
The guy never even says anything. He's just the guy in the background that makes comments. And
it's kind of like me. It's kind of like me, T-Dub. I'm kind of
I like Neil too. I feel bad for. I wasn't trying to.
I was.
But Neil's the most lowbrow, flat earther there is. Like, that's why I love Neil. But at the same time, he's a barking chihuahua. I get it.
Anyway, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Neil in a debate. I love it. That would be so great.
That would be awesome.
I would love. I'd be laughing so hard. Oh, it'd be great.
Well, Joe, the pyramids never actually were built. They've always been. What would Neil do?
What are you crazy? Look, gravity. Yeah, he'd be all over. It'd be fun, man.
That debate would be legless,
right?
It would be what?
Legless. They're both called Neil.
I think Neil would do it okay. Neil knows the basics.
He knows the basics, right? Yeah. The gravity level, the horizontal.
Yeah, he knows how to turn his microphone on and off. Yeah, he'd do all right.
No, he doesn't. He's always getting yelled at for interrupting.
Well, that shit happens, man. Me too, man. I get yelled at too. So
Brian got smoked tonight. Not yesterday? It was yesterday morning. Like Brian, because somebody, or was that this morning? It may have been this morning. But somebody asked Brian if a line was 1D or 2D, and he said it was 2D. But a line in geometry, because a line in geometry doesn't actually exist. It's all construct.
What do you mean a line on a piece of paper? Because that would be 3D.
Well, it would be 2D because it's still. I mean, that line still has a width.
No such thing as 2D in reality.
Yeah, but if I draw a sun on a piece of paper, I can't. Let's put it this way: if I draw a Mickey Mouse
aspect to reality,
if I draw a Mickey Mouse on a piece of paper, I'll never be able to see the backside of him. Because it doesn't exist because I didn't draw it.
Okay, if you draw Mickey Mouse on a bit of paper, that graphite level of pencil that you've just drawn on the bit of paper is sitting up, even if it's a little bit.
Sure, but you'll never see his tail. You'll never see his tail.
It's still 3-dimensional.
No, it's not.
Right, but you can't have 3 dimensions without the other two, right? So, like, there is a 2-dimensional aspect to reality. Like, so there's a 2-dimensional aspect to a table because you can measure the length and the width, right?
Well, now wait a second. If I was to draw a rectangle on a piece of paper, I couldn't pick that rectangle up and throw it across my room. Yet, as I look at my stupid Xbox, it's a perfect rectangle. I could pick that rectangle up and throw it. You know
but
why?
the piece of paper's not two-dimensional, is it?
But these are just concepts we're talking about.
Yeah. The
Bit
piece of paper's
speculation.
not two-dimensional.
Little speculation here.
But I thought you just said 2 dimensions doesn't exist in reality, and everything's 3
The
dimensional.
piece of paper's not
Absolutely
two-dimensional.
is 3 dimensional. It's 3 dimensional. Sure, it is.
Is this guy listening to me or not?
I thought he said
The other day with the most powerful minds in the Flat Earth chat, arguing over whether a line is 1 or 2 dimensional.
Yeah, I thought he
Well,
said the
depends what you
drawing
mean.
was-
Like, whatever. Yeah, I know. It's a
A
fucking
line in
silly argument.
geometry is not an actual object. Therefore, yeah, 1 dimensional because it's only moving in one vector. Sure, I get that. It's moving from point A to point B in a straight vector.
Yeah, but you're not even talking about something physical. So who
Exactly.
cares?
So, but once I realized that we aren't talking about something physical, I kind of almost want to get back on, in Brian's camp. But technically, as far as the word of the law, he was wrong, but the spirit of the law, he was correct. If that makes any sense.
I don't even know what that means.
That might be an American thing. Like, let's put it this way. If the speed limit's 55 miles an hour and you're going 56 miles an hour, would it really be justified if a cop pulls you over? No, because the spirit of the law means you can go 55 to 57 miles per hour and you're not really speeding. You're within the spirit of the law. But the rule of the law is you do go 56, I can give you a ticket if I was a cop.
True.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right,
So therefore,
And no cop has ever done that, by the way.
oh yeah, they have.
1 mile an
I've
hour
seen-
over. Come on.
Dude, I've seen motherfuckers pull people. You were going 53 and the speed limit's 55. Are you okay? Yeah, it's on there. Don't be silly.
It's a
Don't
speed
be
trap.
silly.
Fucking, they might ride them, but nobody. You just go to
Hey,
court.
Flat Earth dude, I got a parking ticket with 12 minutes left on meter. Anything's possible.
Yeah, cops pull people over when they're bored.
You can become an astronaut. Anything's possible.
Cops are astronauts. They're fucking got the same IQ as Don Pettit.
Wait a minute. You're the first person in all of human history to say cops are astronauts, bro.
Yeah, they got the same IQ as an
That was
astronaut.
pretty good. I got to give you that. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Are there any Globers in the chat or what's going on?
Well, yeah, I see Matthews here. I mean, always got.
Yeah, that's not really what I was asking. That
Matthew's not a Glober. Matthew's a flat earther.
Glober. I got one, man. His name's Matthew Learns. Great guy. Super great guy. He's amazing.
Ask Matthew what an elevation angle is. He's a flat earther.
I'm a Glober.
There's that
Elevation
smoking.
angle is how the angle between the horizon and the celestial object.
Say that again. What?
Elevation angle is the angle between the horizon and the celestial object.
Correct. Gotcha. Yep.
Incorrect.
What's the necessary antecedent for an elevation
Oh,
angle,
wait,
Matthew?
hang on. Stop. Mez and Matthew. Matthew said something. Mez doesn't agree with him. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, my bad. I'll go on mute.
I would say an elevation angle is the angle between a horizontal line. Not the
Oh, I see.
horizon.
An object in the vertical.
Yeah, I could buy that.
Okay.
Wait, say
So
that
you're just
again,
gonna
Matthew? I didn't-
you're just gonna
I didn't hear what
wait a
Matthew
minute.
said.
You're just gonna lay down, Matthew, after he just said that.
Oh, he described it better than I did.
So how do they use? So what Mez said? How do they use that to get an elevation angle in a practical use?
They correct for the dip angle. The dip angle. Is the
So
difference between the horizon and
what did Mez say? What was Mez's description that was better than yours?
He said horizontal instead of the horizon, and the difference is the dip correction.
Okay, so what are you using as horizontal in Mez's example?
No, you could use 90 degrees from a plumb bob, or you could use.
You're not going to do that on a boat.
Why would you have to do it on a boat?
Okay, what are we going to do it on? All right, so you're going to
Do whatever you
go.
want.
How do you measure? All right, how do you measure 90 degrees from a plumb bob?
So you hang a string, you hang a weight from a string.
Not this
And then
again.
then you stick a protractor to it.
Stick a protractor
that'll
to
tell
it.
you where
Isn't that
90
going to make?
degrees is.
Isn't that going to make the line go sideways?
No.
Well, it's going to. The distribution of weight's going to throw it off and not be a plumb bob anymore.
Oh, no sideways on a flat earth, dude. Always straight.
I don't know what you just said. So.
Bit of
And
an
if you're worried about the slight deviation that may be caused by sticking something to a string, then you should be really worried about all the inaccuracies that are going to be caused by using a sextant at sea, with all the waves and all that bobbing around, throwing you off.
Waves and bobs.
But the Mariners sextant compensates for that, doesn't it?
You need a line of sight to something, though, in relationship
can't
to
just-
the plumb line.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's
It's called
just got
the
a
horizon,
horizontal.
my friend.
I'm just going to use a horizontal.
Yeah, the horizon. And let's just
No, you
say
don't need to use the
you're on the.
horizon.
Well, let's just. Oh,
But you
okay,
can't.
hold
You
on.
can't. Once you hang a plumb bob, right? A plumb bob is a weight at the end of a string. Once you attach something to that string, it's not going to be. You're not going to come off at 90 degrees.
Hold on. He just said you don't always need the horizon when
Yeah,
using
well,
a
why wouldn't
Mariners sextant.
Just hang on
Expound
a
on
minute.
that. Expound
Hang
on
on a
that,
minute.
please.
You know what? I'm sick of you fucking over talking me. So you can go and shut up for a while.
How about that?
Fuck me dead.
Manga. Yeah. Take that.
So you're going to hang a protractor off a plumb line string. Please, can you demonstrate that and get 90 degrees, please?
Yeah.
Wes or whatever your name is.
Yeah, on a boat.
Oh, you want me to do it?
I'd love to see that.
I want you to show me a plumb bob string and then hanging a protractor off it and getting 90 degrees.
Yeah.
That is really stupid. It is really stupid. I want to see somebody on a boat on the ocean hang a string and then tape a fucking.
Who said anything about a boat? You don't need a boat to do this.
Oh, this is great. This is.
Well, how are you going to get it when you're
on a boat? Yeah, let's see.
Well, if you were at sea, you would you'd be best using a sextant.
Yeah.
Didn't you
Unless the water's very
just
stable.
say if we're worried about using a plumb bob and then hanging a protractor off it, then you'd be really worried about using a sextant at sea?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to use a plumb bob at sea.
Fucking hell.
Indeed, fucking hell.
So what are you going to use as a horizontal then?
Like I said, you can hang a plumb bob and get 90 degrees off that.
No, what are you going to use? What are you going to use for the Mariners sextant for the horizontal?
The horizon, man.
I don't know why you jump into different things.
No, it's just. Oh my god!
He knows he's fucked.
That's trolling. He's fucking trolling.
Are you going to hang it from the bow?
No, I think Timbo knows his fucked because he knows that it is best when an elevation angle is measured from a horizontal line. It's not from the horizon.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm using.
And the reason we use the horizon when we use a sextant is approximately horizontal. But when you go up in
Okay,
elevation,
so you are going to.
the horizon drops below horizontals. That's why you need to do a dip
You
correction.
are going to use the horizon then, because you just came in and said no, Matthew, you're wrong. We're going to use a horizontal line.
Yes.
And then your example of that was we're going to hang a plumb bob and then hang a protractor off the plumb bob and get 90 degrees. That's retarded.
That's how you can get horizontal line.
Yeah,
That's not retarded. Does that not give you a horizontal line?
And then
Timbo,
no,
does that not
if
give you a
hang
horizontal line?
Not if you hang a protractor off it,
Why not?
because the displacement of weight on the string. It's not going to hold the protractor straight.
Of course it will.
Oh my god, man!
You have a string, right? Then you have the protractor, and then you have the rest of the string, then you have the weight. Why would it be deviating?
Have you ever used a plumb bob?
Yes.
You have.
I'm holding one in my hands right now.
Awesome. So now hang it,
squeeze it,
and then hang a protractor off it, and show me 90 degrees.
You're gonna love this.
Yep. And then show us that line's vertical and straight too.
Show that it's vertical and straight.
Yeah.
Level would be cool too as well.
We'll level something else.
Because while we're waiting, and then you said, okay, well, how are we going to use? We're going to. If you're going to worry about that, then we'd be worried about using a sextant in the ocean because you're not going to get a level line. And your whole thing was that you're not going to use the horizon, but when you're using a Mariner sextant, you're going to use the horizon. So you said Matthew was wrong, and then corrected him, but then went back to Matthew's point anyway.
No, I didn't. No, you're lying.
You're a fucking idiot, man.
Upside down, idiot.
He's a weasel.
Yeah, he just says stuff and then says that I'm lying.
Yeah. Just says shit.
You are lying. So when?
Okay, what did I just?
So when? Well, all the shit about me going back to like Matthew Learns' thing. Just because the horizon is approximately horizontal and it can be a useful tool when you're doing celestial navigation and measuring elevation angles or whatever, doesn't mean it's like perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The reason we do with dip corrections is because when you go up in elevation, the horizon deviates more and more from a horizontal position. That's why you have to correct for it.
Yeah, so you want to go back to the plane.
No,
exactly.
You want to bring the horizon
back to the plane, baby.
Eye level.
No,
to the horizontal.
You want to bring the horizon is the reference point, mate. So you want to use that horizon. Everything horizontal is in reference to that horizon. So when you're dip correcting,
no, it isn't.
Yes, it is. If it's horizontal, yes, it is. If it's level, it's
Just saying
to the
it again
horizon.
doesn't make it true.
All right, well, show me where it's not.
Okay, so what you do is you get to the top of a really tall building, right? And then you establish a horizontal line, and you'll notice that the horizon doesn't line up with that line.
Well, you're not horizontal then. You're not
horizontal.
level and horizontal.
So your horizontal line needs to point down in different directions.
No, you dipshit. If you've got it parallel out
of course,
the horizon,
that would be a dipshit thing to say, and that's what you said.
Then that's why you do dip correction to reference that horizon.
You do a dip correction to reference that horizon? No. You do a dip correction because the horizon has dipped.
Yes. So you need
to
that
bring that
horizon.
point to upwards.
That's your reference point. So you need to get an accurate measurement. You need to bring it to that horizon, which is level.
Do you think if we measure an elevation angle using like a spirit level or a protractor tied to a string or a theodolite or something, do you think you would need to do a dip correction? Or do you think that would just give you horizon or horizontal straight off the bat?
Come again? Sorry?
So if you wanted to measure an elevation, say you were at the top of a really tall mountain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you wanted to measure an elevation angle, do you think do you think it would be better to pull out a sextant, point it towards the horizon, and then do your dip correction? Or do you think it would be better to just establish a horizontal line straight off the bat using something like a spirit level or a protractor tied to a string or using a theodolite or something like that?
Well, how far are you going? What are you trying to establish here?
I didn't ask you. I didn't say anything about how far we were going. We're only talking about measuring an elevation angle.
Well, going to the horizon and doing a dip correction would be the best, yeah.
No, it wouldn't be. You're an idiot.
Okay. with your spirit level and that, everything's level off that anyway, so.
Stupid.
Right, so if it's level off the bat, what would you need to correct for?
If you want it to be accurate, like what are you going to measure over 600 mil spirit level?
Right. So I've got my spirit level. Okay. It's a really good one. Okay. And I've set it up, and I've got my horizontal line from that.
Got an empire.
Measure an angle from that to a star. Okay. What do I need to correct for?
You don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's parallel with the plane of the horizon.
It's like wrong. I said. Yeah. Yes, it's parallel to the horizon. If it's level, then it's parallel to the horizon.
Okay, but you understand that when you use a sextant and you point that at the horizon, if it's dipped, you need to do a dip correction. So pointing it at the horizon is not good enough.
Yeah, because you're pointing it from a height. You're not at the fucking sea level. Like if you're above the sea, you need to correct for that height difference.
So when we use the horizon as a reference, we need to correct for something. When we use a horizontal line as a reference, we don't need to correct for something. So the horizontal is more accurate than the horizon.
Yeah, the same thing.
Well done. Right. So I was correct. Okay. So Matthew, okay, agreed with me.
No,
I was correct. And they all agreed with me. Well done. Well done,
Okay,
Mez.
so how are you gonna?
You won the
how you gonna
argument.
put it in? No, it wasn't. Now you've twisted it around because as we were asking in practicality, you said
Yes.
hang it from a plumb bob and put a protractor on it.
Yep,
That's
you can do that.
impossible. You can't do that without changing the angle.
What do you mean you can't do that without changing the angle?
The distribution of weight on the string. You're going to put the plumb bob out.
So what?
And then
How
you don't
much do
have
you
a
think that's
vertical-
going to deviate it by?
Then you
A
don't
fraction of
have
a fraction of a
vertical
degree. Maybe.
Well, if you're standing on the deck of a ship,
Okay,
you're what? 20 feet above the water, if that.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You can have really big boats.
Okay, maybe 30, 40 feet, yeah.
Even more.
Did anybody tell them that the horizontal line is referencing the horizon? Anybody mention that?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
No, that's not true.
It's where it's derived.
Yeah,
it's exactly parallel
with the
to
plane of the
infinity.
horizon.
Well,
Nobody told him that
He's
shit.
just. Well, he's just saying.
That's what I said to you.
He's just saying exactly the same thing as what we're saying in a different way.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
You can't get the horizontal
Yeah, we're
line
not
if
saying
you're
the same
not
thing.
referencing the horizon, dude.
Yeah, we are.
Obviously.
So if I'm in Alpha, if I'm in a hole, okay, I can't see the horizon. Do my spirit levels not work? Does that not give me a horizontal?
You've already used the horizon to know that you're horizontal. So it's the horizontal.
So when I'm in a hole.
So when you go in a hole, you're already referencing. Dude,
Where's the horizon if I'm in a hole?
you already referenced it, idiot.
Because you
Where?
don't always have to. You don't always have to use the horizon. What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't always have to use the horizon. Oh my god, thank you.
Well, no one said that. I was asking why you disagreed with Matthew.
Of course they did. You were saying that an elevation angle is measured from the horizon. But obviously it isn't, because as you go up in altitude, it gets more and more inaccurate. But if you use a horizontal
carry
line,
that forward
okay,
and you
don't need the
it
horizon
doesn't
at all.
matter if you go
And you
up
don't
or
need to
down.
correct for
It
anything.
doesn't
It's
matter
never
if you go
inaccurate.
up or down. Alright, don't overtalk
Your
him, please.
microphone
You can get
is
the fuck out
terrible,
of here.
dude. Holy shit.
Maybe you sound like you're in a tumble dryer.
He sounds like he's in a hole, honestly.
Yeah, that was some shitty audio, bro. That was horrible. Discipline with the audio, please. Thanks.
Using a vertical reference to bypass the necessity to get an elevation angle does not invalidate the methodology employed using a nautical sextant in order to get an elevation angle, in order to get the zenith angle.
Yep, no one said that. Doesn't invalidate
That's cool.
it at all.
All right, so it's
But your elevation angle is better measured from a horizontal line than the horizon.
It doesn't say using your vertical doesn't suddenly mean the Earth is a globe. So it's just a moot point.
No one said that.
It's a moot point.
It's not a moot point at all.
It is.
I think we call this hedging. I think you're walking back in your argument a little bit.
Mongo.
So, does anyone have any arguments for why the Earth is flat?
No, there's no need for that.
Oh.
No.
I guess I'll continue believing that it's a globe then.
All right. Well, carry on.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Let me know how it works out.
Yeah, it's
Let
been
me
going
know
pretty
when
well so far.
go to space and stuff. Yeah, give us a call.
Send a postcard.
Send a postcard from the moon.
Well, claiming that means that I don't have to sit in a fucking random Discord on a politics server, espousing the fact that nobody else believes the stupid shit that I believe. So
You can just press the red button if you want.
Hey,
I could, but
belief is the enemy.
no
I've been here once or twice before. I'm waiting for you guys to.
I have a stupid question.
I don't have to believe fire's hot, bro. I checked it out. I'm pretty sure it's 100% true. Fire's hot, man.
I have a stupid question.
Don't believe me, man. Stick your hand in the fire. Let me know what happens.
I don't have that stupid of a question though. But I have a stupid
right?
question. So celestial navigation. What if your visibility is limited? So your angle to the horizon is going to be limited, right?
Oh,
so
fog? You're talking about fog, Oblivion.
Yeah, or fog. Give it a name.
I've
fog.
sailed in fog, man. It's a bitch. If you don't have radar, you're fucked, man.
Yeah. So
how could you measure an elevation angle if it's foggy? Ooh, so tough.
I could use like a pretty much guess where the horizon is. It's like straight out.
No.
Timbo's over here bitching that if you hang a protractor from the string, it's going to deviate the angle by like a fraction of a degree, and it's going to throw it all off. Well, I'm just going to guess where the horizon is. That'll do.
It's going to be, I know how boats and water work.
Letter, dude. No.
Shut up.
Fuck you guys, man. I can guess, pretty much guess where the fucking horizon is, man. Fuck you guys. You guys have never sailed. I sailed. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's out there. It's out there.
Yeah, it's out there, man. Water's level and flat, dude. I can pretty much get it, man.
Is it?
Within a couple of degrees, I'm
How'd you
sure.
know that?
Shit, I had a question.
I've
and I
sailed.
lost
Fuck,
it.
man. I've sailed in fog. You can see the fucking waters like right in front of you. You can get the fucking horizon. It's pretty. It's like right there, bitch. Fuck off. Come on. Don't be ridiculous.
Never mind.
We all know how water works, and it's pretty flat and level. I checked it out, and it's pretty consistent.
How did you check it out? How did you know that? It's flat?
And you can kind of get that fucking straight line, and to get your angle. But what are you angling to if it's foggy, man? Your fucking dick? What the fuck, man? You can't see shit. It's fucking foggy.
So what? What do you angle your protractor to?
Foggy. The best you could do when it's foggy is maybe, I think we're level, bro. I'm pretty sure we're level with the water. Okay, cool. All right, that's it. You ain't gonna see the sun. You ain't gonna see fucking dick. You ain't gonna see no stars. Fuck off, man. If it's foggy, you're
I have
fucked.
so many questions. Where do we put the protractor? I mean, where do we hang the plug bob? You
gotta hang a plumb bob on
stern, the bow, somewhere
mast,
in between.
bro, the mast.
The
You hang it
mast.
from the mast, bro.
Put it on the center of gravity.
Hang it from the center of the boat, the mast, bro, in the center. That's the best you could do on a boat, is right in the center of the boat. Good
That
luck.
protractor.
Good luck with that.
With
Let me
limited
know how that
visibility.
works out, but yeah, you can guess kind of where the horizon is, but it doesn't matter if it's foggy, man. You can't figure out which way anything is, man. You're blind. You're out there. You're fucked.
Yeah, we're only going like from San Francisco to Hawaii,
LA or whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, you're just heading south, going to San Diego from San Francisco, and you're like, it's foggy, man. Which way's the fucking horizon? I don't know. It looks like it's over there, bro. It's foggy. Which way's the sun? I don't know. You give stars? No, I can't see no fucking stars. The moon? No, I ain't got no moon. It's foggy, bro. I got nothing. Which way's horizontal? Fuck's sake. Which way?
Out there.
It's out there, Timbo. Come on, Timbo. It's out there somewhere. It's got to be close to that, like, water level. somewhere. It's got to be somewhere over there. So that's what I mean by I'm guessing, man. If it's foggy, I'm guessing, man.
The water level's the only thing that doesn't sound like guessing.
What are you getting the elevation angle measurement of if it's foggy?
Nothing. I'm getting the elevation angle to nothing because nothing's visible. It's foggy. And there's no angle to fuck all, man. Fuck off, man. There's nothing. I'm just pointing forward, man. Got praying. Hopefully the fog will lift. And
imagine that in the old days, like sailing, and then you get fucking 3 days of fog. And you're like, where the fuck are we?
And rain and all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, you can't see shit, man.
You end up in the South Sentinel Islands for those guys.
The only thing that would save your ass is a clock and kind of know what time it is.
Level.
What time it is. It's like it's noon. The sun should be over our heads. It's noon. Fuck, man. It kind of looks like it's over there. Maybe, I don't know. It's cloudy. I can't really tell, but I'm pretty sure it's noon. I mean, a clock would have been a really helpful thing, man. Navigating to know what time it is, where the fucking sun is over our heads at noon. Then we can navigate something potentially, at least, with time. It's the sun should be over my head. It's noon. Okay. Let's go with that, Joey. Go with that, man, because I got nothing else, man. If I can't see anything, then I'm not going to be able to navigate to it. It's going to be a problem.
You're having one of those pale ales, are you, dude?
A pale what?
You having one of those pale ales, are you?
Oh,
I heard you sneak in a little burp there.
I like the ale on the boat. If you guys are true sailors, man, sailors like to drink, man. Did anybody ever tell you that? Maybe not.
Rum.
Rum, my friend, rum. Anyway, that's what's been.
Why are all pirates Irish?
What shall we do with a drunken sailor?
There you go. See, there's even songs about this shit.
Give him a plumb bob.
Oh, I ever heard of Spaniards? Shit. They're not all Irish.
Yeah, I'm talking about movies. Real life.
Too.
So
yeah, real life.
If we're on the sailboat, and it's foggy, which way is, the horizon was the question. Am I wrong on that? Which way is the horizon?
Yeah, but the horizon's useless.
Whichever way the wind blows.
Anyway.
Can I guess where the horizon is? But I'm not taking I'm not taking an angle measurement to anything because I can't see anything. Therefore, I'm completely blind, man. Where are we going? I don't know.
Then you can guess the horizon all you want because you're not going to go below it or above it. Yeah, whatever, mate.
Yeah. We can't go above it. We're not going to go below it.
Yeah, so it's over there.
The whole dip angle thing is a Mongo argument, in my opinion. Come on. That's ridiculous. A dip angle. That proves the globe. Dip. And then it just doesn't prove fuck all, man. I mean, come on.
You just bring in the...
Why would you need to correct for a dip if the Earth is flat?
Because you're above the surface.
Yeah,
so it's called why the horizon.
It's called perspective, man. I don't know. Maybe you went in I mean, if you got an angle to the New York's, let's say, Empire State Building, and you were like 40,000 feet in the air, the angle to that building would be like down dip fuck all, man. It would be super fucking dip.
What if it's further away? Would it dip more or less?
Are you stoned? Why do you feel like you're stoned right now, bro?
Well, are you the dude? Everybody chill. I'm the dude, man. just hanging out. We're talking about Earth.
Yeah, I know, but it sounds like you're stoned right now. Like you're kind of flying a bit higher than usual, if you know what I mean.
And you sound like you got a cock in your mouth. So what's different? Man?
It sounds like you're sucking his cock. Sounds like you're sucking his cock. By the way, defending him.
Okay.
You're gonna counteract my insult with my insult.
Yeah,
what a week, man. What a week.
Funny. Come on, bro. That's hilarious. That's the kind of shit we have to deal with, brother.
Oh, mate, he can't even make up his own insult.
I know, right? It's horrible.
You know, honestly, it's pretty sad that all you do is sit here all day and talk about how the Earth is flat. It's
all day, man.
They don't talk about how the Earth is flat. They talk about how it's not a globe. I ask him, well, how do we know it's flat then? They go quiet. The fuck?
Good question. All right, let's do it. You guys want to do it?
No, dude. Last guy, you always ask why, not how.
Okay, so let me say. Okay, if you look straight, is
hold on. Lemmy Mania, you're telling us how sad this conversation is, and now you want to get in on it?
No. He said. No, he said that you guys have
carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
So then, what are you trying to say? Like, what is what's
you sound stoned.
You said 3 words in 10 words.
Yeah. What's the shape of the Earth then? If it's not a
oh my goodness. What's the shape of a lake? We don't
know. We don't know anything about shapes.
We were talking about.
Just answer the question. Fucking hell. What is dodgy rhetoric?
That was the question, man.
Well, how can you answer the question when we're just talking about the surface of something and not the whole thing? What do you mean just answer the question? When have we ever said the Earth is this? We're
can you do me a favor? Can you get
talking about a surface property?
Can you get yourself some better Wi-Fi? Telstra, mate. Get on fucking Optus. Optus sucks. Get on Telstra, mate. I know you're poor because you have to buy a budget bundle.
Dude, you sound like you're talking to a tin can.
Yeah,
he does. His audio sucks, man. Yeah,
what is going on with the guy?
Anyway.
My audio.
Anyway, the Earth isn't globe. The Earth isn't flat. So what is the Earth?
I can barely hear you, Lemmy Mania.
Is my audio fine, Hoss?
Yes, you're fine.
Yes, it's fine. The other guy sounds like he's speaking through a tin can.
He sounds like he's about to sing, who video killed the radio star.
Exactly.
It did work. The video did kill the radio star. I'm sorry. It did.
Yeah, now the video's gone.
Yeah, isn't that weird? It's kind of weird. Yeah.
Now we were on to something here. Some people were talking about dip angle, and then something to the contrary.
Well, I was looking for the dip angle in the fog.
You were on to something.
In the fog, I'm sailing. It's foggy. I can't see shit. Maybe
have fun licking windows, kids.
I can't see where the sun is. I can't see where the moon is. I'm gonna navigate. Not
coping
shit. Other than horizontal, I can see horizontal because I know water's level, and I can pretty much figure out where that angle is. But the rest of the angles, I got no reference because it's foggy. I'm pretty much guessing at this point, bro. Unless I have supercomputer radar in modern, GPS technology, that kind of shit. That could help. But a couple 100 years ago, they didn't have that, bro. So, but they were navigating. Pretty cool stuff, man. But I don't think they can do it in the fog. I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, bro. I'm just a retard. Luthier. That's all I am. But that's cool.
You believe in flat Earth, you're not allowed to use GPS.
What?
What? Yeah.
You know how they say stuff like that? Well, if you don't believe in space, then you can't use mobile phones.
Yeah.
Because-
What do you mean by that, bro? Yeah, that's great. But yeah, they'll bring up something like that for sure. And that's why we're still here, because they just bring up the most ridiculous shit, man. None of them can verify. Not. Oh, there's a light in the sky. That's the space station, bro. What? Well, what else would it be, man? It cruised across your horizon.
Yeah, I can look on a computer screen, I can see where it is, and then I can look up in the sky and there's a light that passes over. Therefore, this video of these guys taking photos of the Earth from above, playing around with water and rags and water and cups of water and spraying them around with all the electrical equipment. That must be real. That has to be real.
Tonga did it to me earlier, man. Like when I said, "Oh, well, how do you authenticate that imagery?" He said, "Well, you're on Discord. You know, we've got all this technology. You know." I was like, "Okay, so because I'm on Discord, those photos are real, right? Got it. Okay."
One of my bestest friends ever, super guy, helped him get through PhD therapist school. I was there. I was helping him. We were hanging out. I go to Flat Earth with him. I mean, we talked about everything, man. We talked about, everything together. And I bring up Flat Earth, man, and he's like, "Dude, come on. Cell phones work, bro. What's wrong with you?" Like, the internet works, man. The internet works. Therefore, it's a globe, bro. That's it. That's what he came up with. I mean, this guy is the smartest guy I've ever met and hung out with in my entire life. And that was his answer to the globe.
He might as well have just said science and stuff.
Yeah, science. Scientists. Come on. Scientists. They know. Yeah, that was it, man. And this guy, I trusted him. I helped him, do his thesis and shit, man. We did spend time, man. And then I bring up Flat Earth and he's like, "Dude, the internet works. Internet works, bro. Therefore, globe. Period." That was it. And yeah, I haven't talked to the guy since, man. It's been 10 years, man. Good luck there, bro. Yeah, he just accepted it, and whatever I had to say, he just dismissed it. And a guy I knew was at my wedding, played at my wedding. This guy, we were tight, but his explanation for globe was internet works. Stuff works. Internet works, therefore globe. Outer space exploration. We're going to the moon. We got hotels in space, bro. Hotels in space, man. 2027. Come on. You guys know about that? We got hotels going up in space in 2027. Just a couple years down the road.
When you're on a boat and you're using a Mariner sextant, right? How do you get an exact angle to a star? Like, isn't the boat moving around? Like,
you could never do it in reality, even if you're in the dead zone. The boat is still bobbing. It's bobbing.
You got to rock it. You got to rock the sextant side to side. If the boat's bobbing, you rock the sextant side to side to line up with the horizon. So you got.
That's not an accurate. Not an accurate. You don't get an accurate reading.
It's not. No, yeah, not 1,000% accurate. But it's good enough if you lost and then
it wouldn't.
It's good enough that water's level. In my opinion,
yeah,
good enough.
How'd you go with a plumb bob when the ship's bobbing from side to side?
Well, you can't.
Yeah, that'll work, and then hang a protractor off it. You can
hang a protractor off it, and it's just going to go side to side, and yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Because it's only a roundabout way of getting somewhere. Like they don't use celestial navigation and then end up in the exact spot anyway. That would be retarded.
It wasn't just used for when they were lost. It was used to confirm that they were still on the right course. So they get the navigator to check their course, you know, and he'd say, I think we're pretty much heading the same direction we were a little while ago, you know, like, we're on course, man. Yeah, we're good.
We're kind of heading southwest. Yeah.
Turn. Yeah. Change heading.
The compass says this, and the stars say this. So we're kind of going between those two. But the Globers think that you do celestial navigation and you end up in the exact spot because you've done a 0.2 correction, dip correction. Like what are they on about? And that proves a globe? I don't get that part.
But that requires their horizon to be geometric.
No, but you use a dip angle because the horizon's dipping.
Yeah, that requires it to be a geometric horizon.
Yeah. But it never is.
Don't they just say that the dip horizon is just the height?
It's a height correction.
It's a height correction, yeah. So it's minute.
That's why. That's why you measure the height of the ship, and then where you're going to take the
height of the observer, right?
Yeah, and then you go, okay, well, it'll be this much correction in angle. Yeah, that's it.
Wouldn't that be kind of minute unless it's extreme, in comparison to visibility?
Yeah, and I know it, and an accurate reading of an angle when you're on a ship bobbing about.
No shit.
Yeah, it's like inconsequential.
So it all has deviations.
Unless they had gimbals back in the days.
Yeah, they weren't using plumb bobs. We know that.
And they sure the fuck didn't have a gimbal. Fuck that. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. The globe evidence is lacking in certain areas that I find super interesting. Airline flights are super interesting to me, by the way. But yeah, getting a horizontal measurement 90 degrees to
a plumb
light
bob
in the sky, plumb bob. Yeah, that stuff's kind of fun. Yeah, don't get me. I love that. I love that too, man. No doubt. But in reality, man, there's no airline pilot that's ever flown on Earth that has ever navigated for spin or curvature. And if somebody can come in here and tell me otherwise, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm down. I've been asking that shit for a while, but there's no pilot that corrects for curvature or spin, not one of them. And I find that super interesting. That's all.
Hey, dude, you missed it the other night. We had a Glover pilot in here, and he confessed. Yeah, he told us. He said, he said that he does not operate the aircraft in a manner which accounts for curvature or rotation.
Yeah,
it just operates as if the Earth is flat and motionless.
Welcome to flat Earth.
I'll throw in his caveat because of forces acting on it. He said.
Yeah, I love that caveat. Yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah, that's a funny one. Just because it works perfect, because we don't have to think about curvature or spin, because we just treat it as flat and stationary.
Yeah,
but there's
the Earth is
magical
curved.
Disneyland force magical Disney force that makes everything work out perfect. Yeah, okay, that's what I've heard.
The Earth is curved because we don't use it that way.
That's cap, bro. That's cap, bro.
That's cap, Mongos. Come on, CB.
Hey, are we live? Are we live?
Wait, chat. Are we live?
Still? Like 24/7?
I think we're live.
Wait, I think we're live.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live!
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Somebody got the Mongo fucking soundboard going,
We
bro.
just needed confirmation that we were live, all right? All right, so who's next? Who are we cooking tonight, chat?
We're cooking all kinds of stuff, man. We were cooking
Benet sauce,
sailing,
Benet sauce,
sextant, sailing.
Your sister.
Oh shit!
Airline. We were cooking.
Who is Inside Secrets? Research concave Earth. Oh lord!
Do you really want to do that?
No.
We got a concaver. Chat, should we just roast the concaver, bro? I
I gotta go in like 10 minutes, man. You want to roast a concaver? Go ahead. Do it.
Concavers just flat earthers that have gone too far?
Yeah, he left.
Before we do start roasting a concaver, this Bushy-nader idiot that's in side chat, has anyone really want to keep playing with him? Because I want to just boot something.
He's that little
boot something.
He's that little Aussie guy with a high pitched voice.
Oh shit!
I know who it is. Yeah, he's he's just a numpty. Oh no, he's not an Aussie. He's whinging that it's 3 a.m. where he lives.
Oh, okay, not him then. Okay, it wasn't that
He should
guy.
be in bed. He doesn't want to join voice chat because he gets muted, probably because he's an idiot. But it's also 3 a.m. But yet here he is in side chat still.
Hey, I've told them they have to be in the VC. They can even deafen if they want. As long as they're in the VC, they can use the text chat. Yeah. He's good to go.
He says
he gone. He gone.
He's gone already. Oh shit, it's gone. His
All right.
independent variable is space-time.
It's time. Time is my variable, bro. I mean, come on, everybody.
How do you have an independent variable? He said it was the supernova. No one's ever seen a supernova.
What?
No, that was the dependent variable. Independent variable was space-time.
The naturally occurring observation was supernova.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, who observed that?
NASA
He's gone.
NASA.
I'd like to see pictures of that.
Oh, I got some video, man. It's amazing, and the graphics.
A video of a supernova.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
How long's the video? A million
It's
years.
AI generated.
A million years
AI.
old. But you know, it's like 10. Well, it's like 470 million years ago. I mean, everybody knows light years is 1 year, and I mean, if you look at Polaris, I mean, that's only 433 years ago. Light year you're seeing in your retina, it's 430.
Those aren't even real numbers. What?
These are numbers they give us. Come on, bro. You know that. The light I'm seeing in my eye from Polaris is 433 years old. Okay.
Fucking cap, bro.
Cap.
So if I wave at the sky, right, then someone like 430 light years away, right, will if they have a powerful enough telescope, in 430 years' time, they'll see me waving to them.
Well, that's incorrect. Because if they had a powerful enough telescope,
refraction can do a lot. If conditions are perfect, you can see the back of your head with a good enough telescope.
that's what's happening.
Ain't no fucking way, bro.
Fucking Mongo.
Yeah, so he's not going to be seeing you waving. Sorry, bro. He's going to be looking at the back of his own head.
Holy.
Right.
Timbo,
That's hilarious, bro.
Did you do that?
Well,
No, that was
For real, he did it.
Timbo did that?
No, not me. I'm not that savvy, mate.
Oh shit! Someone.
It's just a sound clip.
Yeah, it was Matrix.
Oh, that was
our
badass.
friend Donnie C, and that was a direct cut of him in this room.
Yes, it was. Yeah, hilarious.
Just in case Oblivion, there's me, Timbo, in the chat at the moment. There's Matrix and there's T-Dub.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
timing
Matrix
was
voice,
flawless.
Timbo voice, Timbo spook.
Stop
That would be
lying,
me.
T-Dub. I'm Timbo.
Ah, yes.
No, what I meant was the timing was flawless with the clip.
Ah,
That's what I meant.
sorry.
Yeah, he
That's
prefaced
why I asked if Timbo did that.
He set up his own timing for that one.
Yeah.
Hey, you upside down people, man. Have you talked
You're
to
upside down.
Have you talked to Skinny Vet? Anybody?
Nah, man.
Not in a couple of weeks.
All right.
You'd have to ask AJ.
All right. Just checking. I miss my brother from down under.
Why is that your boyfriend?
Boy from down under. Yeah.
Apparently, he lives in a share house, and the landlord hates flat Earth.
Oh,
he's anti flat
shit.
earther. Yeah.
See, there we go. I got some info.
Oh, damn.
I'd move out.
Yeah, he needs to keep it cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd move out into my own place. Fuck that, living with people.
And as you're walking out of the shared house, fuck you, Globetard.
Fuck you, Mongoose. Fuck off, man. Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, for this afternoon's entertainment, before I go and have a hit of squash again, my Facebook saga.
Oh, yeah.
The gentleman that was... So, my first comment to the stupid post was, if you fly very often, you would notice you fly positive pitch. Please show the good people how you navigate around a curve without pitching below horizontal. And a few of these globetards have laughed, and I've got one thumbs up, one open mouth thing going, ooh, that's cool. But anyways, Stupid gets back to me on his first post. Where is he? I've got a few more replies because they're hiding. If you decrease your positive pitch by just 0.0145 degrees per linear mile travelled, so instead of a 4.5 degree positive pitch, you actually have a 4.4855 degree positive pitch, depending on, of course, what type of aircraft you happen to be in. You're welcome. That was his first post back to me. And
Where's he getting all those fucking decimal points from, man? What the?
But it's still up.
Well, that's anyways, my post back to him. So you're still positive pitch. Excellent. You need to be negative to go around a ball. You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
So the next comment after that, back to me. No, you don't. You only need to be 0.0145 degrees per linear mile below normal pitch. You would only need to be negative pitch if normal was 0. And it's not. Math much? So, my comment back to that. You need to put the nose of the plane below horizontal to navigate around the ball. No math required. And there's 2 people that laughed at that one. And then he's got back today. You don't even need to put the plane into a negative pitch in order to drop sufficient altitude to land. Your inability to understand aviation, aerodynamics, curvature, angular adjustment, and physics is not a valid reason to pretend that the Earth is flat. And you're just making a complete fool of yourself by talking nonsense about the things you clearly don't comprehend. Do better. And that was
doing that
minutes ago.
Doing that would mean you're on a flat plane.
Exactly. That's where, dude. That's where we got him, man. That's where we got him. They're fucked, man. Those guys are so fucked, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a comedy show, isn't it? I was just looking at it and going, I just want to say, look, you're a fuckwit. Get a life. But
God,
man.
damn.
I wish I had a ban button on fucking Facebook. I'd be cleaning that bastard out.
So what did they say about the pitch data you posted? Or did they ignore that?
Oh, they just pretend it's not there.
Yeah, of course they.
It's amazing how that works.
Treat it like
it's. And we got Feartone in the chat. Welcome to the chat, Feartone.
Hey, what's up?
Feartone?
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, man?
Let's cook.
What's going on?
Just
what do you think about the topic at hand?
I didn't hear anything. I just showed up.
Okay, cool. Well, you do know what the channel's called, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I'm just here to listen.
We're doing a no
but you've got you had your mic unmuted before I called you out, so.
Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to have my mic muted. My bad.
Oh, okay. No, you're all right, man.
No, man. No.
We're just talking amongst ourselves until you came, so you can, you feel free to say what you want about the topic, and we can have a discussion about it.
Wait,
no,
just
I'm good,
point
man.
blank.
I was just listening.
Are you a flat earther?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so you believe the Earth's a globe?
Why?
Oh.
Sorry.
I knew this is a setup question.
It's not a question. It's just like a status report. It's just a status report.
Oh, okay, no.
Status report. So
no, I'm just here to listen to the people debate about it.
Yo, that's you. That's you. Hey, that's you, bro. We're live, bro.
Why aren't you a flat earther?
He is. He just doesn't know it. Okay, present your best evidence that showed you that the Earth is a sphere.
Gravity. Refraction.
That wasn't him.
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, bro, what?
Okay, reservoir.
Globe.
I'd say that's Jeff Bezos and the rich people that went to space not long ago. Yes, I don't know.
All right, so your argument is video footage means the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty.
You've got you've
pretty good evidence. Yeah.
Outsourced
I think videos. I don't know. Pretty good evidence versus.
So would you agree that
talking about
it? Yeah. Would you agree that you can manipulate, edit, and create video footage?
Yeah, and you can manipulate with just your voice too.
Yeah, exactly. So how do you
do it
know,
all the time?
How do you know, and how would you confirm that that video footage that they show you is representative of what we live on?
Take a good chance that all those people probably weren't lying, and someone would have called them out years ago.
Oh, what people?
They did call them
teachers.
Who?
Teachers. They don't know either.
Teachers.
What do you think we're doing?
They don't know shit.
Really?
Dude,
why did you go to school? If teachers don't know anything, why did you go to school?
Or
did you not go to school? Did you go to school or not go to school?
Hold on.
So what did they tell you?
I know. I'm asking him a question. The guy that says teachers.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. You're just obfuscating from the questions. So how do you know?
Because the teachers told me and showed me, and he said that's
okay.
It's worthless. I'm wondering if you went to school or not.
Okay, what did they tell you that the Earth was a globe? What did they tell you, and how did they explain it?
They gave us a globe. They didn't give us a pie plate,
bro. They gave you a globe, and they said that. They said
didn't
in
give us a
30
pie
years,
plate.
a man named Jeff Bezos will give you some video footage that you will believe because there's no way they lied.
Yeah, you're in a religion, dude.
Anyway, yeah, you were probably better off just listening if you were going to drop Jeff Bezos' name. No offense.
You're in the globe religion. That's what it's because you have faith.
Oh, what's the guy from Star Trek? He went to space too.
Here we go.
Must be lying. He must be lying.
Yeah, he wept. Man, dude.
Yeah. So religious. You're a religious zealot.
Where are they shooting those rockets to?
He didn't go to space, bro. 65 miles away is not even space in your paradigm.
So how'd they shoot those rockets?
Do you think do you think he floated around in the capsule because he was in space? Is that why you think he floated around?
He probably did float around, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that's because he was in space?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't float around with gravity on Earth.
You need to learn Euro model, man. It wasn't because that they were in space that they were floating around. They were in free fall. Are you
floating around right now?
They were in free fall, bro.
What did T-Dub just say?
Where's the sun?
What did he just say to you? I just want to test something. What did T-Dub just say?
Bruh.
Here.
Bro? Oh.
Yeah, what did the last guy just say?
Didn't hear him.
About them, yeah.
But you said, oh.
I said, where the rockets go?
And what did he say?
Oh, they're like fireworks, they just go up.
Is that what he said, was it?
That was me. Dude, Tito.
I'm not at my computer, so I can't see who's talking, to tell you the truth.
Paying attention, bro.
Okay.
You're barely paying attention right now.
No, I'm really not. No, I just came in here.
Well, if T-Dub's still here, let T-Dub tell him again. Have you ever heard of a vomit rocket, Fear?
No. Sounds
Oh.
interesting.
Okay.
Blaine, what's a vomit rocket?
Isn't it a G-plane?
Going up to 65 miles altitude does not put you in an environment where the gravitational field, so-called, right, so claimed, would be significant enough to wouldn't be reduced enough to just have you floating around. It's not. Who's got the background?
I got
it.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
All right,
Bro, is that the vacuum of space?
At 65 miles, like your G-force is reduced like by a minute portion. It's not enough to make you want to float around in your spaceship, dude. That's not how it works. They go up to that altitude and then they start coming back down and they're in a free fall with the craft. So that when they're falling with the craft, and so they're able to like move around inside the capsule as if they're in a zero G environment, but they're just falling. They do the same thing with the Vomit Comet is an airplane that does this parabolic flight, goes up to about 30 or 40,000 feet, and then goes straight up and then does this sharp curve and then straight back down at a sharp angle, and they're falling. And that creates the sensation that you're in a zero G environment, but you're just falling. You're not in. It's not because there's no gravity. Not that gravity is proven to exist.
If you're falling, but there's no gravity, why are you falling?
It's not that there isn't any gravity. That's not the claim from your side. The claim from your side isn't that there's no gravity. They're falling. It simulates an environment in which there might not be
Where do
gravity.
falling stars come from, like shooting stars?
Oh my
What?
God. This scallop is out of control. Hey, you're burning up the re-entry, dude. Get it together.
I just want you to realize
that's re-entry? Wait a minute. Re-entry? Where are they coming from? If they're re-entering, where did they go to begin with?
Bro, I just want you to first, before we move on, I just want you to realize your own misconception of your own model. Can you do that?
They re-entered from where?
He doesn't care, T-Dub, man.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Was that a place called space?
Yeah, you're coping, dude. Why do you guys do this? In fairness to you, you said you wanted to listen, and you couldn't shut up. You just had to go in on it, didn't you? Have you ever gone down a road and hey, dude, have you ever gone down a road and hit a big dip and your head almost hits the ceiling of your car?
But I didn't re-enter my car.
He's too short for that, bro.
Wow.
I'm just curious where the re-entering is coming from. Well, where did you come from? If you re-enter
above.
Oh,
Shouldn't you be more?
Yeah, just because a rocket is launched doesn't mean space exists. You get that, right?
So you had to be somewhere else if you re-enter, right? Where is that?
Oh my lord, dude!
It's
Shouldn't you be more concerned about how you know it's a ball? Shouldn't you be more concerned about that? Because you go around arguing with people about it being a ball, but you don't even know why it's a ball. You just said it's because the teachers told you. Now, you got no information about why it's a ball, do you?
Yeah, because they had to re-enter.
Oh, you're really hung up on that.
You don't have to be dumb all the time, man. You can make a joke.
Where you re-enter from.
Yeah, you can make a joke.
Did you re-enter your house from outside?
Well, if you didn't notice when I mentioned when I said you were burning up upon re-entry, that was a figure of speech.
Oh.
I thought you would identify from your narrative. You did identify it, correct?
No,
you are familiar with the whole story of things burning up upon re-entry. Oh, isn't it funny when these capsules are coming from outer space and they have these heat shields? When they hit the water, there's no steam.
I don't know. Were you there? I wasn't there. How do we know there's no steam?
I've seen the same TV shows you've seen. Do you have a bad memory?
They never showed us any. Yeah, and according to my memory, we've never actually got footage of them hitting the ocean, so we don't know if there was ever any steam.
Oh, sure they did.
Where's the footage?
They have footage.
Oh, really? Send it to me. I'll look at it.
No, they have them. They have the capsule floating in the water in the boat. Where's the steam?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Like,
why didn't they document? This is a giant event in human history, and everyone had a camera. Cameras are the newfangled thing in the late '60s, early '70s. Everyone had a camera at their house, and they were all mad about them. Where's all the footage?
Where's all the cameras in the ocean?
What?
Where's all the cameras in the ocean to catch the footage of this when they hit the water?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what I just asked. Like, where's this camera? Is it just floating on the water? How are they sitting there?
I don't know. How about a helicopter?
Yeah, it's when they show up after, when they find them in the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Well, you think that the thing just landed in front of the people in the boat? Like, yeah, it's right there.
Yeah. So if you're so hung up on the Apollo narrative, why did you bring up Jeff Bezos?
Why did I bring up Jeff Bezos? Because a bunch of rich people went to space and came back.
No, that was explained to you it was something akin to a vomit comet.
A vomit comet? It's a new one.
You are like you're the smart guy who plays dumb. That's an interesting tactic.
Wow, that's interesting how you come up with these new terms that I've never heard.
Right. It wasn't
vomit
space.
Comet?
They went to the edge of what is called the Kármán line. Right.
Interesting.
Beyond that is like considered to be the area of low Earth orbit, maybe a bit higher than that. You get into low Earth orbit. They didn't go to space, bro.
How many miles is that low Earth orbit?
Well,
you seem like very educated in this subject. You could give me the mileage, right?
I said to you earlier, Bezos sends people up to about 65 miles.
65 miles?
Yeah, that's about it. Does that sound like space to you?
Oh, it doesn't sound like it's very high up there. 65 miles?
That's right.
You sure it's not like 100 and something?
They didn't go to outer space, bro. No, they didn't go any higher than 65 miles.
Low Earth orbit? Like 120? Like twice that?
Risk crashing into the space lab?
Oh, is that where the vomit comet is, in the space lab?
No, bro. Now you're just burning up.
Oh, that must be because I just re-entered.
You said the rich people, why didn't they go to 120 miles?
No, I didn't say that. You just said that.
You did. No, you did say that.
I never said the rich people went to 120 miles.
You said, why didn't they?
No, I didn't.
I
said the rich people went to space. That's how I know.
65 doesn't sound that high. Why didn't they go to 120? That was you. And I said, and risk crashing into the space lab?
Yeah, but you just said I said the rich people went 120 and I didn't. You did.
No, you said why didn't they?
You gaslight me, guy.
Projection noted. Projection noted.
I'm very good at gaslight now. Yeah.
Not trying to.
Vomit comment.
Oh, here comes the entire flame out. Get it out. Share your pain. Keep going.
You gonna re-enter at 65?
What?
You gonna re-enter?
I think
at
you're
65,
plagiarizing
low Earth orbit
now.
at 65.
You can't drive 55.
And all these cameras in the ocean that are catching the
not there.
Space shuttle?
They're not there to document the most monumental achievement in human history. Go figure.
No, because the spacecraft would drift a little ways and it wouldn't be exactly, you know.
Oh, yeah. They were just lost in space, huh?
Did Hyoka send you? Are you a friend of Hyoka?
Did you ever hear of a thing called wind?
You're a friend of Hyoka.
A thing called wind. That's awesome.
Wouldn't it blow you off course, possibly? So it could judge maybe you're going to land about here, but then the wind would take your parachute.
Oh, my Lord, dude.
Well, this is interesting that you talk about wind, because if you're on a ball
that doesn't exist?
that's spinning at 1,038 miles an hour, your claim from the Tardian side is that the wind moves at the same speed, or air moves at the same speed as the ball. That's why we don't feel it. So now we have wind, it's not stuck to the ball. So how are you going to dig out of that?
That didn't even make sense. I can't figure that out.
It doesn't make sense?
It doesn't make sense. No, what you just said.
Do you believe you're on a ball rotating, yes or no? Do you believe you're on a ball rotating, yes or no?
No, I don't believe I'm on a ball, no. And I'm not on a plate
you're flat
either.
Earther, then.
No.
We don't think
I'm not
that
on a plate either.
Yeah, no one thinks that here. That's your idea.
Yeah, you're highlighting your confusion.
Isn't flat like a plate?
Not a plate in space, Einstein.
Oh, so what is flat then?
Planar with topography.
It's a surface description. You're the one who can't. You're the one who can't imagine Earth being anything other than something suspended in the void of space. That's a you problem.
Definitely.
No, I don't believe in vomit comments. Hold on, someone's calling me. I'll be right back.
Dude, follow along. That act is played out.
The wind doesn't exist, I guess.
Vomit, dude, the whole idea of you've seen the vomit comment footage.
You can't troll me.
You were never here to begin with.
Why are the other?
You can't troll me. I'll be right back, guys. Someone's actually calling me.
Have a normal conversation.
Yeah, I'll have a normal conversation with people that don't talk vomit comments. I hear a lot of vomit coming out of your mouth.
Go to your
That's
DMs.
What they call that flight.
No, I actually got to answer this call.
Like you made that up.
Has he been in here before?
It's kind of giving.
It sounds like someone that Crit has hurt once before.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like Hyoka to me.
Nah.
Hyoka, the fuck is that guy?
Hyoka, yeah. Horizontal is curved.
Hadouken.
Is that Daz? Man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. You're horizontal, it's not straight.
Yeah, Hayaka's painful.
Reminds me of Fargo.
Who the Fargo is that guy?
I jumped in Uber the other day, and the Uber driver, he had his mask on, and he had me sitting on like a dog blanket or something in the back. So I'm like, so I go, hey mate, have you heard about flat Earth? And his head just went into his hand, and he just started grimacing, and it's like, and I could see he was in pain, so I just sort of kept going. It's like, what's sea level? You know, and he was suffering. It's good.
That's so awesome.
I know.
What was he like? What race was he?
Oh, he was like a boomer. You know, he was like a pretty average Australian boomer, I think. But he was fully masked up. And he had his seat protector or something on the back, and I'm just like, oh, I don't like this dude.
Oh, he wore a helmet. Oh, poor little kid.
Yeah, he was in the Uber driver. Yeah.
He was in the Uber driver race.
Yeah, he had a stack hat.
Yeah, one of my buddies always says, what is this, a flat earth factory? Wherever I'm at, I'm like, no, I just talk to people, and then I guess they have common sense. And I don't know what else to say.
So I missed it. What did he say after he buried his face in his hands?
He didn't even respond?
No, he didn't say anything. It was just grimacing, and just he was really in pain. He was looking at the window like, oh my God, what's happening in the world? And yeah, he was fully triggered. Good.
Got him.
Usually the Uber drivers are pretty cool. Like, have you heard of Flat Earth? They go, yeah, I think I heard of that. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, because I think the moon landing is a bit dodgy. You know, they're sort of like that. But this guy was like, no, he was fully triggered. Baby boomer.
Got his ass.
Well, speaking of triggered, my Facebook friends that I've got here, out of 11 posts that have been directed towards myself, 9 of them have add-ons.
Out of 8, there were 9?
Out of 11, 9 of them have attacks towards me.
Golly.
That's not
They got
bad
nothing.
for the Globers.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell the truth.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard to pay attention to reality in a land of people who won't. You know, you're stupid for liking reality, and, you know, here we are.
There's only one of them that's actually referenced the pitch data that I put up, and his comment was, as far as your pitch data is concerned, you obviously have no clue about avionics. Here's an airline pilot to explain it to you. Please feel free to reach out to him if you don't understand. That's the only one that referenced, and then it's got a YouTube video, and actually, you know what, I'm going to click on it, and let's see what stupidity it brings up. And Wolfie6020, does anyone know that guy?
Bro.
Oh, fuck off, I'm getting head spins.
Oh, man.
Oh shit! That's done it for me.
Is that where he sent you for advice?
That's where actually I'll do, fuck Control C and Control. I'll get the fuck in there. Control V. That is the YouTube link that he sent me to.
Tell him to come in here, man. Tell him to come in here.
Wow. You know what? Time for them to man up. I've had enough of this shit. Invite people.
Let's fucking go.
Hubba. Copy. That's what I'm after. Where do I put it? Straight on that first one.
Dude, Matrix top 3 best laps in the server, bro.
Oh, what a
might even just be.
Damn.
No, you're the number one. You're number one.
Oh shit.
You're just trying to be inclusive.
McToon's gonna hate you, Matrix.
Oh, I know. I might just put it as a general post right here.
Address it to McToon.
Oh, hell no. Okay, Globetards. Man up. And go here.
You got some pretty stumpy fingers there, dude.
Fuck off. HTTPS Discord, there's our channel. So that leads them to this channel here. Well, I don't know how long it'll take. But anyways, the message is up there. Oh, join politics Discord server. They allowed it. Anyways, we'll leave that alone. I'm going to have a hit of squash now that I've had me laugh seeing that Wolfie dumb shit. I wasn't expecting that. I just saw just YouTube go and talk to a real pilot. A real fucking idiot. But anyways, we'll leave that alone.
All right. All right, Matrix. Hit them well.
Alrighty, guys. I'll catch you all a bit later. Don't cook too many Glovers.
We're going to cook, bro.
Good form. Alrighty, guys. I'll be back. Catch us.
Peace out.
Later, Matrix. We'll save some Glovers for you.
I think we should get some W's in the chat. All right, chat. Who's next?
Inside secret. It's your time, CB.
It's my time?
Your time to talk to him.
Oh, the concave guy. Bro, I think we spoke before. Hey, are you there? Concaver. Hello? Inside secret. I see what you did there also. How many wrinkles are in your tinfoil hat, sir? I think he's shy. I think it's like 3,300 or something. I don't know. 333? Bro, super wrinkly. That tinfoil. Holy.
So if you get up about 1,000 feet and fly, are you going to crash into the earth? like if you just fly level.
That's funny.
He's going to dip into the water.
I'm still waiting for one of them to go kamikaze down past the curve. Just 1 foot out in front of it, boys. Straight down. Don't touch the dirt mark.
This guy's one curves up, though.
Do what? Well, up would be up would be down.
Inside. Yeah.
So they'd be coming down from Australia. They go up and then go down to past Australia to come here, and then I'd see them coming past me, and then they'd go down. You'd see them go past the horizon kamikaze. Then I'd see them come across the water like 1 foot away from the water's surface and go right past me.
Well, if they just wanted to save fuel, then you could just point straight up. I'd just point straight up from here, and I'd end up in like California, in there.
Well, yeah. See, that's what I want to see them do. I want to see them like what Demok's sort of saying, what you're sort of saying. I want them to lose altitude without hitting the ground, and then get to a certain point and not change their path, and then begin to gain altitude slowly again.
Well, they've got to. No, literally every dot, dude. Every fucking dot along the ruler is a mark in elevation or distance. If you're going vertical on that ruler, it's elevation and distance increase. Every dot. There's no joke. It's nothing funny. It's just reality. And every dot along the bottom ruler that you have going out to the right, it's not an increase in elevation. It's only an increase in distance. That's why we don't live on a globe. We just can't.
Yeah, or inside one.
Correct.
Concave is crazy, bro. Like when they're like flat earthers are retarded, we should just be like, you mean concavers?
What was it? Still 8 inches per mile squared, but up?
That's wild.
So then the distance to the horizon would be up. There wouldn't be one. So how do you measure upward curve if it's constantly going up?
I just like, what part do you hit as a flat earther or whatever, a truth seeker, where you dip into concave? I just don't understand.
Or dip up to concave?
Ooh. He's just gonna sit there and let us trash him. That's crazy. I think he has a hate boner for QE also.
Who?
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 Oh, the concaver that's here right now.
Oh man,
Inside Secret.
dude, he's got a hate boner for actually making a case for his point.
Nice one. Yeah, a lot of them are like that.
That's why we always kick them out, dude, of our servers, because they never actually want to make it like just a rational, calm case for what they believe. It's always like some weird psychological mumbo jumbo.
Mm-hmm. Why haven't you guys watched the videos? And fuck your videos.
They're just like Bevites, where they think they're more enlightened. They found the truth.
Yeah. It's giving Bevites for sure. Yep. I don't know who's worse. Who's worse?
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's hard to say,
a good
right?
question.
Yeah. Definitely hard to say. I think the Bevites might be worse, dude. Maybe. I don't know. It's a tough one.
Well, I'm almost finally
It's
done
not
working.
flat. There's mountains. Are you fucking serious?
Yep.
Bro. I used to listen to Write the Hand on YouTube. Now these guys sounds like a fucking retard. I'm like, what the hell happened?
What kind of content? What kind of content did he used to have?
I mean,
regular flatter.
No, I mean just like he would just have some creative thoughts about how we're here and why we're here and stuff like that. What it was like before. He just had some really cool speculations and
no, bro.
interesting.
I think losing. I vaguely remember that, but I think losing to that chick really threw him for a loop.
Fucked him up. Probably. This was way before that, yeah, because he had some good videos with some other people. That's why I found some other creators, and I was like kind of inspired by some of the stuff he was saying. I'm like, damn, this is interesting. Talking about like if you could choose your character, would you choose this character before you went in? Yes, you would. I'm like, damn, all right, that's some deep shit. But
yeah, like
now
that's one theory about life, right? Where you're supposedly given a choice, and then you regret your life in your life, but then you end up finding out that you chose it on purpose or something like that.
That shit resonates with me low key. But then now he's like, it's not flat because there's mountains. Are you, bro? What? No fucking way, dude. That you're serious. But he is.
So my $6,000 surface plate isn't flat because of microscopic, divots in the atomic structure.
Well, I don't see. I don't understand because I think he understands that, but for some reason, when it comes to the Earth, he's just bricked by that. Like he understands that a sheet of paper is like not perfectly smooth or whatever. But then he's like, yeah, but the Earth though, are mountains flat? And I kind of cooked him on that in the chat a while back. Mountains would also have this like dichotomous nature that I always talk about. It's either a surface of anything is going to be either rounded or it's not rounded. So I showed him pictures of rounded mountains. I showed him pictures of pointy mountains. It's like either way, like it's not both. I don't know. The dude's just fucking retarded. If you're talking about mountains, like you don't have a gotcha. That's Glober level.
Yeah, that was a stupid Glover argument back in the day.
That there's mountains?
Yeah, therefore the Earth can't be flat. Like Glover used to argue that.
It still comes up. I didn't. That is just unbelievably stupid. Like I don't know why they think that we think the Earth is smooth. How? Like for some reason they think we're like closing our eyes and denying reality as it presents itself, and that we're believing in some other thing. They think we're like them, you know, because they don't see the earth as curved or anything. They kind of like imagine it. So they are projecting that behavior onto us. Oh, you must be like imagining some other weird flat earth. No, we don't have to imagine the earth as flat. It just is. That's how you observe it. It's how it behaves, how it's measured, etc. I hate that. That is one of my bigger pet peeves when they do this. Hey, didn't you cook some people earlier today? I was listening earlier. Pretty sure you were cooking that guy. I was working out and you were talking to some guy about like scriptures or something earlier. I was tuned in for a bit. My fucking phone died.
No, you're live.
Wait, we're live? Oh shit, chat. I guess we're live.
Mr. C or something's here.
And we are live. Welcome, caller. Mr. C or something. Cool name, bro. So was he trying to cook or? What happened with the politics thing? You guys jumped over to politics and religion today, right? A little bit. All right, fuck me, I guess.
What I missed?
Who that?
Sorry, man. I'm like literally cooking. So
Oh shit, he's cooking right now, bro. No, I just saw that. Go ahead.
My connection dropped, so I'm back now.
That's cat, bro. But no, I joined earlier, and I'm like, where the fuck is everybody? And then you guys were in the politics and religion, PNR. So what triggered that? How did that come about?
You remember what we were first talking about, but then
Because like there's been so much momentum here lately. I was surprised to see everyone over there.
we just do that sometimes.
Yeah, so well, we just need to go back to. We need to do fucking 24/7.
Yeah, well, we do that sometimes too. So a few of us will like
really?
just go like over there or over to the home base or whatever. And then when things get quiet here, that everybody's like you. Where everyone goes, they start looking. Oh,
yeah, when we go back to home base, we don't ping you because we don't want you showing up.
Oh, shots fucking fired, bro.
I'm just kidding, bro.
Are we live?
Oh shit! All my fellas.
We
were over in the live. We were in the live stream there one day, and I pinged you like 5 times. And you
Me? Oh shit, man! I wish I could have been there.
Yeah, he was too busy hitting on a fat chick.
Yeah, whoa. Well, some of that is true.
Yeah,
just not the bad part.
Facts.
Oh, Lord. Mickey, what's up, man? You on break?
Yeah, 15.
Dubs. All right, manifest a Glober right now. Let's go. 15 minutes. We're about to cook.
Now the bus already left, dude. We got the Aussie.
You gotta wait for the next clown car.
Fucking clown car, bro.
Oh Lord.
What the hell is AI doing up, dude? Is he lost? What's going on? Fucking, you can't tell me work. You can't. Fucking hell, bro.
Yeah, you still on the roof, bro?
Nah, he's got.
I never made it to the roof.
You got stuck on the roof.
I never made it to the roof.
Golly.
The last time I was working on the roof, well, not the actual last time, but one of the times I did get stuck because the other guy had to go and he forgot to put the ladder up. So I was like, all right, how am I going to get down? So I had to pick the one ladder that was kind of like a hook ladder and bring it all the way to the other side of the roof. That's where the other ladder was that I could slide it down. So I had to use my belay rope, like the rope you're secure with.
Yeah, it must have been a Glober.
I mean, it was my fault. He didn't really know how the protocols. He was just helping.
So you had to MacGyver that shit. Right?
Yeah. And when I got off the roof, I sent him a message. I said, dude, you left me. How am I going to get down?
Oh, shit. Nice.
And then I sent a picture of me down looking up. And I said, dude, you didn't put the ladder up because it was focused on the ladder. Because the ladder was against the building. It just wasn't up on the roof. Because, you didn't get extended. And then he's like, wait a minute. How'd you get down? How did you get down to take the picture? I was like, dude, I had to get down so I could tell you that I was stuck up there so you could come and unstuck me.
Nice.
Then I wrote, hey bro, can you tell me what time it is? I lost my phone.
Brilliant.
I dropped it down the chimney, I said.
You sound like a lot of fun there, AI. Be cool to be one of your bros, one of the OG bros.
It's like that guy that you guys were just talking to, where he thought you made a vomit comment. That was pretty funny. I was laughing over here at work.
Why do they always think we make this shit up, bro?
That's pretty funny though.
Indio and I one time were talking to the people in the Sneeko server, and Indio mentioned like the wobble of the Earth, as it's claimed, and they were like, "You made that up." I'm like, what? Oh man, vomit comment. I've even heard that before. That's not just like some crazy thing. Oh, nope, you flat earthers made that up. All right, bro.
Where's the Aussie homies, man? They leave?
They were just cooking a second ago.
Fucking Timbo left. T-Dub's in here. He's chilling in the cut. Fucking Chubbs is in here.
Matrix is playing squash.
We got Grizzly in here. It's about as quiet as a church mouse. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's kind of odd.
I'm still here. I'm
What the hell,
cooking
bro? Who was that?
Guys, Grizzly said I just came in.
Aussie. More Aussies.
All right. We're going to have to like figure out about this Daz business. How many Dazzers are there anyway?
Bro, what? I know.
Fucking hell, bro. Daz 68.
Yeah. What the
We're
hell?
taking League of Darren is taking over.
Now, look out, man. This is what we're going to do. We're going to put you guys in a ring. You're going to fight it out somehow, man. One guy's going to have the name Daz, dude. That's it. Fuck's sake.
Wait, the other Daz should call himself Daz69. Then we can keep track of
him.
Oh, yeah. Thing 1 and thing 2. Fuck it.
And the presumption is there's 67 more of these fuckwits running around somewhere.
God damn.
It's hard enough to contain these guys, much less more of them.
Oh, man. I'm still close to being done.
What are you working on, AI? On the house?
Right now, I'm picking up tools, but I was had to do wall repairs on a nursery. It's going to be used tomorrow night. So I had to get it done.
Why does that sound like... It sounds kind of dirty. Maybe that's just me. Some wall repairs on a nursery? Hey, man. Yo,
Yeah,
don't beat it up so bad next time, all right? Let me stop.
Oh, and people who did it the first time, they did bad work, and then like the tape comes undone, and there's cracks and divots and stains and all kinds of wear and tear over time.
He's a working man, chat.
I don't know what I was thinking, that I was going to do this and then run over and do some roof work. I don't know what the heck was in my mind.
Fuck it.
Your mind is on your money, and your money's on your mind. Dollar bills, y'all.
There you go, Mickey. Exactly, dude.
He's like, if I get a little overtime, man, I'm gonna make it work today. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, the paint I got was awesome, dude. One coat covered everything, dude. Pencil lines, mud, like the sheetrock compound, which is like different than the wall once you do some repairs. Covered, man. It was $63 a gallon, but worth every penny. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. No, 63. It was 53.
How many gallons?
Yeah, 1 gallon. I made it happen.
You made it happen with 1 gallon? There you go.
That's right. It's not massive nursery. It's just like, maybe like the size of let's see, like 16 foot long by 18 feet wide, maybe.
Hey, that ain't bad.
I had a friend who would order a specific tint of paint in the big tubs. That's the paint he needed to do the job. And then he would cancel it, and then he'd want one of us to go in there and pick up the mist tent, see if they were in the mist tent pile. I mean,
damn, that's savage.
Yeah, but yeah, the price of paint's borderline criminal. When $53 for a gallon, I'm like, well, that sounds relatively cheap. It's an insane world.
Yeah, like the price of stuff is going crazy right now. I was at the store looking for lotion today. My black ass. It was like $20. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is that shit $20, dude? What the fuck?
Bro, why don't you just be white from now on? You don't have to do that anymore.
AI, bro, I know. Oh, dude. Hey, I'm halfway there, man. I'm halfway there. I barely even wear lotion. But I've been out in the sun so much. I just need to fucking
Dude, I can't even do lotion anymore. I have to do straight up Vaseline. The only thing that quenches the skin thirst.
Dang.
Damn, you know what? You white, but yo, man, you white and just be so dry, bro. I don't know what it is, dude. My ex-girlfriend, her feet, bro, it was the same way.
It's been
well, like Jay, I had to do a lot of
her feet,
feet rock, and that really sucks the moisture out of your hands.
Yeah, her feet, bro, was like crazy dry. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with your feet?
Some ashy feet pics.
Yeah, man. My feet, the bottom of my feet are like a baby. Actually, not really, because I spar too much. But compared to her shit, golly. Anyway, yeah, prices of stuff is going crazy right now. You see the eggs? Are the eggs like $15? Like what?
I don't know. Man, you gotta fight right the hand. We're gonna set it up, bro.
Bro, I'm down for that.
Yeah, he got beat by a girl, so you could probably win.
I'm down for that actually, because he talks a lot of shit, bro. You be talking shit.
And then we'll set up Neil Costantino from FED with a Golden Gloves bout.
This one is he trying to box? Who's he trying to box?
No, he tried calling me out one time.
Oh, really? Wow.
Dude.
Man, they need to hop off your jock, man. They need to get up off your jock. Yeah.
He's down for some fisticuffs, huh? Fucking hell, dude.
Dude,
what you say? Meet me outside, homie. Meet me out. Catch me outside. Fucking.
Dude, AI, bro. Like, I don't see how how you got ops like that. Like everybody in the 24/7 crew knows, like they rock with you. But for some reason, those guys over there, they just got hella beef. I don't get it. For no reason. Like you're always a W. Why are they even talking shit? Because you call them out? They're just salty?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, man. Like you're way better than Adam. I'm sorry. You're not. They're not. It's not even close. I don't even know why he's talking shit.
They were telling AI, man, you better watch out, man, to catch these hands. Fucking
yeah.
Yeah. He's like, why? For what, man? I'm just telling it like it is. Fucking.
You know how Tyson was like, when speaking of boxing, he was like, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Facts.
My motto was like, every boxer's got a plan until I kick their kneecap off.
Yeah, pretty much.
You going up boxing, dude. Your kneecaps are gone, bro.
Fuck boxing, dude.
Yeah, I mean it's good, but it's
No, I'm just kidding. I like boxing too, but I want to throw the legs too, bro. I'm trying to kick someone's kneecaps as well.
Yeah, we got a couple of savages in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You talking about us or is it someone in the chat?
No, man, you fucking.
Oh, okay.
You and AI be plotting and shit, man. Like, oh man, them kneecaps gotta go, man. Fuck it,
bro.
Dude, I'm
kicks, bro.
I'm 6'3", 240, and not
holy shit. God damn.
You gotta say it like a goddamn ring announcer, man. Coming in at 640 pounds, fucking elephant. The elephant AI overlord. Fucking hell, bro. The mountain. They call him the mountain, dude. That's fucking.
You said 6'3", 240?
Damn.
Holy.
I'm the littlest brother, too.
Fucking tank, bro.
He's a fucking tank, dude. He's just walking around like, are you talking shit? You're like, nah, man. That's cool. We be all right over here. Fuck. That's what I thought, punk. Now hand me that fucking square over there. Yes, sir. Did I say you could take a break? Oh, dude.
Dude, being 6'3" ain't all it's cracked up to be, homies.
That's cap, bro. Stop.
Serious, dude. Like every counter, like unless you're in a specialty place, like every single counter you come across, you have to like bend down like half an inch to be able to reach anything on it, and that like takes it out on your back. Same when you're sitting in a car, like you can't put your head on the headrest half the time. All those little things that you short people take for granted.
I know these short kings in the chat pissed off right now.
He's complaining about being 6'3".
You guys be all tall and shit, man, and you taking kneecaps out, man. Damn. You just be punching. All you gotta do is punch down on somebody. Fucking.
Yeah, I almost bought a house that was custom made for people my height. It was awesome, dude. Everything was like 4 inches taller. The whole kitchen countertops, the island, like everything in the house was raised up. It was freaking awesome. But the partner that I had in the deal backed out, chickened out at the towards the end.
I just was gonna ask that. I was like, "What about your shorty, though, bro?"
Dude, it was so. What it was is we were classmates, and the house had like a causeway between the main house and like this big warehouse type thing in the back. And the causeway was like full of glass windows, really tall. So she was going to use that for photography, and I was going to use the back to do like my sculptures and stuff, because it was like really, really big and tall and wide and open, so you could make big things. It's going to be awesome. And they were selling it to me. He was selling it to me like an owner finance lease purchase. So it's like I didn't even have to go to the bank or nothing.
Wow.
But the moral of the story is I actually got a little greedy, but not greedy in the sense that I was trying to get money for myself. Greedy in the sense I was trying to overprotect myself with the contract. And she just thought the contract was too weird. And so I kind of like screwed myself over.
Wait, she thought it was weird?
Yeah, because there's a lot of clauses in there to revert the property control back to me rather than be partners in it. If like she didn't pay or this or that, which was not entirely unreasonable, but since we were going in supposedly 50-50, it should have been even on both sides. It shouldn't have really favored me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wasn't like she read it and then it's like, okay, let's negotiate. Maybe this is wrong. Let's redo it. No, she just got like cold feet. It was just like, nah, I'm not gonna commit to a property.
Women, bro, like, this is why they shouldn't vote.
Dude, there's actually a political party in Poland that was pushing that forward. That was part of their political agenda to repeal women's voting rights.
19th? Oh, nice.
No, man, in Poland. So, well, they don't have the 19th, but they have, something like that.
Damn. Okay. That's based. We should do that here.
I watched a little expose on the dude that was the leader of that party, and they were like asking his daughters how they felt about it, and they were like, "Oh, I think it's the greatest idea."
Nice.
All right, paperwork time.
So the real question is, like, if the flat Earth theory has a relevance beyond Discord, why isn't there any paper about the flat Earth?
Oh my God, man.
What do you mean by paper? Like newspaper or what?
Paper, bro. Paper from a educational institution, bro, like university.
Oh, there is.
Really?
There is. The university, I think it's Texas State. If I remember correctly, they measured Kansas flatter than a pancake. The professor, A.T. Tort from Rio de Janeiro Physics Department, University, he made a paper about how Newtonian gravity works just fine if the Earth is flat, and there's more.
Yeah, can you send me a list of that?
Why do you need? Why do you need somebody to write it down on a piece of paper and then tell you?
Because maybe he wants to check it out.
That's fine and all, but do you lack the ability to find things out for yourself, or do you need someone to tell you things?
Well, to be fair, that type of flat Earth stuff isn't going to be easily findable.
I mean, that's true. That's true. But like I need a paper or nothing else is valuable.
Because I mean, there's one point maybe, right? Maybe if someone states something about naively about the globe Earth theory, you have like it's question begging, so can bring new points like light attenuation, blah blah. But when it comes to, but I think that's not a very crucial point here. I think the crucial point on the flat Earth theory is that you mostly think that a lot like billions of people are tricked by institutions. So you have to actually prove that point that people are really.
And you added that. You added that.
So
I didn't hear anybody say that. That sounds like your idea.
Well, all we really have to do is prove the Earth is flat. And if that's done, then anyone who believes otherwise is obviously tricked, fooled, or convinced erroneously, right?
I mean, there's lots of material out there, papers, as you put them, on planar survey. Does that count?
Oh, we got Dr. John Dee. So he's a doctorate level physicist specializing in optics. He heard about flat Earth and he did some experiments with lasers. And he had a dual band laser. So different colors, two lasers of each of different color, because they're affected differently by the conditions of the air. And he used those differentials and his knowledge of optics to measure a lake. And he found out that the lake is flat, and he turned into a flat earther.
W.
Yeah, most of the time you have a big database, and like Archive. Archive is the most renowned open source database for scientific papers from the natural sciences. Maybe you can give me a link from that archive, or maybe it is somewhere else.
Well, let's say it's not there. Let's say it's not there because for whatever reason, it's either not there, they never put it there, or maybe it wasn't accepted. Would that change the validity of whether they exist or not?
I mean, like, yeah, the problem is like, okay, you have a bunch of scientific theories on this platform, right? A lot of databases. And those databases affect the way how we create technology, how we explain the world. And I mean, Hilary Putnam, he was a American philosopher, right? Putnam. He thought about a no miracles argument. So our scientific theories, or what the institutionalized science is pointing out, is somehow real, right? Somehow real, because otherwise our scientific theories would be a totally miracle. So the way how we create computers, CPUs, or the way how we actually create satellites and so forth, right? And according to the flat Earth theory, then it's somehow perverted way of this no miracles or miracles argument, that you would say, okay, a lot what we know about already about space-time and the outer world, or the space beyond Earth's surface, is somehow fake, right? And yeah, what the hell is going on?
What do you mean fake?
Yeah, like, I mean, I discussed that earlier, with some people here on this channel about the way how we build rockets and fly to space, and you guys bring this point with vacuum and gas, how to somehow contain gas in a chamber somehow, right? And fly to space with that. And the problem was here, I think, that we have ozone as a gas, right, and oxygen and so forth, and it isn't explainable for you guys how this gas is contained inside the atmosphere without like spreading out through space. So there is no space, right? This is the argument, I think.
No, that's not the argument. It's not that there's no space. That argument would be that the vacuum of space being next to an open system containing gas pressure would violate certain natural laws. And so the idea that the Earth is an open system with an atmosphere next to a giant vacuum, that is what's not real. It's not that there's not an area or anything.
Okay. I heard it differently. Because the question was like, the question in science is not only to like read out what is already there. That's also the problem with the Higgs boson or the Higgs particle, that it was very, very unsatisfying for a lot of scientists after the CERN collision that they discovered the Higgs boson, because there is nothing else inside matter, and this is a big problem because our novel scientific theories are not explaining dark matter, for example, the rapid expansion of galaxies and the universe and so forth, or what is actually gravity. There are a lot of problems to solve, and the standard model of physics is not explaining those crazy things out there, right?
Yeah. They're usually trying to make up weird, exotic, new forms of nonsense to make up the fact that they can't.
My point would be, okay, you have to continue your curiosity, So to be curious is very important for science. And I told this guy, it was not you, it was another flat earther, I think, maybe somehow unpracticed. But he said that, there is no term or notion which makes sense for outer space, a space beyond Earth's surface or something like that. And and you are into some growing problem. Okay, there's a sun like I don't know, 30,000 feet above us, or So
here we go.
Inside the Earth's atmosphere.
You got to be careful of something.
How you can model, the Earth.
You got to be careful, because what you're doing now, you're taking two worldviews that they don't go together, and you're putting them together. So you can't take.
From a very macro perspective, the whole universe is flat. They measured the surface of the universe with measuring angles between stars, forming a triangle, and on a non-flat universe, you would have a triangle with angles bigger than 180 degrees, right? And they measured exactly 180 degrees, but it could be that the universe is so big, so big and round somehow, that you have to calculate a lot of decimals, like 200 decimals, and then you see, oh my god, it's above 180 or something. You do not have the capabilities for that, right? Now, this is somehow the curiosity which drives science too, and not only what people already tell other people. Because that's the point of the flat earther, to say, okay, do not believe only what they tell you, but also be curious about the model of the Earth, right? And we have to be cautious. We have to be cautious that we do not are dragged into that what we criticize in the end, right? To hold what there is already. So, at least you need a flat earther who tries to tries to see the somehow formed entity called Earth from above, right? If there, I mean, we see birds out there, we see clouds, right? Or planes.
Is he yapping?
Right.
What do you say? What do you mean you have to see the Earth from above? And then what?
I mean, the way Copernicus, right? The way Copernicus rejected Ptolemaic astronomy was not by
bro. Are you just disregarding the fact that somebody asked you a question?
This guy muted him because he was very personal. I can unmute him. Yeah.
Wait, what? Why didn't I even say anything to him?
Bro, you were very personal and not like AI, very on content, you know.
What?
A good person.
He's saying he doesn't like you because he can smell how black you are through the phone.
No, like
that's hilarious.
You didn't talk about the subject. You were not on content. Like you talked about someone's.
You're straight rambling.
You know, tone policing or something like that. So
what? What did you say?
Yeah, bro. Forget.
I'm just. You said you were talking about the Earth, flat Earth, and then the sun.
Ooh.
I just directly mentioned the thing you brought up. What are you talking about?
He didn't hear you, bro, because he had you down. So you got to repeat yourself.
I don't know what he's smoking right now because he's like, well, you would have to explain how the sun works. And I started to address that, and you immediately interrupted me with some yappuccino.
I think he wants beef, and I'm not into beef now. I'm about to.
Vegan?
Let's talk about something interesting then. So,
yeah,
let's critique that guy that you spoke to. He said, did he tell you that the environment of the Earth is within a container? Did he say that?
That's for you, goofball.
Well, you don't have to answer. Let's just assume he did, because there will be plenty of flat earthers who will tell you that. So they'll say, they might say this: outer space doesn't exist because you got to have your gas pressure within a container. Okay. Now here's the problem: if you have a container, the container is a boundary between within the container and without the container. So what's within the container, right, begs the question of what's without the container. And so what is beyond the container would be what the boundary is necessary to separate the gas from the outer area of which it would otherwise go to. Meaning if you have the container, you necessarily have space beyond the container. Otherwise, the container is irrelevant and redundant. So whoever said there's no outer space.
So I have a hypothesis. You say, okay, there is somehow a container-like hull out there, and inside this container is our Earth and the gas, right?
Yep.
Okay, and how are we going to test that hypothesis? Is there an option?
Is this science? Are we trying to look for a cause and effect relationship here?
Yeah, the claim that the gaseous environment is contained isn't actually a scientific claim. It's just an antecedent consequent based on the definition of gas pressure.
Fact.
Okay.
You're basically using big words that you don't understand.
Yeah, so like generally, the definitions of gas pressure define it as being in existence within a container. Like that's like the necessary part of what pressurizes the gas.
Yeah, I mean that's the meaning of like contain gas. But to contain gas doesn't mean like you have the idea of nuclear fusion, but we are not capable of realize that, you know. So you have the idea of containing a gas, but you have to prove that there is somehow a container which is made of matter we know, which is actually containing that gas, right? There's a difference or not? Or are we just inventing new objects here?
Oh,
wait, dude, is deduction not enough for you? Wisdom, is deduction not enough? Is he deflated? Why has he gone quiet?
I mean, that was the point I told the other guy before you. Like,
Wisdom, is deduction enough?
I told him that he has to somehow reach that container, you know, that outer hull.
Wisdom,
container.
Wisdom, can you hear me? Hello?
And his answer was, okay, I'm not able to do that. So why you postulate?
Sounds like he's got you muted down too.
Yeah, he's a Grizzly, he's a racist.
Just ask him if deduction is enough. Just ask him. Is that yes or no? Is deduction enough or not?
Later.
Yeah, so the question on the table for you, Wisdom Bro, is can things be proven through deduction? And if you have a logical sequence that carries a deductive necessity, would that be sufficient? Or do you need to actually see the thing itself?
The Bible, you mean?
Yes.
No, I didn't ask him about the Bible. I asked him about deduction.
It's reasoning, dude. Deductive logic. You know, like you have a logic string and it carries a conclusion of a necessity. And so you say, if these things are present, then this other thing must be present. Therefore, it's present. You know what I mean? Deduction.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But okay. Now we have a new. I'm, by the way, a scientist. Okay, so that is why I'm so calm, because I'm somehow privileged. But the point here is like I like to speak about you guys in my science community. Because,
why is he not talking about the deduction element?
It's an experiment for me, right? To
why is he avoiding the deduction element?
And yeah, and now we have a interesting point here. So you say, okay, isn't it enough to argue deductively? So, yeah. But isn't there any difference, categorical difference between the things out there and what I assume logically?
So is deduction enough or not?
Maybe you know the philosopher Wittgenstein?
Is deduction enough or not? Yes or no, man?
You can't hear you, Bob.
He's on some weirdo time tonight, chat.
I think he's gonna actually answer whether you can deduce something, like maybe by tomorrow. People will get. But bro. So deduction. You're saying the things around here we can deduce, but then the things up in the sky we can't deduce? Or what? Did I miss it?
There is a categorical difference. That is why you had the pragmatist philosopher Charles Sanders Peirce, or Peirce. Don't know exactly how you spell it, but he said that there are three types of arguments here: deductive arguments, inductive, and abductive. Right?
Why is he not answering the question? Why is he avoiding?
The problem here is, can we conflate those things? So can we say, okay, phenomena observed like regularly in nature, okay, so we can I mean, how do we know that birds fly? We don't know that by logic. We know that by observation, right?
Why is he avoiding the question?
Yeah. And now you could say, okay, from the premise, like in the Quran, everything is fake out there, and there's only one God and the paradise. So birds actually cannot fly because from God's principle on, there are no birds. It's all fake. Right?
What's he talking about, man?
Who knows, man? Bro, you're getting way too esoteric, man.
Assalamu alaikum.
This guy is really dumb, man, honestly. Man.
I wish I had more energy at the moment, but I've been working since.
No problem, sir, but thank you.
9:30
for discussing. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just pure cappuccino.
Come back someday when I got more pep in my step, and don't have.
Yeah, you sound very mature. Thank you, sir.
Well, bro, these are the sorts of people they give master's degrees and PhDs to.
Because other guys are somehow they have small eggs here, small balls, and yeah. Thank you, sir.
What?
Hey, shut up, small ball.
What country was he from?
Germany.
Some fucking hole in the wall.
Germany?
He was German.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, you know why he was like that? Because he's so high and mighty, right? He's got some master's degree, some engineer, and he thinks, oh, I know more than anybody, right? Because I got my PhD or whatever. And so he literally just thinks that his stupidity is the rules. And so that's why he's got that attitude.
Bro, I actually want to clip that part out and make that a soundboard clip.
What?
So it went like this. He said, now the reason why I'm so calm is because I'm a scientist with a master's
degree. Yeah.
And I'm very privileged.
He did say that. I'm privileged. Yeah. What the fuck does that even mean?
It means he's got a PhD.
That means nothing.
But he thinks it does. He thinks he's better than everyone.
It means he's super indoctrinated.
I know, but he thinks he's like in the top 0.1% of knowledge holders. Yeah?
Dude, can't you have a PhD in underwater ballerina dancing?
Well, dude couldn't even answer me if a deductive proof is sufficient.
Exactly. And by the way, he could hear me the whole time. He was just pretending he couldn't.
He said the same thing about me. He said he had me turn
That's hardcore discipline, bro. That's hardcore discipline right there.
I know,
but
right?
Think about it, man. I was like, is a deductive proof sufficient? Well, birds, you think they fly, but from God's point of view, they're fake.
Right.
Wait a minute, dude. For real. Let me redo that logic one more time. So birds, you think they fly, but from God's point of view, they're actually fake. Dude, that cheered me up.
This freaking guy.
But I guess from like a weird relativistic paradigm, the bird isn't actually flying. The entire universe is moving around it.
What? It's AI. Don't do that.
But dude, have you ever seen a chicken cam?
A what?
A chicken cam. It's where they put a camera on the head of a chicken and then they take the chicken around as like a gimbal for like adventure sport camera shooting. The chicken is like super stable, like more stable than a mechanical gimbal of any kind.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But still, that's like some reference frames stuff right there. That's some, I don't know, AI. I'm watching you.
But see, when you see the chicken, like when you watch the chicken from the side, how it moves as the people move it, like its head seems to stay perfectly still, then its body and neck just go crazy, dude. And that's kind of like what I imagine with that stupid relativistic reference frame thing, where it's like you're not moving, everything's moving around you.
Yeah.
All right, expense report turned in.
Oh, nice. There you go. Job well done. I'm not even looking at the panel. Who's here right now, chat? Somebody do a call out.
Yeah, we got the ultimate Flat Earth final boss.
Let's go.
We got Horizon Avatar Pick Boy. We got a guy auditioning to be the next dude printed on the money. We got some dude with a generic Discord controller icon. We got Super Batman Catboy. We got Pinpool Wannabe.
Huh.
We got Maxie.
What the fuck?
And we got old snarl jaggles from the porch.
Facts.
Then we got the fantastic Australian Bugglebee.
Facts.
Then we got If You See the Ring, You Die. And we got Mustache Ragmaster.
W.
We got On Fire, of course. Dude's on fire. What else do you need to know?
Facts.
And we got Cattier Cat Girl.
Yeah. Wait, 304? We got a 304 here?
We got Orange Julius.
Orange, you're glad you're here.
And we got The Right to Bear Arms.
Let's
and we
go.
got the YouTube broadcast bot.
And we are live.
The FE Batman. Then we got the Jordan Peterson wannabe. And we got some Australian.
Clean up your room.
He may be cool. He may be Darren. He may be one of the Dazzens.
Oh my god. That's 69.
And we got Catface Boy. Papa Smurf. Some puny white kid.
Yeah, right.
Then audio visual. Then Scarface. Cyborg Scarface. And then the YouTube play button.
And we are live. I feel like you named some extras that aren't in the call there, AI.
What? No, that was only one for each person.
Which one was I?
I was doing them in reverse. You were the skinny white kid.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I was, I wasn't counting, but that was my guess. Dang, chat, you gonna let him talk about you like that, chat? That's crazy.
Yo, is there Muslim flat earthers here?
I didn't even hear.
Wait, did you just stutter?
I didn't even hear my name.
Yeah, well, it wasn't giving names. But what did that guy just say? Did you just stutter asking about flat earthers? Go ahead, try one more time.
Is there Muslim flat earthers, like people in Islam?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
Are you mean in the call right now? Do you mean in the call right now or in general?
Somebody ping Quad or somebody.
Yeah, dude, we got tons of Muslims on our server and in our forums, and they actually have a separate server as well.
Why
would the Quran says the earth doesn't move, bro.
Catface boy checking in.
What about like Christianity? Like, is there a Christian flat earthers too?
Yeah.
Get him AI.
It's all
crazy, dude.
Why was that crazy?
Yeah, how is it crazy for?
To me, that's blasphemy for a Christian to say I'm a flat earther and that the earth.
But why?
What the Bible says.
Yeah, the Bible says the earth doesn't move, right? So
Exactly, but you got to read yourself the Bible of the geocentric book.
What about the stars?
Well, how's this, bro? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, right? Now, when we go out into reality and we look out into the distance, we see the heaven and the earth meet and form a horizontal plane.
Facts.
A line.
Yep.
The horizon. So in the beginning, God created the horizon.
Not a Big Bang, bro. Which universe was created first? Just cat, bro.
But dude, just quickly, bro, did you know that for thousands of years people thought the Earth was flat and didn't move? For thousands and thousands of years, right? You knew that, yeah?
You know what? I asked my grandma about that, and she says she knows it's a globe.
Well, she's wrong.
She's a thrill, bro. Don't listen to her.
Yeah. The point is, if you're a Christian, if you're a Christian, you should be. If you're a Christian, you should be a flat earther because that's what the Bible talks about, geocentric model, which includes the flat earth.
Where does it say in Genesis, that first part where in the beginning there was a flat earth? There's a flat earth.
What's Genesis? What's
Genesis, bro? Genesis, bro. Let him cook, bro.
Genesis,
bro.
Genesis.
Let him cook.
Genesis.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, in Genesis it says there's a firmament above us.
Where does that say that? I'll put up the Bible right now.
Everybody get your Bibles out.
I'm on like the 47th streak on this Bible app.
It's chapter 1.
Search up the word firmament.
It's like verse 6 and 7 or something. Chapter
1. Shit. They're ready to go.
But the interesting thing with that is depending on the version that you have. I have one. I have a Catholic Bible, the Douay Rheims version. It's very interesting. At the bottom, there's a footnote, and it describes in in an interpretation that the firmament, as used in that phrase, it refers to the firmament that separates the waters from the waters, right? Well, in their interpretation, the firmament describes the air, which separates the water from the clouds from the water on the ground. Same word, different interpretation, totally different meaning, right? But if you get a different one, it actually might have something in the footnotes referring to actually something more.
It says God placed a firmament in the midst of the waters to separate the waters from the waters. And then later it says, and God placed the sun and the moon in the firmament. So if the sun and the moon are in it, then how could it be between the clouds and the ground?
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. But I guess at that point, verse 6 and 7 is before it states that God did any of those other things. So if anyone's not paying attention, they might not follow that and see that kind of discrepancy. Right. All that to say, yeah, that's what it says, and it's up to you to, read into it.
Yep. All the Abrahamic faiths are geocentric. It is what it is.
There we go. Anything else?
What do you guys think about Jews?
Oh, no, we're on YouTube. Bro. We can't cook.
Juice is healthy.
Oh, my bad. I'll shut the fuck up. My bad. Fuck. I didn't mean to do that. That was a big accident.
That's a good question, though.
I swear, I didn't see that thing on.
Notice the dishonesty in this guy already. You just smell it like a rotten fish.
Look, I'm a Jew, but that's what I'm going to say. Anyways, I didn't know you guys are live on YouTube. I didn't mean to do that shit. I'll shut the fuck up.
I like Mountain Dew.
Wait till we go on X or on Rumble or some shit. We'll cook later.
Yeah. Be down to do a Q&A with you guys.
That'd be great. I wonder how based these flat earthers are, too. We haven't talked about that for real. JQ on X just someday.
Think about space. Like when you look up in the sky, what is that? Like a black sky or a black space?
Not outer space.
It is outer space because you see the moon and the stars.
It's not outer space, bro.
You're crazy. Okay.
Not the
You see
vacuum of
moon,
outer
You see
space.
the stars and the constellation.
That doesn't mean that's outer space. You're just believing a bedtime story.
What are the stars? What do you think the stars are?
Stars. Yeah, those are constellations.
Yeah, what are stars? Do you know what they are specifically?
Well, you got nebulas. You got new stars, like new suns.
Suns?
Yeah. It takes billions of years for the sun.
I only see one sun. When I look into the sky in the daytime, I only see one sun. And then at night, I don't see a sun. I see stars.
True. The sun is not like the stars at all.
It is. It's bright.
No, they're not. Does the sun twinkle? They're not alike at all, bro.
Hey, whoa, bro! You just said that the sun is bright like the stars. Are you kidding me, dude? The stars are like little specks in the sky, dude. The sun is like a rip snorting ball of freaking fire up your butt, bro. There ain't nothing like.
If you touch the stars, you get cooked up too.
Yeah, that's a cool story. So when I take a CGI picture of a star and I put it on my ceiling, do I get a suntan?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Exactly. You weren't there, and that's why you don't know anything about the stars, bro.
Yeah, but I see them.
Do they look like suns when you see them? And the answer is no.
Bro, are you able to see your lack of honesty as well, or just the stars?
Oh shit!
His lack of honesty. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, you can sense the dishonesty. Look at the questions he's asking. He's just literally like a. He's philosophically impotent, is what I'd say.
Yeah, but bro, this is nihilistic Chris, bro.
Yeah, I'm white. I'm Jewy.
This is that. If I remember correctly, this is that scrub that tried to weasel his way into high ranks at 24/7, and then say he's a secret spy Glover.
Yeah, that's true. So
it's all right, bro. It's all right. You can be here. Wait, you can't wait to go to Mars again?
Yeah, because like Elon Musk is gonna do it. We're gonna go live there. That's gonna be like the biggest leap forward in humanity. Think about that.
I mean, depends, dude. Sounds like it would suck.
Man, we're gonna live there. We're gonna escape from the World Economic Forum.
Whatever, dude. You know how arduous it's gonna be to live on Mars, dude. If you go to Mars, dude, you're gonna be a chattel slave. Because King Martian, dude, is gonna slap you around and take you to service his chugga coffee machine.
Yeah, but how you know that? You haven't been there.
Because, dude, and you go to a pioneer place like that, all of a sudden you realize that you're puny and the big guy makes the rules. So it's not going to be the daydream that you think it is. Plus, you're never going to make it anyway because the rocket's going to explode. Because when it finally comes time to happen, they're going to be like, "Oh, the rocket exploded, so now we can't go to Mars anymore, guys. We're going to have to wait another 20 years."
Van Allen belts.
What? No, I said the rocket's going to explode.
Yeah, the Van Allen belts. Remember? It's radiation.
No, it's going to explode. It's going to explode before it even leaves Earth's atmosphere, dude. Because they don't want anybody actually going to Mars, dude. Because then they'll be found out to be a bunch of fakers. All right, repeat yourself, bro. I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you good.
But get me, bro. Like you get all the money together, you get everything ready, right? You make everybody believe it's going to happen, and then just, oh man, the rocket exploded. Dang, all that money, we lost it. And all these hopes and dreams of all the Globers of seeing Mars and laughing at flat earthers. Yep, that went down the toilet too. But we know we're going to keep all this other money.
So,
Dude, but I'd be down for some total recall, man.
I have a question. Do you believe by like 2090, like more people believe the Earth is flat or round? What do you think?
I think eventually they're going to push for a synthetic paradigm of some kind of amalgamation between globe Earth, mumbo jumbo, and flat Earth. And it's going to be some kind of esoteric pseudo simulation, spiritual monad gobbledygook. That's what I think.
And whose sides would the Rockefellers take in this? Globers or flat earthers?
Well, if what I said comes true, then there won't be a globe or a flat Earth. It'll be something weird. So they would just take the side of the same side they always take, which is you're a scrub and they're rich. You watch The Matrix, bro?
I've seen it.
Okay, so do you remember so you remember the first movie? It's like Neo is pumped up as like the prophecy and the one, and you've got to believe, and then you're going to be the hero. But then in the other movie, when he makes it and finds the architect guy tells Neo, "Hey, bro, I invented the one. I made the code. I made you, and in fact, I made you 7 other times." And that guy did exactly what I wanted him to do, which was be a pawn to make the illusion that people are free in my system so that they wouldn't reject the total system, but they would passively exercise their rebellious nature while still being under my thumb. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so in my mind, like a lot of this flat earth, globe earth puzzle is kind of like that. You know, it's that the flat earth had like this all of a sudden like shot of resurgence, right? In the past decade. And some of the key things that made it resurge could be considered to be intentional. Now, does that have any bearing on whether it's true or not? No. It just has a bearing on whether people who already knew it want to get it going a little bit for purposes that they're going to cash in on later. Now, some of the people who are involved will come to the truth, and they'll be like the little Neos, right, and the little people in the Zion where they got out of the Matrix. But in the end, like they're only going to be a small amount of people, maybe. But who knows? So, like, I'm under no delusion, friend, that everybody's just going to realize the Earth is flat. We're all going to live in this big, happy, peaceful world where everybody agrees that the Earth is flat and that you shouldn't slap grandmas in the middle of the street and film it on TikTok. Like, that's not going to happen. If the whole world mainstream paradigm shifts to flat Earth, it's going to be a perversion of the truth, based with some truth and majority lies, just like the current paradigm.
Would you ever go to a space tour? Like on a rocket?
Well, it depends on what you mean by space. Because high altitude isn't space, and I wouldn't waste my time going to high altitude if I had better things to do. Well, dude, going up really high to be able to see the stars from a vantage point would be super cool. The problem is that, like, a lot of people have conflicting testimony on whether they can see the stars or not. So I'm not even sure if I could.
That's why I said that the stars are bright as the sun.
Really? So where's your high altitude footage of the stars being as bright as the sun? Oh yeah, that doesn't exist.
What did you just say? The stars are as bright as the sun, bro.
Yeah, but that's what he was saying about the witnesses.
About the what?
No, dude. He said if you go up on a rocket, like a space tour, you could see the stars. And I was like, well, why would I go up on a space tour if I got better things to do? And he was like, well, you could see the stars. I was like, oh, yeah, that would be cool to be able to see the stars from a vantage point, because kind of like when you go out into the city and you go to the country and you go like on a hill that's really dark, you can see the stars a lot better. So being up really high away from everything would allow you to see even more stars. But there's so much conflicting testimony about whether or not you can actually see the stars at high altitude that I can't even trust whether I'm going to be able to see them or not. And then he replied, well, because the sun is as bright, the stars is as bright as the sun. And I was like, what? But he thinks the stars are suns. So of course they're as bright as the sun, even though they just look like, dots of light, nothing like the sun at all.
Hence,
I mean, I've taken astronomy class, so I know a whole lot of stuff. I'm just going by their facts.
Yeah, that's fair. Like they told you, and you had no reason to doubt them at the time. So I'm eating tortilla chips, nacho cheese. Are they Doritos or not? Yes or no?
I mean,
fate of the universe depends on this answer. Keep in mind,
ask God about that. The architect of
I know, but they're tortilla chips, and if Doritos are tortilla nacho chips, then that means all chips are Doritos, right?
I mean, do they have GMOs? GMOs?
You mean gooey, munchalicious odors? Yes, they do.
Wait, they could be CCs.
CCs.
So we all know that there's only one Doritos, and all the other brands try to mimic to look like Doritos, but they're fake, right? They're not the real deal. Kind of like the sun and the stars. The sun's the real deal, and the stars are the wannabes.
Stars are newborns. They're babies. The suns are old people.
Well, I'm officially done with the work I had to do. Everything cleaned up, mostly. I'm eating chips, waiting for my car to warm up.
He's good, bro.
Listening to fantastic sci-fi stories.
You ever watch documentaries about space?
Dude, yeah, I used to love them. I used to think that something a rock was doing 1 trillion miles away from me was super cool. And then later on in life, I realized that's the most stupidest thing you could possibly think about because it's absolutely meaningless. Whether a rock, explodes into a brilliant flash of nonsense 1 trillion miles away, like, who cares?
Jesus.
There was one time I saw this chick, and she was talking about this this mountain, which is the tallest mountain in the galaxy. And they know this because, why? Because she flashed a picture, and the picture was like 6 pixels of various hues of blue. And she's like, that right there is a mountain. And I'm like, no, that right there is 6 pixels, and you're a retard. Some idiot alleged scientist sees 6 pixels of blue that are altering in hue. So, it's dark blue here, then it's light blue, and then they move around a little bit, all wibbly wobbly. And they're like, wow, these are mountains on a planet. And then they tell some stupid chick who has a YouTube channel, she's like, hey, everyone, they discovered mountains on a planet. It's awesome. Here's 6 pixels and a CGI's artist render of what these mountains look like.
I will literally believe anything of it as long as it comes from NASA.
Yeah, we know, bro.
Yeah.
They could send you 8 pixels and say that there's a civilization that actually has invented lightsabers on this planet. You'd be like, oh, it's so cool. Lightsabers are real.
I mean, we're already...
Why do you think? Hey, damn! Why do you think you're so? Why do you think you realize you're so gullible, but that doesn't seem to move the needle for you?
Well, I'm just listening to AI. That's all.
No, I was talking about when you listen to NASA.
What about it?
Well, you said any slop they put in the bucket, you'd eat up. I'm asking. You've acknowledged that's the case, so why?
It's facts. Everything's factual.
Okay.
What do you think, Creation Bear?
Why did you need NASA to put it in your slop bucket if you already recognized them to be facts?
I mean, everything I see on TV is real. So, there you go.
I mean, you all know he's trolling you, right?
No, this guy really thinks. No, Pat, I get it. He may be morphing into that, but he really thought that he thought that humanity was going to live on Mars.
Maybe I missed the first.
You could hear just the glint of joy in his voice when he was talking about it. He may be trolling now, but he started as an enthusiastic outer space explorer type. Now he's just leaning into how he's realizing how gullible he is, and he says that if it's in the slop bucket from NASA, I'll eat it up.
Ah, right, yeah, trying to play it off.
Yeah, trying to save face.
Creation Bear, do you support Black Lives Matters?
What the fuck?
Nah, dude. He's with the gamer community. He supports Black Lives Matter. Because he's only half black. Oh!
Nah, he told my other friend that he was black. I have that video.
That's the one drop theory, bro. I'm black.
No, he spoke to my friend Tim, and he's black.
Yeah, I know, but I'm black.
That video was so hilarious when it came to that shit.
Dude, I have a distant relative, like 17 times removed, that's black. That means I'm black. Okay? That's how it works.
Well, hold on, damn. Didn't they tell us we're all from Africa?
Exactly. We're all black. Woo!
We all did. Then we just kind of like spread out.
Yeah, and turned white.
Well, yeah.
Dude,
If you're out, you turn, black.
We need to set the record straight. We all are from Africa, and her name was Eve.
Yeah, evolution is dope.
I'm a fan of evolution. I've not got past that stage, I must admit, on the flat Earth journey.
Yeah, and I'm sure you guys like to talk about stegosauruses and T-Rexes too, right? Who would win in a fight?
Other things that I can't pronounce.
I mean, they're real.
Yeah. But I'd win in a fight, just to answer your question. Me.
I mean, how do you guys take yourselves seriously if you've convinced yourself that you're a descendant of lightning-struck pond scum? How does that work?
The thing is, they don't think much higher of themselves than that anyway, so I mean, it's pretty equal.
I think it's the same sort of logic as what lead people down flat Earth, observation, reasoning.
You observe yourself to be lightning-struck pond scum?
Lightning-struck pond scum. I've never heard that, but yeah, probably.
No, but flat earthers tend to value themselves very highly, and they tend to realize they're special. Whereas the people who believe in a globe Earth, they tend to think of themselves as pod scum and just nothing, just dust, meaningless, basically.
You'd have to describe special very carefully to not be rude to anybody that isn't a flat earther, bro.
Yeah.
or globalists would use that word.
Yeah, special as in we're all God's children, sir. Yeah,
right.
Special
Okay.
like that.
Yeah,
like that, special.
Fair play.
Yeah, but a person who believes in the globe usually doesn't believe in God and just believes we're all just bits of molecules in a bit of bumper cars for billions of years,
Yeah, can I come back to the server? Like the 24 out of 7 server? Or you guys are not gonna let me come back? Or you guys gotta vote by the elderly console that I can't come back to the server?
What would be great, sir, is if you had something intelligent to say whenever you did come back.
I mean, wait, why not I do?
How about you rejoin after you return from Mars?
I shouldn't Google. That's
One of
very
you
funny.
want on Call of Duty Mobile with Indio these nuts.
God, that is so lame.
Do you guys play?
So lame.
You guys play
I
with,
got Call of Duty Mobile. I'll do it. Whatever guns.
all right, but do you play with the controller or like the screen?
What was the question? Sorry, do we what?
Does he play Call of Duty with the controller or the screen? Because like the touch screen.
No, I play with the screen, dude. I do both, but I prefer to move with my fingers.
Disgusting. Fucking disgusting.
I really can't do the finger thing, but I can see how it's way more advantageous because you can do a lot more commands quicker.
Nah, just kick him, man.
Ah, okay, yeah, I got you, AI. Makes sense. He was just yapping for ages, like asking the most random trolling questions, and I just thought, why is anyone entertaining it, bro? But yeah, if you know him, then you know him. I thought I heard somebody say that. Was it you that said that? He tried to work his way up the roster or something or whatever.
Yeah, he's trying to be a little sneaky dude.
I thought you said that. I was unsure. I didn't want to. Work your way up the flat Earth mod list and then just ban everybody. Oh shit. Life goals, man.
Dude, Memore banned 16,000 people.
What?
Yeah. In one fell swoop.
I would hope so, yeah, that it wasn't one at a time. Fuck me. But why? How? What? Why?
You want to know the story, homie? I'll tell you.
I'm curious, yeah. I'm very curious now. Let's go.
So, back in the day, there's this rule about Discord where, if you have people who make the Discords and then they get their members, but so then you have what's called an owner, right? And you have certain mods. And then there's mods that are the type of mods that can only control bots, and then there's mods that are platform mods.
Yeah.
Where you assign the role through the Discord platform. And so certain mods can see the audit log. And so those are considered like trusted mods, I guess. So there's this rule that if the owner of the server becomes unavailable for a certain amount of time, then you still need to run the server, or maybe the guy passed away, who knows. So then these mods who could see the audit log would be allowed to petition Discord to then take ownership of the server.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Which makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense that way. Way they wouldn't lose it, and they'd have access to it, or whatever. So lo and behold, it turns out at that time we had a problem where the owner at the time, whose name was Stock, who got it after it transitioned from ODD, because the original 24/7 was founded by ODD. He was unavailable for a long time, and we managed, because we had a lot of good admin powers to some of the guys, right? The admins, right? So they could do a lot of things, but they couldn't do anything that you needed the owner for. But we still got by. So because we were constantly reaching this brick wall of needing an owner for certain things, we were researching, well, maybe there's a way we could get the ownership or something, and we were working on researching that. But it turns out that somebody had already been aware of that, and they manipulated their way back into the server because they were a trusted friend from the past, and they got the role that would allow them to see the audit log. And as soon as they got it, they put in the petition ahead of everyone else. And so by the time we had already been aware of it, he had already had his petition in advance. Right? So if we had put ours in, we'd be behind the curve. So what happened was he ended up getting a reverted ownership of the server, and as soon as he did, he started acting like some crazy weirdo, a dictator type guy, like straight out of a weird movie, And so he wanted to take over the server, and because we had so many members, he wanted to turn it into like a gaming server and make money on it and do all these different things with it. And so Memore said, okay, you want the server? I'm going to nuke all the members on the way out. So he did what's called a culling action, which takes certain statuses of accounts and just automatically removes them all. So with one button click, he before this new owner banned him, he banned, because he still had his admin powers, he banned 16,000 people out of there, so that when he finally kicked us all out, he inherited a server that had a much less appetizing member count. So some of his plans were foiled.
Wild. Discord drama. Wild. Love it.
so then we built very quickly. We were back in business in like, I can't remember if we did it in one day or we got our 2.0 server like up and running, or maybe it was a period of 3 days, but like we were back up and running in no time. And then his server, it kind of did a little bit for a while, but then he ended up losing it. I think it got nuked with like violations, so it got deleted. And then he went on to like do some crazy domestic violence stuff, ended up going to jail and becoming a total loser bag.
Oh shit. That escalated.
He was crazy. Like he would try to have like little mod meetings where he'd have the mods come in and like pledge allegiance to him, and like if anybody said anything off, he would like ban them or something, or strip them of their mod power. Dude, it was like totally some like narcissistic whack jobs episode.
I mean, a Discord mod that isn't, bro. I'm only joking. Yeah, we had some similar shit with a GC roleplay server. We'd all fucking built this server for ages, and it all kicked off in like the staff team, and people were fighting for ownership and all sorts of shit. It's hilarious. Shit, fucking.
Oh man. Oh man. If I can make it home before dawn, I can pretend like I went to sleep at night.
Yep, lie to yourself, bro.
That's how I do it, man. If it's still dark out and you haven't gone to sleep, then it's still nighttime.
Exactly.
Alright. Turn off all the lights. Excuse me. Yeah. What's that? The sun's coming up. Gotta book it. Got to book it home.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot my. I just huffed right down the mic. Sorry. Forgot my mic was
Barely
open.
even heard it.
Oh, nice. Good man.
Gotta check that one last door. The sky is starting to turn a little bit light blue. Means the sun's up coming at me. The race to get home before the dawn breaks. I got some nice blackout curtains, though. Yeah,
Sketchy.
either that, I could just not go to sleep, just pound like 4 Red Bulls, and just get up on the roof.
What's up?
Hey guys, scared away all the globe believers, have we?
Just about. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Are you sure, without a doubt, that the earth is a globe?
If you believe that.
Who dat? Who dat? What's going on? And Satya? And Satya? And Satya? Telling you now. If I don't get a response from and Satya, it's going to be trouble.
I was too afraid my response wouldn't be good enough.
Hello, Mr. T. Hope you are also doing well.
Oh, hello, T-Dubs. Good morning. It's 11:18 here in the UK.
11:18 in the AM.
Yeah. It's good morning.
Nice. 8:18 here. About to go and serve up some food. Bit of a late meal.
Oh, it's evening for you, T-Dubs.
Yes, sir. Same for Shaggy, I would assume.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a question. Sorry, leave me mic open like that. I was arguing with someone today about, you can't fly around the globe hard without losing lift and all that shit. And one of his responses was, you can lose lift at a consistent angle of attack, although their angle of attack cannot be consistent on a globe. Anyway, you can lose lift from high speeds. Like, is that even possible? Because, I've never heard of losing lift just because you're going too fast if you're at a consistent angle.
I'm not sure, man. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Yeah.
What was the reasoning behind that? Some sort of aerodynamic principle or something?
Going too fast. Just I can't fathom what would happen. You go too fast on a globe, you're going to get the lift, aren't you?
Alright. Well, so what was there, like, what was the point of that? Like, how did, I don't get it.
And I think it was just, deterring conversation. But, yeah, I just wanted to know if there was any truth behind losing lift because of a, speed factor, which very down.
Yeah, no idea, man. No idea. Anybody else? Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Well, you can't get lift when you're flying nose down. It's flying around a curve. You got to fly nose down. There's no way you can get lift with that.
So the response. Yeah, that's just. Well, that was his response to my statement that, concluded what you just said. Yeah. How can you descend if your wings are still creating
You coming in and out, Shaggy?
lift?
You're breaking up, man.
Big contradictory.
You hear me now? Yeah, am I coming through?
She broke up a little bit there.
What about now?
Yeah, that seems a bit better.
Yeah, all right, I won't move. Yeah, what I was saying back there is, how can you descend if your wings are still creating lift? If you want to nose down to fly around a ball, and they think that you're dropping around a ball due to gravity with your nose up. So your wings are creating lift. So this gravity is a very weak apparent force, and yet it's strong enough to pull a plane down and overpower its lift and thrust. Yeah. Find the logic in that.
Yeah, it sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it? Just like, you know. I don't know, man. I know that if for that to happen, that like it'd have to be a form of rotation. So
Yeah. The worst part is the ones that have more knowledge in this area are the ones that are more convinced it's a ball. And my dad's a pilot, for crying out loud. Can't wait till he gets his new plane here soon. I'm going to say, how high can it go? Be continued.
yeah, now they have to now they have to claim that the gyros don't maintain the rigidity in space. Because if they did, they'd just continuously be off. Until you sit them on the ground. Oh, and then they detect Earth rotation. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, man, I don't know, man. It's a clusterfuck. His language.
Yeah, and who really understands or has access to the full mechanical mechanism workings of the gyroscope? Like, really, they're pretty sealed, and there's not many companies that make the things. Like, the proper ones are, yeah, they're pretty complex things. And how can you rely on something that has an error factor? Like, yeah, a stunt plane, of course, it will throw them off due to, centrifugal forces and all that. But a commercial plane would not rely on something that has an error factor. Oh yeah, they just recalibrate it. They just reset it up in the air when, horizontal's constantly changing. Yeah, I don't think so. You can't do that. Yeah, I went to QE's website, copy, paste. Yeah, that would do him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just amazing how flat this ball looks and behaves.
It's amazing, incredible. Yep. So that's what they start with. Wow, isn't that amazing? Tell you from, critically thinking, whoa, wow.
Yeah, man. Like for me, like individually, like just for me personally, um, just my experience of reality, just being in relation to horizontal and vertical, is enough for me, man. Like that's it. Like visuals and my experience of it, and the way I just operate in reality, just screams at you that it's flat and not moving.
Yeah.
And for me personally, I don't need to go beyond that. That was enough for me.
You don't need to really prove any other, fact, but I'm not trying to prove to myself. I find it interesting, really. Now that I understand, natural science, because the teachings, didn't really do it for me. And ever since I've come to this page with you guys, it's just filling my head with, things that, they make sense. It's, you can comprehend it, you can observe it, you can picture it, and it's something that, you can take in as knowledge, even to the point, if I don't go and prove it or observe it myself, you guys can explain it in a way that I don't need that observation. It adds up. It aligns with natural science. So you get to the point where it's like, well, these guys haven't been wrong before. Why would they be now? So, yeah, I appreciate all the information I get from you guys, because it's really got me really into depth with nature and science and the workings of everything, because it's really cool.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like because like as soon as I took that position, right, I went, okay, like if I just take it back to it, like from the base level of what I'm observing and experiencing, and then like a glober will come at me. So, well, can you demonstrate what you're talking about? And they can't. Right? That's what happened. That's what happened with me. I was saying, can you show me, like, replicate what you're talking about, demonstrate that's how things work, right? They couldn't do it. They bring up like the Cavendish experiment and stuff like that, but like, I was talking about no, show me that that's how things operate, like that, that spheres can maintain pressurized gaseous system and hold water to its exterior, and while it's spinning and in a vacuum and all that, right? none of them can do it. I'd need a big Earth to do that. I said you're on Earth, right? Like, what are you talking about, man? Oh, well, without going to space, I can't show you. Right? It's like, okay, cool story, bro. Like, once I took that position, there was no reason. Nobody could give me a reason to not accept my direct experience of reality.
Hey, well, you're lucky, like, you had that kind of encouragement, and because what I can't understand is it took me a fair while because I did it on my own, but at least I came around. I started reasoning with myself and going, "Hang on, let's really, look into the factors and stop bullshitting to yourself." As soon as you tell yourself stop bullshitting to yourself, you kind of wake up a bit. And what I don't get is you guys throw the most obvious shit at these globers, but they can't take it in. Like, are they not listening? Do they not understand it? Can they not fathom? Or are they lying? I find it hard, to think that someone is able to breathe, walk, and function, but not use their brain in any other way. But we were human. I thought that was our gift. Apparently not. I don't think I've been, blown away by it. It's just weird. It's weird.
No, it is a crazy world. It's a crazy world because you've got, like, it's kind of scary because you've got billions of people walking around that will defend this shit, like, to the death. Like, I mean, they are literally, like, trying to defend this notion that they can't prove, they don't observe it, they can't measure it, they can't demonstrate any of it, but yet you're the crazy one, right? For challenging it, for questioning it, for not accepting it, for changing your mind about it. How dare you? Like, it's insane.
Yeah, man. Like, me work all know about it now, so I get, a fair bit of ridicule, but it doesn't really bother me. I'm unfazed by that stuff. But you still have that little bit of revenge, pent up in your subconsciousness, and you go, it would be good, but you don't fixate on it. So we're on the way to work in the morning. It's still night time, and there's the moon right in front of us. I was like, oh, that's a beautiful view, isn't it? Big full moon. I was like, yeah, look at that. There's clouds behind the moon, clouds in front of the moon. It's 250,000 miles away, approximately. How are they behind the bloody thing, guys? And he's just like, oh, no, they're in front of it. And I was like, there's clouds behind and in front, and they just shut right up. And, I had to bite my tongue. I'm thinking, why is he shutting up? Can you give me an answer? Like, I just wanted to keep going on and on like they do with me. Oh, you think it's flat, you're an idiot and all that stuff. It's like, well, I could really get back at you right now and make you realize that, it's just a core belief that your coping mechanisms is to ridicule someone that you don't accept information from. That is your defense mechanism kicking in. You don't even see that. It's like they've got no control over actual thoughts or actions to the point where they might as well be a robot, really. I'm starting to relate them to robots. It's like, what?
Yeah, NPCs, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I'll say NPC, but I gotta go
No,
charge.
basically,
Sorry.
that's what you become when you give over your your cognitive ability, the ability to think for yourself, and you exchange that for someone else's worldview that you can't even verify is true or not. It's you basically dissolve yourself. You just become you become that. You become what they want you to think and what they want you to be. You'll say what they want you to say, right, based on what they've shown you. So like it's just automatic programming. That's you've downloaded that attitude and that thought process where just because they showed you these images and they told you that they're providing you a service through this means, whatever, and you just accept it, right? So therefore, anything that's contrary to that worldview, it's automatic. It just comes out of their mouth, like to
the
basic ridicule.
that kind of idea also deflects onto the people that they've forced it upon. Like, for example, this morning on the way to work, and I'm just like, what's it go for these charities? How many people are donating $1 a day? And I just got into that, and I said, so when's the outcome? Like, do they show us results, Oh, look at what your money's doing. Oh, this is how many years it's going to take until we've solved world hunger and all that. No. Where's all this money going? Shouldn't world hunger be solved by now? Millions of dollars a day. Anyway, that's the point I was making. And he's like, oh, why can't you ever just agree with me, Shaggy? You always argue the point. And I said, it's fallacious. It's nonsensical. Why would I agree to something that doesn't make sense? And that's exactly what you're saying. It's like that kind of, attitude has been forced upon, well, the way they've forced it upon people has caused them to force it upon others. It's like a virus, rapid spreading.
Yep, snowball. Yeah, that's right. It's not that they didn't come up with it. It's not their thought process. It's not their opinion. They didn't. They just adopted somebody else's, right?
Yeah,
adopted
degree. Dude,
one's world.
Yeah, sorry, bro, but why do I have to agree? It's weird. I've got to go charge my phone. I'm sitting on 1%.
Yeah, no worries, man.
So the chat.
Pride Viking. I mean, like, they wouldn't even be thinking about it. Like, it's always in the back. It would be always in the back of your mind. But if there was nobody pointing out the obvious, right? The obvious flat Earth reality, motionless reality, they wouldn't even think about it. It's almost like they come here to try and convince themselves. Right. But I understand what you're saying. Like that, they need a flat Earth more than we do. They need the flat Earth in order to be able to even say it's a ball to begin with. But I mean, they need the flat Earth to try and reinforce their idea of what they've always just accepted to be true without thinking about it, without thought behind it. They don't like being made to have to think about it. It's something that every flat earther's got a one up on any glober. There's no glober that you'll ever meet unless you meet an astronaut who claims to have been far enough away from the Earth to view it as a ball, which is highly doubtful. No glober can stand firm and say that their worldview is their own. It's from personal experience. Not one.
But the squished photos teed up. The squished photos of the horizon.
The compressed photos. Yeah.
If you squish it enough, you can find some kind of warping of it.
Right. Yeah, I challenged them. I said, okay, get something and measure it to be straight and flat, and compress that. Compress an image of that thing and show me that it doesn't bend. They haven't done it.
This was yesterday's finest globe proof in the side chat. To the right. This was his go-to. The best glober we had in here yesterday. This was
shit,
it.
bro. I mean, that's what you shouldn't even have to do that. That's it's pretty sad that's what they resort to try and prove their curve.
Yeah, he was saying, look, the red lines are straight. Don't worry about the table. The table's not in contention here. That's what he was saying. Don't look at the table. Don't worry about the bent. The table's curved more than the horizon. And then the horizon's like only curving to the left. And then the green thing's only curving to the right. And then the red things are just kind of all over the place. It's just a big smashed crab, this observation.
What sort of curve is that anyway?
Exactly, bro. It's just left hand curve.
Yeah.
He's like, yep. There's no distortion.
God, that is distorting it. What's he talking about?
It's like all sorts of, like, if you look up lens distortion, like all different lenses have all kinds of different distortions you have to take into consideration, like pin cushion distortion and barrel distortion and but yeah, it's that's why it's not a debate, right? That's what we're all saying. It's not really a debate, right? When people come in here to debate, like, it's not really any competition. Like you said, we've got everything on our side. Objective reality, we can back up everything we say.
I mean, it shouldn't be complicated. It shouldn't take being an expert in some in abstract math and shit.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't need excuses, right? You shouldn't need patchwork.
Exactly.
You shouldn't need compressed images. You shouldn't need to rely on Mr. Spaceman.
This would be a minute's silence for the globe, I take it. Such a respectful lot.
Matrix, do you like the globe proof in the side chat that was presented yesterday?
Oh, show me. Oh, the compressed image.
Yeah.
Have you seen that before?
Yeah, I've seen it before, but I compressed it a little extra just to point out how ridiculous it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I pointed that out to someone. When they do compress them, depending on where your horizon is, if it's above the center line, it'll bend one way, below it'll bend the other.
It can also, yeah.
Don't know that.
Yep, and that's just the barrel distortion. Then you've got like the other types of distortion that can happen as well, like just slight imperfections in in everything else in the shot. You've got pin cushion distortion as well, which can do all sorts of crazy things.
What is really cool is when you've actually got something that is curved and you put it on the wrong side of the center line and then compress it, it'll get like a sine wave. It'll actually bend backwards across images due to barrel distortion.
Yep.
Fisheye lenses do it when you've got the curve the wrong way across a fisheye lens. You get the edges of it turned up.
Yep. And I was looking into it a bit more yesterday again, and there's all these different types of distortion depending on which type of lens it is. And it's showing examples of them all, and it's all over the place, right? So if they don't know what lens was used, but you can see in the image when it's compressed, right? The horizon wouldn't just curve down to the left like that, right? And then the green table is just curving down the opposite direction to the right. And then those red things, they're saying, oh, the red things are straight, but clearly the red things are all over the place. And then the table, the flat table that it was all sitting on is bent more than the horizon. Which is weak evidence. That's why we need these moments of silence.
Well, on my Flat Earthers Are Friends or whatever it's called site, this is how broken their souls are. And this is a direct quote written right in front of me. Horizon proves that the Earth is a globe. Foolish Flat Earthers.
Crazy.
That's, yeah. There's nothing to back it. Just, that's it. You just get these random one-liners. And then dogpiled if you say anything. I was looking for one that I did get to read the start of earlier, which I was having a little bit of a chuckle about, all the comments. Here we go. What's this clown want? I would like to challenge the flat earthers in this group to provide proper scientific evidence that the Earth is flat. No name calling, insults or vulgar remarks. Provide links to your evidence. You flurfers always complain and carry on because glad bees are bullies. Glad bees are this and that. So put up your evidence.
Gosh.
Interesting, eh? The second sentence, no name calling, insults or vulgar remarks. Provide links to your evidence. You flurfers.
Tell him to get his bitch ass in the voice call.
That's right.
Wow, that's crazy sauce.
Oh shoot, just let me know where he is. I'll tell him.
Actually, I should chuck you a Facebook friend request and you can jump in there with him.
Yeah. I don't think he'd want to be he'd probably unfriend me right away.
McBoogeroid is one of the mods in there. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just a fake fake flat earther group just filled with McToon-like people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just what they do is they post up it's basically clickbait. So, like I said before, honest people will get on there, answer it truthfully, honestly, fairly, and then it's just dog pile.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just like a whole bunch of snakes with bunny ears on.
Yes.
That's our. The weirdest part is that's actually the Flat Earth fan club. Those are our fans. Those assholes right there. That's our fans.
What do we got here?
They literally have nothing better to do. My bad.
No, you're right, man. Go. I was only going to read dumb shit.
I was just saying they have nothing better to do with their time than to be our fans.
Oh, well, true.
And I'd like to say that's very sweet of them. Thank you for your service.
Here we go. Hello, Flat Earthers. I have something for you. Let's start with something simple. Scientific evidence should be observable, repeatable, reliable, empirically measurable, verifiable, objective, consistent, reproducible, evidence-based, and falsifiable. Yes, that last part is very important. Why? Flat Earth is a theory, but actual Earth shape is a fact. So what is a scientific fact? A scientific fact is an objective piece of information based on solid evidence and research, which remains undisputed in light of available knowledge. In the case of Earth shape, numerous observations, experiments, and satellite images unequivocally confirm the Earth is an oblate spheroid, making flat Earth theories scientifically unsubstantiated. So how will you beat this simple experiment? And DJ's going to have a little bit of a chuckle when I go copy, and I'll just get a little snapshot of that. And I post it up in the text chat for everyone to have a laugh at. And you wouldn't believe what he's posted up. The worst part is I was reading that shit, scrolling down, and I didn't see what the image was until the last second. I thought you'd like that. Unfriggin' believable. So what's this dude put up there? Let's keep it real. The horizon is on the same distance all around you. The horizon can't curve. These aren't serious people, only indoctrinated with a public school education. Yeah, there's a few people having a crack back. It's good. But there's no one putting down actual sensible stuff. It's just people having a cheap slap at someone else.
It's the same shit, different day.
Oh, what's this? No, it's
I really think that some of this has to do with the whole fanboy cultism of Star Wars versus Star Trek. You are not about to tell these people that they will never be able to go on the USS Enterprise, the Starship Enterprise, and you're not allowed to own a fucking lightsaber. That's not going to happen. But you can't tell them that because they'll flip out. You ain't about to date an alien, dude. It's not going to happen.
Oh, I wish I could do a better South Park impersonation. Well, if it ain't Fiona Apple, I don't give a rat's ass. Sorry. Oh,
Ski guys, I'm going home.
Oh, is that the best you got?
Hey, Missy, let's get back the kids and the cook Missy pie. Get it!
Oh,
Yes, come here.
That was not bad, actually. That, bro, that's quite good.
Brilliant, both of you.
It was.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I want cheesy poof.
drugs are bad, okay?
Mr. Mackey. Ah, yes. The only problem with me doing it, as you've probably just heard how loud it was, in real life, you can hear that from don't want to know how far away. My neighbour's probably just looked at his wall and gone, what the fuck did he just yell out? It is by no means quiet. Oh, shit.
Sun and moon round.
Wow, that's profound. Wow, we never. Yeah, that's so good. Earth, not sun, not moon.
Didn't think about that one, did you?
So I've got a lot of stuff to go. This is the beginning, okay?
Okay, first we've just got chat all over. What else?
Would you please provide the top shelf content then?
Yeah, go for your best one.
I'm gonna need maybe a minute or two.
No, you don't get that long. Just quickly, just say the next one. Pick the best one. Should take.
But I didn't even finish the first one.
No,
line.
guys. If that's his first one, you can take as long as you need, brother.
That's not the first one. It's like a third of the first one.
Oh, well, let's stick with the first one then. Okay, sun and moon, ground in the sky, Earth.
I've made it extremely. So this.
Well, let's just stick one at a time, right? No. We're not going to do that, right? So, if you want to talk about, you said you hadn't finished with the first one. What else did you want to add to the first one?
So I'm trying to go really slow. I made it really small, concise, bite-sized for you guys. But if you're going to interrupt me,
stick with the first one.
5 words, and I can't even give you a bite-sized piece of information. You just having at me.
Well, man, raising hand. Can I ask one question before you get to continue your thing? Because I want to know if you're qualified. Do you know what a four-dimensional? Do you know what a four-dimensional manifold is?
For the information I'm about to deliver.
Yeah. Man, raising hand. Do you know what a four-dimensional manifold is?
He left. Oh, he's gone.
Coward.
Big epic fail.
Nobody did he leave on his own?
I didn't shoot him.
Yeah, he left on his own. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you about that. Yeah, dude. The wicked run when no man pursueth.
All right, back to our previous comedy show. Someone posted up. The Earth is round and is spinning at a rate of 1,037 miles per hour. Now imagine if you climb in a hot air balloon and go straight up vertically and come straight down in an hour. Will you be at the same place? And let's have a look through the comments. Fake account, do not engage. Or when playing pool, how come balls don't naturally swerve? Of course, the balloon, air and planet are all part of the same non-inertial frame of reference, ignoring all other obvious variables like wind speed. Next one, due to the nature of a balloon,
funny,
there'll be
dude.
some...
They'll say all that stuff, but then they'll try and act like the fuck all pendulum is proof of anything. Dude, you can't have it both ways. Pick one.
Due to the nature of a balloon, there will be some movement, but certainly not 1,000 miles per hour. Since the atmosphere is part of that 15 degrees per hour rotation, all aircraft are subject to the whims of the wind. A balloon more so than any other. So in that hour, the balloon could easily be pushed by the wind to double digits of miles away from its starting point. How is this question still being asked day in, day out? 1 revolution per day, or 0.00064 RPM. That's not very fast. Plus the atmosphere is also moving.
You think about this, they say that basically based off of all their orbital dynamics, the ISS is constantly falling, which means the moon is constantly falling towards Earth but never hitting it, which means the Earth is constantly falling towards the sun but never falling into it.
Here we go. Take a
Everybody's
globe
falling.
and spin it at a speed that currently represents Earth's rotation to scale. Now, I'm no math whiz, but whatever speed it equates to, I'm willing to put good money down that it's going to take 24 hours to make one full, complete, solid rotation. Now, let's see. I bet even water could stick to that without getting thrown off. Now realise that, yes, it's over 1,000 miles an hour, but it still takes 24 hours to rotate. Yeah, we'll just... Yes, you are allowed to shake your head at these guys. Don't feel that you're not allowed to. Here we go. You need to be outside the atmosphere to notice. So these are all the initial responses to that first question.
Hey, that's a new one. That's actually a new one. That one's good. That one's a good one from the Globetards. You got to be outside of it in order to notice.
You need to be outside the atmosphere to notice. Yep.
So basically saying anybody who claims that they saw the curve from a plane is an idiot.
Sun
Well,
and
this
moon.
is in...
Oh my god, he's back. Hey, I think Alpha.
You must have dropped out.
Alpha, you there?
Yeah, I just heard it. I heard it pop in. So did you sounded
Yeah, I
like
have
you had a
before.
lot of confidence when you came in here, right?
I have
About the Earth
before.
being a globe.
May I have the
Hello?
floor?
Yeah. Do you have confidence that the Earth is a Do you have confidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I would like to speak alone.
Yeah, but can you hear what I'm saying? Can you understand English, right, sir?
I'm not going to engage with you. I just want to speak.
You're not going to engage with me? Not really. This forum
give
is
a
for those
delivery.
who can. Yeah, this forum is for those who can